Greetings, my fellow adventurers. It's Alara. Welcome back to our cozy sanctuary, where the whispers of old legends and the echoes of forgotten journeys come alive in the flickering glow of candlelight. Tonight, I am delighted to guide you through 6 hours of tales from the vast and mythical world of the Lord of the Rings. Stories of heroes and wanderers, of battles and betrayals, of secrets lost to time, and destinies yet to be fulfilled. So, find your most comfortable place. Let the distant echoes of adventure lull you into the world of dreams, and allow yourself to be carried away into the heart of Middle-earth. Let's begin. The morning in Hobbiton was as picturesque as ever, with golden sunlight spilling over the emerald hills and dappled light playing through the vibrant gardens. The Shire seemed timeless, a place where nothing ever changed too drastically. Yet, it was precisely this unshaken stillness that made the upcoming day's events all the more remarkable. At Bag End, nestled atop the hill, like a jewel in the Shire's crown, the smell of freshly baked bread wafted through the kitchen window. Bilbo Baggins hummed to himself as he spread honey on a slice of buttered toast. Though his adventures to the Lonely Mountain were now distant memories, there was still a spark of wanderlust lingering in his heart. It was quieter now, hidden beneath the layers of his love for home and routine, but it was there, like the glint of gold in a distant cave. As he settled at the breakfast table, Frodo Baggins entered, rubbing sleep from his eyes. The younger hobbit had been living at Bag End for some years now, his bright, curious mind a constant source of companionship for Bilbo. Frodo shared his uncle's appreciation for the Shire's quiet beauty, but he also had an innate curiosity that Bilbo suspected came from the Took side of their family. "Morning, Uncle Bilbo," Frodo said with a yawn, reaching for the kettle to pour himself a cup of tea. "Good morning, Frodo, my boy," Bilbo replied, smiling warmly. "You're up earlier than usual today." Frodo shrugged as he sliced himself a piece of bread. "I had a strange dream last night," he said. "There was a path I didn't recognize, hidden behind the woods by Bywater. It felt like it was calling to me." Have you ever had a dream like that? Bilbo's brow furrowed, his attention caught. A hidden path, you say? Well, I've had my fair share of peculiar dreams, especially after my journey to the Lonely Mountain. But hidden paths? Now that's a curious thing. Frodo took a thoughtful bite of his bread. "Maybe it's just my imagination," he said, but it felt so real, like something important was waiting there. Bilbo regarded Frodo for a long moment. There was something in his nephew's tone that stirred a memory deep within him, something from years ago, buried beneath the layers of tales and adventures. He decided not to press Frodo further, though a part of him felt uneasy. After breakfast, the two hobbits set out for a walk. The morning air was crisp, carrying the scent of flowers and freshly tilled earth. They meandered through the village, exchanging greetings with neighbors and admiring the bustling marketplace. But as they approached the woods near Bywater, Frodo suddenly stopped. "That's it," he said, pointing toward a gap in the trees. "That's the path I saw in my dream." Bilbo followed Frodo's gaze. The gap was narrow, almost hidden by overgrown bushes and ivy, and yet there was something undeniably inviting about it. "I've walked these woods 100 times," Bilbo murmured. "I don't recall ever seeing that path before." Frodo glanced at Bilbo, his eyes bright with curiosity. "Should we take a look?" Bilbo hesitated. He felt the old, familiar tug of adventure stirring in his chest, the same pull that had led him to join Thorin and his company all those years ago. He had told himself that those days were behind him, but here, standing beside Frodo and looking at the hidden path, he felt the allure of the unknown once more. "Very well," Bilbo said at last, "but only for a short while. And keep close. We don't want to get lost." The two hobbits pushed their way through the bushes, stepping onto the narrow, winding trail. The air grew cooler as the trees closed in around them, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into scattered patches of gold. The path twisted and turned, leading them deeper into the woods, where the sounds of Hobbiton faded into silence. After some time they came upon a clearing, and at its center stood a peculiar sight. A moss-covered stone archway, its surface etched with strange runes that seemed to shimmer faintly in the dappled light. Frodo and Bilbo exchanged a glance, their mutual astonishment plain. "Have you ever seen anything like this?" Frodo asked, stepping closer to the arch. Bilbo shook his head. "No, never. But those runes, they look old. Older than anything in the Shire." Frodo reached out to touch the stone, but Bilbo caught his arm. "Careful," he said. "We don't know what it is, or what it might do." Just then, a low, melodic hum filled the air, seeming to emanate from the arch itself. The runes glowed brighter, their light pulsating in a rhythm that matched the hum. Frodo and Bilbo stepped back, their hearts pounding as the clearing was bathed in an otherworldly light. Before either of them could speak, the glow intensified, and the air around the arch shimmered like water. A moment later, the light dimmed, and standing beneath the archway was a figure cloaked in gray. The figure's face was obscured by a hood, but their presence was unmistakably commanding. "Greetings, travelers," the figure said, their voice deep and resonant. "You have stumbled upon something most rare and ancient, a gateway to paths long forgotten." Bilbo and Frodo stared, speechless. The figure stepped forward, lowering their hood to reveal the face of an elderly man with piercing blue eyes and a long white beard. "Gandalf!" Bilbo exclaimed, relief and joy washing over him. "What are you doing here?" Gandalf smiled, though his expression was tinged with seriousness. "Ah, Bilbo, Frodo, how fortunate that I should find you here. Or perhaps it is not fortune, but fate. This gateway is no ordinary arch. It is a remnant of a time when the world was young, a passage to places beyond imagining." Frodo's curiosity burned brighter than ever. "What kind of places?" he asked. "Places of great beauty and great peril," Gandalf replied. "The paths it leads to were sealed long ago, to protect what lies beyond. But it seems the gateway has stirred again. and that can only mean one thing. Something, or someone, has awakened it. Bilbo frowned. Awakened it? For what purpose? That, Gandalf said, his tone grave, is what we must discover. But I warn you, the path ahead is not for the faint of heart. It will test your courage and your resolve. Frodo looked at Bilbo, his expression a mix of excitement and trepidation. What do you think, Uncle? Bilbo hesitated, the weight of his years and his past adventures pressing heavily on him. Yet, as he looked at Frodo, he saw a spark of the same spirit that had once driven him to step out of the Shire and into the unknown. I think, Bilbo said slowly, that we have a choice to make. And if we're to choose, we should do so together. Gandalf nodded, his eyes gleaming. Then let us not delay. The gateway will not remain open forever, and the longer we wait, the greater the risk. And so, with the ancient archway glowing before them, and Gandalf as their guide, Bilbo and Frodo stepped forward, their hearts filled with both fear and anticipation. The Shire, with all its comforts and certainties, faded into the background as they crossed the threshold into a world of mystery, danger, and adventure. The light from the archway faded slowly, leaving the clearing in a twilight haze. Bilbo and Frodo stood close together, their hearts thudding in their chests as they looked around. The forest they had entered was unlike anything they had seen before. The trees here were ancient, their gnarled trunks twisting skyward as though straining toward the heavens. A strange mist lingered, weaving between the roots and low-hanging branches, giving the air an otherworldly glow. It was a place both beautiful and foreboding, where time seemed to stand still. Well, Bilbo muttered, adjusting his waistcoat and clearing his throat. This is certainly not the Shire anymore. Frodo, standing at his side, clutched his walking stick tightly. Where are we, Gandalf? He asked, his voice steadier than he felt. The wizard, standing a few steps ahead, gazed into the mist with a faraway look in his piercing blue eyes. This, Gandalf said slowly, is a place that predates even the oldest of tales, a remnant of a forgotten age. It was once known as Eren Tathar, the Forest of Echoes. Few have ever walked its paths, and fewer still have returned to tell the tale. Bilbo's brows furrowed. That's not exactly reassuring, Gandalf. Why would the archway lead us here, of all places? Because, Gandalf replied, his tone grave, this forest guards secrets. Secrets that someone, or something, seeks to uncover. The archway reawakening is no coincidence. A force older and darker than we can imagine stirs beneath this world, and I fear it is no accident that it chose to reveal itself to you, Bilbo and Frodo. Frodo's grip tightened on his walking stick. Why us? Gandalf turned to face them, his expression softening. Because the smallest of folk often find themselves at the heart of the greatest stories. It was no accident that you stumbled upon the gateway, Frodo, and it was no accident that Bilbo once carried the burden of the One Ring. Fate weaves a tapestry we cannot always understand. But one thing is certain. We have a purpose here. Bilbo frowned, his gaze darting to the misty expanse before them. He had sworn off adventures after his journey to the Lonely Mountain, content to live out his days in the peace and quiet of Bag End. Yet here he was again, standing on the precipice of the unknown. A part of him longed to turn back, to return to the warmth of the Shire and the comfort of his books and tea. But another part of him, the part that had once answered Gandalf's call to adventure, stirred to life. "Very well," Bilbo said at last, squaring his shoulders. "If we've a purpose here, let's not waste time standing about. Where to next?" Gandalf smiled faintly, his expression a mix of pride and solemnity. "The heart of the forest," he said, pointing to a narrow, winding path that disappeared into the mist. "That is where we will find answers." The three set off, the eerie silence of the forest broken only by the crunch of leaves and twigs beneath their feet. Frodo walked close to Bilbo, his eyes darting nervously between the shadowy trees. Gandalf led the way, his staff glowing faintly with a soft, golden light that illuminated their path. The mist seemed to part for him, as though the forest recognized his presence and grudgingly allowed them passage. As they walked, the air grew cooler and the shadows deeper. The trees seemed to whisper, their leaves rustling with voices that spoke in a language too ancient to understand. Frodo shivered, his imagination conjuring shapes in the darkness, shapes that slithered and lurked just beyond the edges of their light. "Does anyone else feel like we're being watched?" Frodo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Bilbo glanced over his shoulder, his own nerves fraying. "Don't say such things, Frodo. You'll put thoughts in my head I'd rather not have." Gandalf paused, his staff held aloft as he scanned their surroundings. His sharp eyes seemed to pierce through the mist, and for a moment he was silent. Then he spoke, his voice low and commanding. "We are not alone." Both hobbits froze, their hearts racing. "What do you mean, not alone?" Bilbo asked, his voice trembling. Before Gandalf could answer, a low growl echoed through the forest, reverberating through the trees like the rumble of distant thunder. Frodo's blood ran cold as a pair of glowing eyes appeared in the darkness, followed by another, and then another. The growls grew louder, and soon the shadows shifted, revealing the shapes of creatures unlike anything they had ever seen. Wolves, larger than any found in the Shire, emerged from the mist, their fur dark as night, and their eyes burning like embers. Their teeth gleamed in the dim light, and their growls were deep and menacing. They circled the trio, their movements predatory and calculating. "Stay behind me," Gandalf said sharply, positioning himself between the hobbits and the wolves. He raised his staff, and the golden light flared, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The wolves hesitated, snarling as the light washed over them, but they did not retreat. "Frodo," Bilbo whispered, his voice barely audible. "Stay close to me." Frodo nodded, gripping his walking stick tightly. His heart pounded in his chest, but he refused to let fear paralyze him. He had heard stories of courage from Bilbo, stories of standing firm in the face of danger, and now he clung to those tales like a lifeline. Gandalf's voice rang out, clear and powerful. "Begone, creatures of shadow. You have no place here." The largest of the wolves, a hulking beast with a scar running down its muzzle, stepped forward, its growl rising to a snarl. It lunged, its claws outstretched, and for a moment, time seemed to slow. Gandalf brought his staff down with a resounding crack, and a wave of light erupted from its tip, blinding the wolves and sending them scattering into the darkness. The air hummed with power, and for a brief moment, the forest was silent once more. The hobbits stood frozen, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. Gandalf lowered his staff, his expression grim. "This is only the beginning," he said. "The forest is testing us, and the trials will only grow more dangerous from here." Bilbo swallowed hard, his resolve wavering. "Do you think they'll come back?" Gandalf shook his head. "Not those wolves, but others will. We must press on." The trio continued their journey, their steps quickened by the lingering fear of the encounter. The path grew narrower, the mist thicker, and the whispers of the forest louder. Yet, through it all, they pressed forward, driven by the knowledge that the answers they sought lay ahead. And as the forest closed in around them, its secrets waiting to be revealed, the hobbits and their wizard guide embarked on a journey that would test their courage, their strength, and their very bond. For the Forest of Echoes was a place of both wonder and peril, and its heart held truths that would change their lives forever. The deeper they ventured into the Forest of Echoes, the stranger the world around them became. The mist thickened, curling around the trees like ghostly tendrils. The ground was soft underfoot, littered with moss and fallen leaves that muffled their steps. The air was heavy, with an otherworldly stillness, broken only by the faint rustling of leaves and the occasional whisper-like hum that seemed to come from nowhere. Frodo walked close beside Bilbo, clutching his walking stick, as though it were the only thing anchoring him to reality. "Do you think those wolves will come back?" he asked quietly, glancing over his shoulder. "I hope not," Bilbo replied, though his tone lacked conviction. His eyes darted from shadow to shadow, his heart still pounding from their earlier encounter. "Gandalf handled them well enough, but I wouldn't fancy running into them again. Or anything worse." "Something worse?" Frodo asked, his voice rising slightly in alarm. "What could be worse than those wolves?" Gandalf, walking a few paces ahead, turned back to them. His staff glowed faintly, casting a warm light that pushed back the mist. "There are things older than wolves in this forest," he said, his voice low and measured. "Things that have not seen the light of the sun in many ages. The forest is alive in its own way, and it does not take kindly to intruders." Bilbo frowned. "Then why are we here, Gandalf? Surely there must be other ways to learn what we need to know." "There are not," Gandalf replied firmly. "The Forest of Echoes holds secrets that no other place in Middle-earth can reveal. If we are to understand why the gateway has awakened, we must press forward. The answers lie at the heart of the forest." The hobbits exchanged uneasy glances, but said nothing more. They trusted Gandalf, even if they did not always understand his methods. And so, they continued onward, the wizard's light guiding their path through the labyrinth of ancient trees. As they walked, the forest seemed to close in around them, the trees growing taller and more twisted. The runes on the trunks glowed faintly, their patterns shifting like living things. Frodo couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, though whenever he turned to look, he saw nothing but shadows. The trail began to slope downward, and the air grew colder. A faint sound reached their ears, a soft, melodic hum that seemed to come from deep within the earth. It was not unpleasant, but it sent a shiver down Frodo's spine. "What is that sound?" Frodo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Gandalf paused, his expression grave. "The forest speaks," he said. "It is trying to decide whether to let us pass." Bilbo shuddered. "And if it decides not to?" Gandalf did not answer, but his silence spoke volumes. At last, they emerged into a wide clearing. At its center stood an enormous tree, its trunk so wide that it would take 20 hobbits hand in hand to encircle it. Its branches stretched high into the sky, disappearing into the mist, and its bark was etched with runes that glowed brighter than any they had seen before. The melodic hum was louder here, emanating from the tree itself. "This," Gandalf said, his voice filled with awe, "is the heart of the forest." The hobbits stared in wonder. The tree seemed almost alive, its runes pulsing in rhythm with the hum. Frodo took a cautious step forward, but Gandalf held up a hand to stop him. "Be careful," the wizard warned. "The heart is ancient and powerful. It will not reveal its secrets lightly." As if in response, the hum grew louder, and the ground beneath their feet trembled. The runes on the tree flared, and a beam of light shot upward, piercing through the mist and illuminating the clearing. The air shimmered, and the light coalesced into a figure, a tall, ethereal being with flowing robes and eyes that glowed like the stars. The figure spoke, its voice resonating like the tolling of a great bell. "Who dares disturb the heart of the forest?" Gandalf stepped forward, bowing his head respectfully. "I am Gandalf the Grey, a servant of the Valar, and a guardian of Middle-earth. These are my companions, Bilbo and Frodo Baggins of the Shire. We mean no harm, but we seek answers." The figure's gaze turned to the hobbits, its eyes narrowing. "Hobbits," it said, its tone filled with both curiosity and disdain. "Small folk, far from home. Why have you come to this sacred place?" Bilbo hesitated, unsure of what to say. Frodo, however, stepped forward, his voice steady despite his fear. "We found a gateway in the woods," he said. "It brought us here. We didn't mean to intrude, but we need to know why the gateway appeared." The figure studied him for a long moment, its expression unreadable. At last, it spoke. "The gateway is a relic of a time long past, a time when the forces of light and shadow clashed for dominion over this world. It was sealed to protect the secrets it guards, but now it has awakened. This can only mean that the shadow stirs once more." Gandalf nodded grimly. "I feared as much. What must we do?" The figure's gaze turned to the tree, its light dimming slightly. The heart of the forest holds the knowledge you seek, but it will not give it freely. You must prove your worth." "And how do we do that?" Bilbo asked, his voice tinged with apprehension. The figure raised a hand, and the ground beneath their feet began to shift. Vines sprouted from the earth, weaving together to form a doorway at the base of the tree. Beyond the doorway, a dark passage descended into the earth, its depths illuminated by faintly glowing runes. "Enter the trial of the echoes," the figure said. "Face the challenges within, and if you succeed, the heart will reveal its secrets. But beware, the trial is not for the faint of heart. It will test your courage, your wisdom, and your strength of spirit." Bilbo swallowed hard, his palms clammy. "Well," he muttered, "this certainly isn't a stroll through the Shire." Frodo placed a reassuring hand on his uncle's shoulder. "We've come this far," he said. "We can't turn back now." Gandalf nodded, his staff glowing brighter. "Remember," he said, "we face this together. Trust in each other, and we will prevail." With that, the three stepped through the doorway, their hearts pounding as the passage swallowed them in darkness. The trial of the echoes awaited, and with it, the answers they sought, and the dangers they had yet to imagine. The passage within the great tree swallowed them in an all-encompassing darkness, save for the faint glow of Gandalf's staff and the soft luminescence of the runes lining the walls. The air was cool and damp, carrying with it the faint scent of earth, and something older, something ancient and unnameable. Each step echoed softly, as though the tree itself were listening. Frodo walked close to Bilbo, his grip on his walking stick tight. The narrow corridor ahead seemed endless, and though Gandalf's light illuminated their path, shadows danced on the edges of their vision, playing tricks on their minds. "What exactly is this trial, Gandalf?" Bilbo asked, his voice low and anxious. "And how do we know if we're ready for it?" Gandalf did not turn as he spoke, his tone calm but resolute. "The trial of the echoes is not a test of physical strength, Bilbo, though there may be dangers of that sort. It is a test of the heart and the mind. It will show us reflections of ourselves, our fears, our doubts, and our failures. To pass, we must confront them with courage and truth." Frodo frowned. "That sounds unsettling." "It is," Gandalf replied simply, "but it is also necessary." The passage began to widen, and the sound of their footsteps changed, growing softer as they stepped onto a surface covered in fine, silvery sand. The walls of the passage gave way to a vast chamber, its domed ceiling carved with intricate patterns that shimmered faintly in the light. At the center of the chamber stood 3 doorways, each framed by glowing runes, and flanked by towering statues of ancient figures cloaked in shadow. The 3 companions halted, their eyes drawn to the doorways. Each was identical in shape and size, but the runes above them were different, shifting and shimmering as though alive. "This must be the trial," Frodo said, his voice barely above a whisper. Gandalf stepped forward, studying the doorways carefully. "Indeed," he said. "Each doorway represents a path we must take, a challenge we must face. The heart of the forest will guide us, but we must choose wisely." "And if we choose wrong?" Bilbo asked, his voice tinged with worry. Gandalf turned to him, his expression grave. "Then the trial will end here." Bilbo swallowed hard, his palms sweaty. "Well, that's comforting." The three stood in silence for a moment, studying the doorways. The runes above the first doorway glowed red, pulsating with an almost fiery intensity. The second doorway was marked with blue runes, their light soft and cold, like the shimmer of moonlight on water. The third doorway bore golden runes, their light warm and steady, reminiscent of the sun at dawn. "It seems we must each take a separate path," Gandalf said at last, his tone heavy. "The trial will test us individually, but we must trust that our paths will lead us to the same end." "Separately?" Frodo asked, his voice rising in alarm. "But what if something happens? How will we find each other again?" "Have faith, Frodo," Gandalf said gently. "This trial is not meant to separate us permanently. Trust in yourself, and trust in the bond we share." Bilbo sighed, adjusting his waistcoat. "Well, I suppose there's no turning back now. Let's get this over with." Gandalf nodded, placing a hand on each hobbit's shoulder. "We will see each other again soon. Remember, no matter what you face, the answers lie within you." With that, Gandalf stepped through the golden doorway and disappeared, his staff's light fading into the distance. Frodo and Bilbo exchanged a glance, their apprehension clear. "Well," Bilbo said with forced cheer, "I suppose I'll take this one." He gestured toward the red doorway, the fiery runes reflecting in his eyes. "Good luck, Frodo." "And to you," Frodo replied, his voice steady despite the fear in his heart. As Bilbo stepped through the red doorway and vanished, Frodo turned to the blue doorway. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on his walking stick and stepped through. The air beyond the doorway was cool and damp, and the light of the runes faded as Frodo entered. He found himself standing on the edge of a vast, still lake, its surface like glass, reflecting the star-filled sky above. There was no sign of walls or ceilings, as though the chamber had transformed into an open expanse of night. Frodo hesitated, his eyes scanning the horizon. He could see no path forward, only the lake stretching endlessly before him. As he stepped closer to the water's edge, a voice echoed softly through the air. "Frodo Baggins," the voice said, low and melodic. "What do you seek?" Frodo turned, but there was no one there. "I seek answers," he said, his voice trembling slightly. "About the gateway, and why it has awakened." The voice was silent for a moment, then spoke again. "To find your answers, you must confront your greatest fear. Step into the lake, and let the waters reveal the truth." Frodo stared at the lake, his heart pounding. The water was dark and cold, its surface rippling faintly as though something stirred beneath. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, the water lapping at his feet. It was freezing, but he pressed on, wading deeper until the water reached his chest. Suddenly, the surface of the lake shattered, and a figure rose before him, a shadowy reflection of himself, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. "Who are you?" Frodo demanded, his voice shaking. "I am your doubt," the reflection replied, its voice a mirror of his own. "I am the fear that whispers you are not strong enough, not brave enough. I am the voice that tells you to turn back, to leave the burden to others." Frodo's chest tightened, the reflection's words cutting deep. He had always doubted himself, always feared that he was not capable of the tasks placed before him. But as he stared into the reflection's glowing eyes, a spark of defiance ignited within him. "You're wrong," Frodo said, his voice steady. "I may have doubts, but I won't let them control me. I may be small, but I am not weak. I will face whatever lies ahead, no matter the cost." The reflection hesitated, its form flickering like a flame caught in the wind. Then, with a final ripple, it dissolved into the water, leaving Frodo standing alone. The lake grew still once more, and the voice returned. "You have passed this part of the trial," it said. "Continue forward, and the path will reveal itself." Bilbo's path led him into a chamber filled with fire and shadow. The air was hot and heavy, and the sound of crackling flames echoed all around him. At the center of the chamber stood a massive stone pedestal, and upon it rested a golden ring. As Bilbo approached the pedestal, his heart sank. The ring was not just any ring. It was the ring, the one he had carried for so many years. Its surface glinted in the firelight, and as he stared at it, he felt its pull, its whispering voice calling to him once more. "Bilbo Baggins," a voice said, deep and commanding. "You have carried this burden before. Do you still crave its power?" Bilbo's hands trembled as he reached for the ring, then stopped. The memories of his journey, of the ring's hold over him, flooded his mind. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. "No," he said firmly. "I have no desire for the ring. Its power is a curse, not a gift. I am free of it now, and I will not be bound by it again." The fire around him roared, then dimmed, the chamber cooling as the voice spoke again. "You have faced your temptation and overcome it. The path forward is open." As both hobbits emerged from their trials, they found Gandalf waiting for them in another chamber, his expression proud. "You have faced yourselves and prevailed," he said. "The heart of the forest is satisfied. Now, the final truth will be revealed." The chamber trembled, and the air grew heavy with anticipation. The heart of the forest was about to reveal its secrets, and with them, the true purpose of their journey. The chamber trembled as the heart of the forest began to reveal its ancient secrets. The glowing runes along the walls flared to life, casting a warm, golden light that bathed the three companions in its brilliance. Frodo and Bilbo stood side by side, their hearts pounding as they watched the great tree before them pulse with a life of its own. Gandalf, ever steady, leaned on his staff, his sharp eyes scanning the shifting patterns of light and shadow. Suddenly, the melodic hum they had heard earlier grew louder, filling the chamber with a resonance that seemed to reach into their very souls. From the base of the tree, the same ethereal figure they had seen in the clearing began to take shape. Its star-like eyes glimmered with ancient wisdom as it spoke. You have faced the trials of the echoes, the figure said, its voice deep and resonant. You have proven your courage, your resolve, and your worth. Now, the heart of the forest shall grant you the truth you seek. The golden light coalesced into a series of images, floating in the air like memories etched in time. Frodo and Bilbo watched in awe as the scenes unfolded before them. The first image was of a time long before the Shire, before the kingdoms of men or the dominion of elves. The land was wild and untamed, ruled by forces both light and dark. At the center of this ancient world stood the gateway, a shimmering archway much like the one they had discovered in the Shire. The gateway, the figure explained, was not built by mortal hands. It was forged by the Ainur, the first beings shaped by Eru Ilúvatar, to serve as a passage between the physical world and the timeless halls beyond. It was a bridge of knowledge and power, meant to unite the realms. The image shifted, showing the gateway glowing with radiant energy, as beings of great beauty and might passed through it. Yet, as the vision continued, the light began to waver, dimmed by shadows that crept across the land. But the gateway's power drew the attention of those who sought to dominate, not unite, the figure continued. Dark forces corrupted its purpose, using it to bring forth creatures of shadow and despair. To prevent further destruction, the gateway was sealed, its location hidden, and its existence forgotten by all but the most ancient of beings. The image faded, leaving the companions in stunned silence. The next vision showed the Shire, peaceful and untouched as it had been for generations. Yet, beneath its serene hills and quiet woods, something stirred, a faint pulse of light that grew stronger with each passing moment. The gateway has begun to awaken, the figure said, its tone heavy with warning. Its seal, weakened by the passage of time and the dark forces that still linger in the world, has started to break. If it is fully opened, the ancient shadows it once unleashed will return, bringing ruin to all. Frodo's breath caught in his throat. Then we have to stop it, he said, his voice trembling. We can't let that happen. You cannot stop it alone, the figure replied. The gateway's power is vast, and its seal can only be reforged by those with the strength and wisdom to face its trials. The light shifted again, this time focusing on Frodo and Bilbo. The figure's gaze softened as it spoke directly to them. You, hobbits of the Shire, are small in stature, but great in spirit. It is no accident that the gateway revealed itself to you. The strength of your hearts, untainted by greed or ambition, is what the seal requires to be restored. Bilbo's eyes widened. Us? But we're just hobbits. Surely there are others. Wizards, elves, or even dwarves, better suited to this task. The figure smiled faintly. It is precisely because you are hobbits that you were chosen. The smallest hands often shape the greatest destinies. Your courage and purity of heart are what the gateway's seal requires. If you fail, the darkness will return, and the Shire, indeed, all of Middle-earth, will be consumed. Frodo stepped forward, determination shining in his eyes. What must we do? The figure raised its hand, and a beam of light shot from the heart of the forest to the ceiling of the chamber. A doorway appeared, glowing with golden runes that pulsed in time with the tree's heartbeat. "Beyond this doorway lies the gateway," the figure said. "To reforge the seal, you must each place a piece of yourselves into it. Your courage, your hope, and your love for the Shire. It will test you one final time, but if your hearts are true, the gateway will close, and the shadows will be banished." Bilbo glanced at Frodo, his expression a mixture of fear and resolve. "Well, my boy," he said, forcing a smile, "I suppose we've faced worse, haven't we?" "Maybe," Frodo replied, his grip tightening on his walking stick. "But I don't think we've faced anything quite like this." Gandalf placed a hand on each hobbit's shoulder, his expression filled with both pride and concern. "You have already shown great courage," he said. "Trust in yourselves and in each other. I will remain here, guarding the heart, but know that my thoughts are with you." With a deep breath, Bilbo and Frodo stepped through the glowing doorway, their hearts pounding as the light enveloped them. The air beyond the doorway was alive with energy, crackling like a storm on the horizon. The gateway stood before them, its archway shimmering with a light that seemed to pulse with both life and menace. The runes along its surface glowed faintly, their patterns shifting like the currents of a river. As the hobbits approached, the gateway began to hum, its sound resonating deep within their chests. A voice, soft and melodic, echoed through the chamber. "Who stands before the gateway?" it asked. "Bilbo and Frodo Baggins of the Shire," Frodo replied, his voice steady despite the fear in his heart. "We've come to reforge the seal and protect Middle-earth." The gateway's light flared, and two beams of energy shot toward the hobbits, enveloping them in a warm, golden glow. Images flashed before their eyes, memories of the Shire, of Bag End, of the quiet, simple joys they held most dear. "Do you offer your hearts to protect this world?" the voice asked. "Yes," Frodo said without hesitation. "Yes," Bilbo echoed, his voice firm. The light intensified, and the hobbits felt a surge of warmth as their love for the Shire, their courage, and their hope flowed into the gateway. The runes flared brightly, and the hum grew to a crescendo. Then, with a final burst of light, the gateway began to close. The shimmering archway dissolved into golden dust, which swirled around the chamber before settling into the earth. The energy in the air faded, leaving behind a profound stillness. When Bilbo and Frodo stepped back into the heart of the forest, they found Gandalf waiting for them, his expression one of deep relief. "You did it," the wizard said, his voice filled with pride. "The gateway is sealed once more, and the Shire is safe." Bilbo let out a shaky breath, his knees weak. "Well, that was something." Frodo smiled faintly, his eyes shining with both exhaustion and triumph. "We did it together." As the heart of the forest dimmed and the ethereal figure faded into the tree, the companions began their journey back to the Shire. The forest seemed lighter now, its shadows less oppressive, as though it, too, was at peace. and though Bilbo and Frodo would never forget the trials they had faced, they returned to their quiet lives in Hobbiton with a deeper appreciation for the simple joys of home. For even in the face of great danger, it was their love for the Shire and for each other that had carried them through. The wind howled through the jagged peaks of the misty mountains, carrying with it the chill of a desolate winter. The icy air bit through layers of thick wool and leather, but the lone figure trudging through the narrow mountain pass paid it little mind. His sturdy boots crunched against the snow-covered rock as his breath came in visible puffs of steam. He was Garin, a dwarf of no renown, wandering far from the halls of his kin. It had been years since Garin had left Erebor, the Lonely Mountain, seeking solitude after the loss of his family in the Battle of the Five Armies. While the fires of war had been extinguished, the embers of his grief still burned fiercely within him. He had turned his back on the golden halls, the echoing songs of his kin, and the warmth of the hearths. Now, he sought something more elusive, peace. But the mountains had given him no solace. Instead, they had given him whispers, whispers of a cavern, a hidden place, lost to time, said to house treasures that would rival even Smaug's hoard. It was an old tale, passed down among wandering dwarves, and Garin had heard it first from a drunken merchant in the foothills of the Blue Mountains. He had dismissed it at first, but the whispers returned, carried by travelers and vagabonds. Each tale painted the cavern as both wondrous and cursed. They spoke of jewels that glowed with their own light, weapons of unmatched craftsmanship, and a guardian, a shadow that stalked the depths, ancient and unyielding. Garin's journey had taken him through forgotten trails and treacherous paths, each step leading him closer to what he now believed might be his purpose. He had nothing left to lose, and the thought of uncovering something great, something meaningful, drove him forward. But the mountains were not kind to travelers. The paths were slick with ice, and the cliffs seemed to leer at him, daring him to falter. As night fell, Garin found a small alcove to rest. He set down his pack and gathered what little wood he could find for a fire. Sparks flew as his flint struck the tinder, and soon a small flame danced, casting flickering shadows against the stone walls. Garin's hand instinctively went to the axe at his side. It was old and worn, the blade nicked and dulled from years of use, but it was still his most trusted companion. He unslung it and placed it within arm's reach before leaning back against the wall. The fire crackled softly, its warmth seeping into his chilled bones. As he stared into the flames, his mind wandered to the stories of the cavern. Could it truly exist? And if it did, what would he find there? Riches? Glory? Or something darker? He closed his eyes, letting the questions swirl in his mind until sleep finally claimed him. The following day, Garin's journey brought him to a narrow gorge. The path was treacherous, the cliffs towering on either side like the jaws of some great beast. Snow fell steadily, blanketing the ground and muffling his footsteps. It was in this silence that he first felt it, the faint hum of something unnatural. Garin paused, his sharp eyes scanning the landscape. Ahead, half hidden by a curtain of snow, was an archway carved into the rock. It was ancient, the stone weathered and cracked, but the intricate runes etched into its surface still glowed faintly, as if imbued with a power that refused to fade. He approached cautiously, his hand resting on the hilt of his axe. The runes were written in an old dwarvish dialect, one that Garin could freely decipher. What he could read chilled him. Beware the shadow of greed. Despite the warning, Garin felt a pull, a compulsion to step through the archway. He took a deep breath and entered. The air inside was heavy, damp, and tinged with the metallic scent of stone and something else, something ancient. The faint glow of the runes outside was replaced by the soft shimmer of gemstones embedded in the walls, casting the cavern in hues of blue and green. Garin's breath caught in his throat. He had never seen anything like it. The chamber was vast, its ceiling stretching high above him, disappearing into the darkness. Stalactites dripped water into shallow pools that reflected the gemstone light like mirrors. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, and upon it, a single object glinted, a small, ornate chest. Garin's instincts screamed caution, but curiosity won out. He approached the chest slowly, each step echoing through the cavern. The closer he got, the more he felt the weight of unseen eyes watching him. His fingers brushed against the lid, and for a moment he hesitated. Then, summoning his courage, he opened it. Inside was a golden key, its surface etched with the same glowing runes as the archway outside. As he picked it up, the ground beneath him trembled. A low growl echoed through the chamber, sending a chill down his spine. Garin spun around, his axe at the ready. From the shadows at the edge of the chamber, a pair of glowing eyes emerged. The creature that stepped forward was unlike anything he had ever seen. It was massive, its form shifting between solid and shadow, its movements fluid yet deliberate. It resembled a great beast, but its features were indistinct, as if it were not fully part of this world. "You dare disturb the treasures of the mountain?" A deep, guttural voice rumbled, seeming to come from the creature and the walls themselves. Garin tightened his grip on his axe. "I seek no harm," he said, his voice steady despite the fear coursing through him. "I seek answers." The creature circled him slowly, its glowing eyes never leaving his. "Answers come at a price," it growled, "and greed carries a heavy cost." Garin felt the weight of the key in his hand. He knew this was a test, but of what, he could not yet say. "I am no thief," he said. "If I have taken what is not mine, I will return it." The creature paused, its glowing eyes narrowing. "You speak truth," it said after a long moment. "But the path ahead is not for the faint of heart. Prove your worth, or be consumed by the shadow." With that, the creature retreated into the darkness, leaving Garin alone in the chamber. His heart pounded in his chest, but his resolve was firm. He had come too far to turn back now. Clutching the key, he stepped toward the next passage, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The air grew heavier as Garin ventured deeper into the mountain. The passage ahead was narrow, its jagged walls closing in like the teeth of some ancient beast. Each step echoed ominously, the sound bouncing through unseen caverns. The faint shimmer of gemstones embedded in the stone walls provided just enough light to guide his path. His grip on the golden key tightened as he pressed forward, wary of the shadowy guardian's words. "Prove your worth, or be consumed by the shadow." The words lingered in his mind, a haunting reminder of the trials that lay ahead. Yet Garen's resolve did not waver. The whispers of treasure, of legacy, of something greater than himself, pulled him forward like an invisible tether. The passage opened into another chamber, smaller than the first, but no less magnificent. The walls here shimmered like polished mirrors, reflecting the faint glow of the gemstones scattered throughout. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, similar to the one in the first chamber, but this one bore an inscription carved into its surface. Garen approached cautiously, his eyes scanning the room for any signs of movement. The inscription glowed faintly as he neared, written in ancient Dwarvish. "The heart of a dwarf is weighed not by gold, but by the measure of his deeds." A small compartment on the pedestal slid open with a soft click, revealing another object, an intricately crafted dwarven gauntlet. Its surface was etched with runes, each glowing faintly with a golden hue. Garen hesitated before picking it up, his instincts screaming caution. As his fingers closed around the gauntlet, the chamber came alive. The mirrored walls began to ripple like water, distorting his reflection. Garen stepped back, his heart pounding as the room was suddenly filled with countless versions of himself, each staring back at him with cold, calculating eyes. One reflection stepped forward, its form solidifying into a dark doppelganger of Garen. Its eyes gleamed with greed, and its voice echoed with malice. "You seek the treasures of the mountain, yet you abandon your kin and your halls." The doppelganger sneered. "What makes you worthy, Garen of Erebor? What have you done but run from your pain?" Garen tightened his grip on his axe, anger bubbling beneath the surface. "I left because I had nothing left," he retorted, his voice steady despite the rising tension. "But I am here to prove my worth, not to you, but to myself." The doppelganger laughed, a hollow, echoing sound that filled the chamber. "Prove your worth? You seek gold and glory, nothing more. You are no different from the countless others who have come before you, lured by the promise of treasure." Garen took a step forward, his axe raised. "I seek something greater than gold," he said firmly, "and I will not be judged by a shadow." The doppelganger lunged, its axe mirroring Garen's own. The two clashed in the center of the chamber, their weapons ringing out like thunder. Garen fought with all his strength, his movements fueled by a determination he hadn't felt in years. But the doppelganger was relentless, matching his every strike with equal force. As the battle raged, Garen realized the truth of the trial. The doppelganger wasn't just a shadow. It was a manifestation of his own doubts, his own fears. To defeat it, he would have to confront the parts of himself he had long tried to bury. "You are not real," Garen shouted, his voice echoing through the chamber. "You are nothing but a reflection of my weakness." With a final powerful swing, Garen's axe struck true. The doppelganger shattered like glass, its fragments scattering across the chamber before fading into nothingness. The room fell silent once more, the rippling walls returning to their still, reflective state. Garin stood there, breathing heavily, his axe still raised. The gauntlet in his other hand pulsed with a faint warmth, as if acknowledging his victory. Slowly, he lowered his weapon and turned back to the pedestal. The inscription glowed brighter now, and the faint outline of another passage appeared on the far side of the chamber. The new passage was steep and winding, the air growing colder with each step. The light of the gemstones dimmed, leaving Garin to rely on the faint glow of the gauntlet to guide his way. He could feel the weight of the mountain pressing down on him, the silence oppressive and unyielding. As he descended, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. The Guardian's presence was faint, but undeniable, a shadow lurking just beyond the edge of his vision. Finally, the passage leveled out, opening into a vast cavern, unlike anything Garin had seen before. The walls were studded with gemstones of every color, their light reflecting off the crystal-clear pool of water that filled the center of the room. At the far end of the cavern stood a massive stone door, its surface covered in intricate carvings. The door bore an inscription similar to the one in the previous chamber. "The greatest treasure lies not in gold, but in the bonds we forge." Garin approached the door cautiously, his eyes scanning the room for any signs of danger. The pool of water was unnervingly still, its surface like glass. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting beneath it. As he reached the door, a low growl echoed through the cavern. Garin spun around, his axe at the ready, as the water began to ripple. Slowly, a massive form emerged from the depths, a creature made of shadow and stone, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. "You have come far, dwarf," the creature rumbled, its voice shaking the very walls of the cavern. "But the final trial awaits. Only those who understand the true value of what they seek may pass." Garin tightened his grip on his axe, his heart pounding in his chest. The creature loomed over him, its massive form casting a shadow that seemed to swallow the cavern whole. "I seek not gold, but purpose," Garin said, his voice steady despite the fear coursing through him. "I seek to prove that I am more than my past, more than my failures." The creature regarded him silently for a moment, before stepping aside, revealing the door behind it. "Then prove it," it said simply. "Step through and face the truth." Garin hesitated only for a moment before stepping forward, the golden key in his hand. As he approached the door, the carvings began to glow, the runes coming to life with a soft hum. He placed the key into the lock, and with a deep, resonating click, the door began to open. The light that spilled forth was blinding, and Garin had to shield his eyes as he stepped through. He didn't know what awaited him on the other side, but he knew one thing for certain. His journey was far from over. The blinding light faded as Garin stepped through the great stone doorway. Beyond it lay a vast cavern, unlike anything he had encountered so far. The air was thick with an almost electric energy, and the walls of the cavern shimmered as if laced with starlight. At the center of the room, a massive altar carved from black stone stood, its surface glowing faintly with ancient runes. Resting atop the altar was a crown, simple, yet impossibly beautiful, forged from a metal that seemed to shimmer and shift in color like the aurora borealis. But Garen's attention was drawn to the figure standing near the altar. It was the Guardian, now fully materialized, its form no longer just a shadow, but a solid presence. The Guardian wore a cloak of midnight black, its eyes glowing with the same intensity as the runes on the altar. In one hand, it held a staff topped with a shard of pure crystal, while the other hand gestured for Garen to approach. "You have come far," the Guardian said, its voice resonating through the cavern like a distant drumbeat. "You have faced your fears, resisted temptation, and proven your worth. But your final challenge lies ahead." Garen stepped closer, his axe still in hand, though he doubted it would be of much use here. "What is this challenge?" he asked, his voice echoing in the vast emptiness of the cavern. The Guardian gestured to the crown. "This is the crown of the Forgotten Kings," it said. "Forged in an age when dwarves ruled not just the mountains, but the lands beyond. It carries the weight of their legacy, their ambition, and their downfall. To claim it is to bear the responsibility of their history." Garen frowned, his grip tightening on his axe. "I did not come here for a crown," he said. "I came to find something greater, a purpose." The Guardian nodded slowly. "And you shall have it. But the crown is more than an artifact. It is a symbol of what you seek: leadership, responsibility, and the courage to face the unknown." Before Garen could respond, the cavern began to shift. Shadows emerged from the walls, coalescing into the forms of ancient dwarves. Their faces were stern, their eyes glowing like molten gold. They surrounded Garen, their presence oppressive and unnerving. "You stand before the Council of Shadows," the Guardian intoned. "Each of these spirits represents a king of old, rulers who once wore the crown. To claim it, you must convince them that you are worthy." Garen's heart pounded as the spirits stepped closer, their forms flickering like candle flames. One of them spoke, its voice a harsh whisper. "You abandoned your people. You turned your back on your kin. What makes you think you deserve to bear the legacy of the dwarves?" Another spirit spoke, its tone cold and accusing. "You seek purpose, yet you carry only grief and regret. How can you lead others when you cannot even lead yourself?" Garen felt their words like blows, each one striking deep, but instead of faltering, he stood taller. "I left because I thought I had lost everything," he said, his voice steady. "But in my journey, I have learned that what I lost does not define me. My strength lies in what I can still build, in the bonds I can forge." The spirits murmured among themselves, their voices a chorus of whispers. Finally, the Guardian raised its staff, silencing them. "You speak of bonds, yet you walk alone," it said. "What makes you believe you can rebuild what has been broken?" Garen hesitated, the weight of the question pressing down on him. "Because I have seen the cost of isolation," he said finally. "I have felt the emptiness it brings. If I can carry even a fraction of the burden my ancestors bore, then perhaps I can honor their memory by ensuring no one else has to bear it alone." The cavern grew silent, the shadows retreating slightly, as the spirits regarded Garen with a mixture of curiosity, and approval. The guardian stepped forward, its glowing eyes fixed on him. "You have faced your fears and spoken the truth of your heart. But the choice is still yours. Will you take the crown and all that it entails, or will you leave this place as you are?" Garin looked at the crown, its shimmering surface almost hypnotic. He thought of his people, of the legacy of the dwarves, and of the sacrifices his ancestors had made. Slowly, he lowered his axe and stepped forward, his hand reaching out for the crown. As his fingers brushed the metal, a surge of warmth spread through him, not physical, but deeply emotional. Memories flooded his mind, not just his own, but those of the dwarves who had come before him. Their struggles, their triumphs, their sacrifices. They were all there, a tapestry of history woven into the very fabric of the crown. Garin lifted the crown and placed it on his head. The moment he did, the cavern erupted in light, the shadows dissolving into nothingness. The spirits bowed their heads in unison before fading away, leaving Garin alone with the guardian. "You have chosen wisely," the guardian said, its voice softer now, almost reverent. "The crown does not make you a king, Garin. It is your actions that will define your rule." When Garin emerged from the mountain, the sun was rising over the misty mountains, painting the snow-covered peaks in hues of gold and crimson. He felt lighter, not because his burden had been lifted, but because he now carried it with purpose. The crown rested in his pack, a symbol not of power, but of responsibility. Garin knew his journey was far from over. He would return to Erebor, not as the broken man who had left it, but as someone ready to rebuild, to lead, and to honor the legacy of his people. As he descended the mountain, the wind carried a faint whisper, the echo of the guardian's parting words. "True kingship lies not in wealth or power, but in the strength to lift others when they fall." Garin smiled, the weight of his grief finally giving way to the hope of what lay ahead. For the first time in years, he felt truly at peace. The sun hovered low over the undulating hills of Valinor, casting its golden rays upon the radiant two trees, Telperion and Lorelin. Their celestial glow bathed the blessed realm in an ethereal light, illuminating the white towers of Tirion and the silver streams that wound through the verdant countryside. Yet, for all its beauty, Galadriel's heart was restless. Galadriel, daughter of Finarfin, stood at the edge of Alqualonde, her golden hair shimmering like sunlight upon water. She gazed across the sea, her thoughts as distant as the unseen shores beyond the horizon. The Teleri mariners sang songs of joy and homecoming, but Galadriel heard something else in the wind, a whisper of change, a call to adventure, and the promise of a future yet unwritten. She was not alone in her yearning. Her cousin, Finrod Felagund, approached with a smile that was both warm and knowing. "You linger here often, Galadriel. Do the shores of Aman not content you?" Galadriel turned to him, her piercing blue eyes betraying her inner turmoil. "Aman is beautiful, Finrod, and yet I feel the weight of its perfection. I long to see the lands beyond, to walk forests unmarked by valor hands, and to shape a world not yet shaped. Finrod's brow furrowed. The Valar have granted us peace and plenty. What more could one desire? Freedom, Galadriel said simply. To carve our own path, to discover what lies beyond the veil of the known. Their conversation was interrupted by the soft chiming of bells. A great council was being called in Tirion, and all of the Noldor were summoned. Finrod offered Galadriel his arm. "Perhaps the answers you seek lie there," he said, though his tone held skepticism. The grand hall of Tirion was filled with the noble lords and ladies of the Noldor. High King Finwë sat upon his throne, flanked by his sons Feanor, Fingolfin, and Finarfin. The tension in the air was palpable, for Feanor, the greatest craftsman of their kind, had summoned the council to unveil a creation that he claimed would rival even the light of the two trees. Galadriel stood beside her father, Finarfin, her gaze fixed upon Feanor. His brilliance was undeniable, but so too was his pride, a flame that burned too brightly and too close to the edge of ruin. With dramatic flair, Feanor unveiled the Silmarils. 3 perfect jewels, each capturing the light of Telperion and Lorelin, glowed with an inner fire that seemed to pulse with life itself. Gasps of awe rippled through the hall. "These," Feanor declared, his voice ringing with conviction, "are the Silmarils, the greatest work of my hands. In them lies the light of the two trees, preserved for all eternity. They are the legacy of the Noldor, a testament to our craft and our will." Galadriel felt a shiver run through her as she gazed upon the jewels. They were beautiful, yes, but there was something unsettling about them, an aura of possessiveness that clung to Feanor like a shadow. Fingolfin, ever the diplomat, stepped forward. "Brother, your skill is unmatched, and the Silmarils are a wonder. But what purpose do they serve? What role shall they play in the lives of our people?" Feanor's smile was thin. Purpose. Must beauty have a purpose? These jewels are the pinnacle of our achievement, a reminder of what we are capable of. The hall fell silent, and Galadriel felt the weight of the unspoken tension. She sensed that the Silmarils would become a point of contention, a source of division, rather than unity. That night, as the stars of Varda twinkled above Tirion, Galadriel found herself wandering the gardens of her father's house. Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft voice. "Galadriel." She turned to see Melian, the Maya, standing beneath an ancient oak. Though Melian rarely left the forests of Orome, she had come to Tirion for reasons she did not divulge. "Lady Melian," Galadriel said, bowing her head in respect. "What brings you to Tirion?" Melian's gaze was gentle but piercing. "I came to see you, daughter of Finarfin. The light of Aman shines brightly upon you, yet your heart looks to the shadows beyond." Galadriel frowned. "Do you mean to dissuade me from my path?" "No," Melian said, "for your path is your own to choose. But I bring a warning and a task. Darkness stirs in the far reaches of the world, in lands untouched by the light of the two trees. It seeks to corrupt, to claim that which does not belong to it." "What is this darkness?" Galadriel asked, her voice steady despite the unease in her heart. "It is an ancient malice, older than the Valar themselves," Melian said. "It stirs in the east, in a land called Cuiviénen, where the first elves awakened. You must go there, Galadriel, and ensure that its influence does not spread." Galadriel hesitated. "Why me?" "Because you have the courage to face it," Melian said simply, "and because the future of the Eldar may depend on your actions." Galadriel did not wait for the counsel of her family. She knew that Finarfin would caution patience, and that Feanor would mock her for chasing shadows. Instead, she confided in Finrod, whose adventurous spirit matched her own. "I will go with you," Finrod said without hesitation. "Whatever lies in Cuiviénen, we will face it together." Their departure was swift and quiet. With them went a small company of trusted companions, stalwart elves who shared their sense of duty. They traveled eastward, leaving behind the golden shores of Aman, and venturing into the wild lands that lay between Valinor and Middle-earth. The journey was arduous. They crossed treacherous mountains and vast plains, their path lit only by the stars. Yet Galadriel felt a sense of purpose that steadied her resolve. She knew that the answers she sought lay ahead, in the ancient woods of Cuiviénen. When they reached Cuiviénen, the air was heavy with an unnatural stillness. The trees, though tall and ancient, seemed to lean inward as if listening to secrets carried on the wind. The company set up camp near a crystalline lake, its surface reflecting the starlight like a mirror. That night, as the others slept, Galadriel wandered to the edge of the lake. There, she heard it, a faint whisper, like the rustling of leaves, but the words were clear. "Galadriel." She turned sharply, her hand going to the hilt of her blade. The voice came again, softer this time. "Galadriel, daughter of Finarfin, bearer of the light." From the shadows emerged a figure cloaked in darkness, its form indistinct, but its presence overwhelming. Galadriel stood her ground, her heart racing. "Who are you?" she demanded. The figure did not answer directly. Instead, it raised a hand, and the surface of the lake rippled. Within its depths, Galadriel saw visions, flashes of the future. She saw the Silmarils, burning brightly yet surrounded by death. She saw Middle-earth consumed by war and darkness. And she saw herself, standing against the tide, holding a light that could not be extinguished. The figure spoke again. "The choices you make here will shape the fate of your people. Will you face the darkness, or will you turn away?" Galadriel's grip on her blade tightened. "I will face it." The figure faded, leaving only the sound of the whispering woods. Galadriel returned to camp. Her resolve hardened. Whatever darkness lay ahead, she would confront it. For the light of the Eldar was not meant to fade. The dawn that broke over Cuiviénen was pale and cold, the sun struggling to pierce through the heavy mist that clung to the ancient forest. Galadriel stood at the edge of the camp, her gaze fixed on the still waters of the crystalline lake. The whispers from the previous night lingered in her mind, a haunting melody that refused to fade. She had not spoken of the apparition to anyone, not yet. It felt too fragile, too intimate to share with even Finrod. The camp stirred to life behind her. Finrod, ever the steady presence, approached with a quiet footfall. his golden hair catching what little sunlight broke through the canopy. His face was thoughtful as he placed a hand on Galadriel's shoulder. "You didn't sleep." "No," Galadriel admitted. "There is something about this place. Something that does not rest." Finrod followed her gaze to the lake, his brow furrowed. "Do you think it's connected to what we're searching for?" Galadriel nodded slowly. "It must be. The forest. It speaks, Finrod, not with words, but with whispers. And last night I saw something, a figure in the shadows." Finrod stiffened. "A threat?" "I don't know," Galadriel said, "but it spoke of choices, of the fate of our people. It showed me visions, war, darkness, the Silmarils." Finrod's expression darkened at the mention of the jewels. "Then, we must tread carefully. If this place holds such power, it will not give up its secrets easily." The company broke camp and ventured deeper into the forest, their path guided by the faint glimmers of starlight that filtered through the canopy. The trees grew denser, their twisted roots curling across the forest floor like the grasping hands of some ancient beast. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and moss, and the whispers grew louder, more insistent. It was not long before they encountered signs of something unnatural. Finrod, who was leading the group, stopped suddenly and knelt by a cluster of disturbed earth. He brushed away the leaves and soil to reveal a strange symbol carved into the ground. A spiral, surrounded by jagged lines. "What do you make of it?" Galadriel asked, kneeling beside him. Finrod traced the symbol with his fingers, his expression grave. "It's not Elvish, nor is it any script of the Valar, but it feels ancient, older than even Cuiviénen." "Could it be Morgoth's work?" one of their companions asked, his voice tinged with unease. Galadriel shook her head. "No. Morgoth's hand is heavy and cruel. This is more subtle, more patient." Finrod stood, his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Whatever it is, we must remain vigilant. If the forest is warning us, we would be wise to listen." As they pressed on, the whispers grew louder, coalescing into something almost like a song. It was haunting and beautiful, yet it carried an undercurrent of sorrow that set the elves on edge. Galadriel could feel it pulling at her, urging her to move faster, to uncover the truth hidden within the woods. The group came to a clearing where the trees parted to reveal a towering stone monolith, its surface etched with symbols similar to the one they had found earlier. At its base stood a figure, draped in a cloak of green and gold. Though the figure was humanoid, there was something otherworldly about them, an aura of timelessness that made the elves pause. "Welcome," the figure said, their voice melodic and layered, as if it carried the echoes of 1,000 voices. "You have come far, children of the Eldar?" Galadriel stepped forward, her hand resting lightly on the hilt of her blade. "Who are you?" "I am the Keeper," the figure replied. "This forest is my domain, and I have watched over it since the first stars were kindled." "The forest speaks of a darkness," Galadriel said, her tone measured. "A threat to our people. Is this why we were summoned?" The keeper tilted their head, as if considering her words. "The darkness you speak of is both within and without. It slumbers beneath the roots of the earth, waiting for the moment to rise. But it also dwells in the hearts of those who seek power without wisdom." Galadriel's gaze sharpened. "The Silmarils." The keeper's expression was unreadable. "The light of the Silmarils is a reflection of the two trees, but it is also a beacon to those who would use it for ill. The forest remembers their creation, and it remembers the blood that has been spilled for them." Finrod stepped forward. "If this darkness is connected to the Silmarils, then what must we do to stop it?" The keeper's gaze fell upon Galadriel. "There is a path, but it is not without cost. You must journey to the heart of the forest, where the roots of Cuiviénen grow deepest. There, you will find a relic of great power, a shard of the light that once filled the world." "A shard of the trees?" Galadriel asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded. "It is both a gift and a burden. To claim it is to bind yourself to the fate of this forest, to take on the weight of its memory and its pain. But it is the only way to ensure that the darkness does not consume what remains of the light." The company set out once more, guided by the keeper's instructions. The forest grew darker and more oppressive with each step, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. Galadriel could feel the weight of the keeper's words pressing upon her. The shard of light, what would it mean to claim such a relic? And what cost would it demand? As they approached the heart of the forest, the ground began to glow faintly, as if lit from beneath by some unseen source. The trees here were ancient beyond reckoning, their trunks twisted and gnarled, their roots forming a labyrinthine network that seemed to pulse with life. At last, they reached a cavern hidden beneath the roots of a massive tree. The entrance was marked by the same spiral symbol they had seen before, and the air was filled with a faint, golden glow. "This is it," Galadriel said, her voice steady despite the unease that gripped her. She turned to her companions. "Wait here. This is something I must face alone." Finrod looked as if he wanted to protest, but he nodded. "Be careful." Galadriel stepped into the cavern, her footsteps echoing in the silence. The golden light grew brighter as she descended, until she entered a chamber filled with crystalline formations that shimmered with the light of the two trees. At the center of the chamber was the shard, a fragment of pure light, suspended in the air as if held by unseen hands. Galadriel approached slowly, her heart pounding. As she reached out to touch it, the whispers returned, louder and more insistent. Images flashed before her eyes, visions of the future, of war and despair, but also of hope and unity. She saw herself standing against the darkness, a beacon of light in a world shrouded in shadow. The shard pulsed, and Galadriel felt its warmth envelop her. In that moment, she knew that her path was set. She would bear the shard, and with it, the fate of her people. As she emerged from the cavern, her companions looked at her with a mixture of awe and concern. The light of the shard seemed to radiate from within her, casting a soft glow that banished the shadows around them. "The trial is over," Galadriel said, her voice firm. but the journey has just begun. The light of the shard nestled against Galadriel's chest radiated warmth, yet its glow was tempered by a sense of foreboding that had settled over the company. As they retraced their steps through the dark forest of Cuivianen, the whispers of the trees seemed louder, more insistent. The shard's power had awakened something deep within the ancient woods, and Galadriel could feel it in every step. Finrod walked beside her, his gaze flickering between the glowing shard and the shadows that seemed to close in around them. "The Keeper said the shard is both a gift and a burden," he murmured. "Do you feel it? The weight of it?" Galadriel nodded, her fingers brushing against the shard. "It's more than a relic. It feels alive, as though it carries the memories of the trees themselves. The power is immense, but so is the responsibility." Behind them, the other elves moved in wary silence. The forest no longer felt like a sanctuary. The gnarled tree loomed like silent sentinels, their twisted branches casting eerie patterns on the forest floor. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, made them pause, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. The group stopped near a clearing to rest. The sky above was dark, the stars veiled by thick clouds that seemed unnaturally heavy. Galadriel sat apart from the others, her mind racing with questions. What exactly had she brought into the world by claiming the shard? And why had the Keeper spoken of the darkness so cryptically? As they prepared to move again, a low growl rippled through the air, freezing the company in place. From the shadows emerged a figure draped in a black cloak, their face obscured by a hood. The figure's presence was oppressive, as though the very air around them recoiled. "Who are you?" Finrod demanded, stepping in front of Galadriel. The figure chuckled, a sound that sent a chill through the company. "A guardian," the figure said, its voice smooth and cold. "Or perhaps a hunter. It depends on your perspective." The figure stepped closer, and Galadriel caught a glimpse of pale skin and sharp features beneath the hood. "You carry something that does not belong to you," the figure said, their gaze fixed on the shard. "Return it, and you may yet leave this forest alive." Galadriel's grip tightened on the shard. "This relic belongs to no one. It is a fragment of the trees, a light that must be preserved, not hidden away." "Preserved?" the figure echoed, their tone mocking. "You believe you can preserve it? The light of the trees was coveted by the greatest of the Valar, yet you think yourself worthy to wield it." "Enough," Finrod said, his sword gleaming as he drew it. "Who are you to judge us? Step aside, or we will make you." The figure tilted their head, a smile curling their lips. "You cannot fight the shadows, Elf Prince. They are older than your kind, older than the light you seek to protect." With a wave of hand, the shadows around them writhed and surged forward. The company drew their weapons, forming a defensive circle around Galadriel. The shadows took shape, twisting into monstrous forms with glowing eyes and claws that raked the air. Finrod and the others fought valiantly, their swords flashing as they cut through the creatures. But for every shadow they destroyed, another took its place. Galadriel stood at the center, the shard clutched in her hand. Its light flared, and the shadows recoiled, hissing as if burned. The figure in the cloak snarled, their composure slipping. You think the light will save you? It will only draw more to you. Then let them come, Galadriel said, her voice resonating with a power she hadn't known she possessed. She raised the shard high, and its light burst forth in a brilliant wave that washed over the clearing. The shadows disintegrated, their forms dissolving into the air. The cloaked figure staggered, their hood falling back to reveal a face twisted with anger. You have made an enemy this day, Galadriel of the Noldor. The light you carry will bring ruin to all who follow you. Before Galadriel could respond, the figure melted into the shadows and disappeared. The company stood in stunned silence, the clearing now bathed in the shard's gentle glow. Finrod sheathed his sword, his face grim. That was no ordinary enemy. Whoever they are, they will not stop until they have the shard. Galadriel nodded, her hand trembling as she lowered the shard. We've awakened something far greater than we anticipated. The Keeper's warnings were not idle words. One of their companions, a tall elf named Egner, stepped forward. We should leave the forest, take the shard far from Cuiviénen, where its light cannot be found. But where would we go? Another asked. The shadow will follow us, no matter where we hide. Finrod turned to Galadriel. What do you think? You are the bearer of the shard. The decision is yours. Galadriel hesitated, the weight of the shard pressing heavily on her heart. The vision she had seen in the cavern returned to her, of war and despair, but also of hope. The shard is more than a relic, she said finally. It is a beacon. If the darkness seeks it, then we must ensure that it does not fall into their hands. But to do so, we must uncover the truth behind its power. What do you mean? Finrod asked. The Keeper spoke of the shard's connection to the trees, Galadriel said. But there is more to this story. We must return to the Keeper and demand answers. The journey back to the Keeper's glade was fraught with tension. The shadows of the forest seemed darker, and the whispers now carried an edge of malice. The company moved quickly, their senses heightened, their weapons ready. When they reached the glade, the Keeper was waiting for them, their green and gold cloak shimmering in the light of the shard. Their expression was unreadable as they stepped forward. You have returned. We were attacked, Galadriel said, her voice firm. A figure in the shadows, claiming that the shard does not belong to us. They said it would bring ruin. The Keeper's gaze darkened. The one you encountered is a servant of an ancient force, a remnant of the darkness that once served Morgoth. They seek to extinguish the light, for it is the only thing they fear. Then why give us the shard? Finrod demanded. Why not keep it hidden, away from those who would misuse it? The Keeper's expression softened, and they looked at Galadriel with something like sorrow. Because the light of the shard is not meant to be hidden. It is meant to shine, to guide. But with that light comes great danger. The choice to bear it was always yours. Galadriel's grip on the shard tightened. Then guide us. Tell us what we must do to protect it. The Keeper nodded. The shard is a fragment of the tree's essence, but it is also a key. To what? I cannot say. That answer lies beyond the forest, in the lands where the shadows first rose. Galadriel exchanged a glance with Finrod, her resolve hardening. Then that is where we will go. The shard's power must not fall into the hands of the enemy. The keeper stepped aside, their expression solemn. "May the light guide you, Galadriel, and may you find the strength to face the darkness." As the company prepared to leave the forest, Galadriel felt the weight of the shard grow heavier. The journey ahead would be perilous, but she knew that the light she carried was their only hope, and she would protect it, no matter the cost. The company emerged from the dense woods of Cuivianen as dawn began to touch the horizon, but the light brought no relief. The air was thick with tension, each step weighted by the danger that lingered in their minds. Galadriel led the group, her hand resting on the shard beneath her cloak. Its warmth was a constant reminder of the light they carried, and the danger it invited. Behind her, Finrod surveyed the landscape ahead. Rolling hills stretched into the distance, broken only by jagged ridges and patches of thick mist that clung stubbornly to the ground. "This path will lead us to the southern plains," he said. "Beyond that lies the valley of Garathyr." The keeper said our answers may lie where the shadows first rose. Galadriel nodded, her expression resolute. "We must move quickly. Every moment we linger, the enemy grows stronger." Egnor, walking beside them, glanced back at the others. The keeper's words spoke of ancient darkness. "Do you truly believe Morgoth's servants still linger in these lands?" "They do," Galadriel said firmly. "And they will not rest until the shard is theirs. But this light is not for them to extinguish." The group traveled for days, their journey marked by an eerie silence that hung over the land. They passed through abandoned villages, their once thriving fields now choked with weeds. The ruins of ancient elven settlements lay scattered, their crumbling walls a testament to battles long forgotten. As they reached the foothills of Garathyr, the mist thickened, wrapping around them like a shroud. The shard beneath Galadriel's cloak pulsed faintly, its light barely visible through the fabric. It felt restless, as though responding to an unseen presence. "It's too quiet," Egnor muttered, his hand on the hilt of his sword. "I don't like it." "Neither do I," Finrod replied, his eyes scanning the terrain. "Stay close, and keep your weapons ready." The words had barely left his mouth when a low, guttural growl echoed through the mist. The company froze, their hands tightening around their weapons. From the shadows emerged a pack of creatures unlike anything they had seen before. Their forms were twisted, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. They moved with unsettling speed, circling the group like predators closing in on their prey. "Hold your ground!" Finrod shouted, drawing his sword. The others followed suit, forming a defensive circle around Galadriel. The creatures lunged, their claws slashing through the air. The clash of steel and the cries of battle filled the misty valley as the elves fought with precision and skill. Galadriel stood at the center, her heart pounding as she gripped the shard. Its light began to intensify, pushing back the mist and driving the creatures into a frenzy. One of the creatures broke through the line, its claws reaching for Galadriel. She raised the shard instinctively, and its light flared in a blinding burst. The creature recoiled with a howl, its form dissolving into smoke. "The light!" Finrod called out. "They fear it. Use it." Galadriel stepped forward, holding the shard high. Its radiance grew, cutting through the mist like a blade. The creatures shrieked and scattered, their forms disintegrating as the light consumed them. When the battle was over, The company stood in the clearing, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. The mist began to dissipate, revealing the path ahead. "What were those things?" Aegner asked, his voice shaken. "Servants of the darkness," Galadriel said, her voice steady despite the fear that lingered in her chest. "They are drawn to the shard, but they cannot withstand its light." The company pressed on, reaching the valley of Garethir, as the sun dipped below the horizon. The valley was vast and desolate, its rocky terrain marked by deep fissures and jagged peaks. In the distance, they saw the ruins of an ancient fortress perched on a cliff, its silhouette stark against the darkening sky. "That must be it," Finrod said, his gaze fixed on the fortress. "If the shadows rose here, that place may hold the answers we seek." As they approached, the shard began to glow more intensely, its light casting long shadows across the valley. The fortress loomed closer, its crumbling walls etched with strange symbols that seemed to writhe in the dim light. Galadriel paused at the entrance, her hand brushing against the cold stone. "This place feels wrong," she said softly, "as if it remembers the darkness that once dwelled here." "Then let us uncover its secrets and be done with it," Finrod said, stepping past her. The group entered the fortress cautiously, their footsteps echoing through the empty halls. The air was heavy with the scent of decay, and the faint sound of whispers seemed to emanate from the walls. At the center of the fortress, they found a large chamber, illuminated by a faint, flickering light. In the middle of the room stood a pedestal, atop which rested an ancient tome bound in blackened leather. The shard's glow intensified, as though reacting to the tome's presence. "What is this?" Aegner asked, his voice hushed. Galadriel approached the pedestal, her eyes scanning the symbols etched into the tome. "It's a record," she said. "A history of the darkness that once consumed these lands. It speaks of Morgoth's servants, those who sought to wield the light of the trees for their own purposes." She opened the tome, her fingers tracing the faded script. "The shard is a fragment of that light," she continued. "But it is also a key. Morgoth's followers believed it could unlock a power greater than the trees themselves." "Do you believe it?" Finrod asked. Galadriel hesitated, the weight of the shard pressing heavily against her chest. "I don't know. But if it's true, we must ensure that this power does not fall into the wrong hands." As Galadriel closed the tome, a chill swept through the chamber, a sensation so cold it seemed to pierce the very air. The flickering light dimmed, and the whispers grew louder, no longer vague, but forming words in an ancient, guttural tongue. Her companions tensed, their hands moving instinctively toward their weapons. From the shadows of the chamber, a figure began to coalesce, not stepping forward as before, but materializing from the very darkness itself. The figure was taller than any elf, its form cloaked in an otherworldly blackness that seemed to absorb the surrounding light. "You seek answers that are not yours to claim," the figure said, its voice layered with echoes that resonated in the stone walls. Galadriel tightened her grip on the shard, feeling its warmth surge against the cold. "Who are you, servant of shadow? Speak your purpose." The figure tilted its head, a gesture almost mocking. "You speak as though you have authority here, Galadriel of the Noldor. But this place remembers more than you. It remembers betrayal, ambition, and despair. Do you not feel it? The chamber seemed to darken further, the shadows creeping closer to the company as though alive. Finrod stepped forward, his sword drawn, its blade glinting faintly in the dim light. "Stay where you are," he commanded, his voice steady. The figure ignored him, its gaze fixed solely on Galadriel. "You cannot comprehend the forces you toy with. That shard you clutch is a fragment of power, older than the trees, older than your kind. Its light may guide you, but it can also consume you." "It is neither for guiding nor consuming," Galadriel said firmly, stepping forward. "It is for preserving. Its power will not fall to darkness." The figure's form shifted, tendrils of shadow curling around its edges. "You speak of preservation, yet you bring it here, where the remnants of Morgoth's will still fester. Do you not see how your actions tempt the forces you claim to oppose?" Before Galadriel could respond, the shard in her hand began to glow fiercely, its light spilling out in jagged patterns that cut through the darkness like shards of glass. The figure recoiled slightly, though it did not retreat. "Your arrogance blinds you," the figure hissed. With a sweeping motion of its hand, the shadows in the room surged forward, not in attack, but in transformation. The walls of the chamber seemed to dissolve, replaced by scenes of a battlefield, a memory brought to life. The company found themselves standing in the midst of a great conflict, surrounded by warring elves and monstrous creatures of shadow. The cries of battle filled the air, and the ground beneath them trembled with the force of clashing weapons. "This is not real," Egnor said, his voice edged with disbelief. "It's an illusion." "Not an illusion," Galadriel corrected, her eyes scanning the scene. "A vision, a warning." The figure's voice echoed through the chaos, disembodied, but omnipresent. "This was the last time your kind sought to wield such light. Look at what it brought. Destruction, betrayal, ruin." As the vision played out, they saw an elf, his features obscured, but his aura unmistakably commanding, holding a shard similar to the one Galadriel now carried. He stood at the center of the battlefield, his light both a beacon and a weapon, driving back the darkness but also fracturing the unity of those who followed him. The more the shard's light grew, the more chaotic the battle became, until it consumed even those it was meant to protect. Galadriel's breath caught as the vision shifted, showing the elf succumbing to the light, his form dissolving into ash. The shard he had carried shattered, its pieces scattering into the void. The vision faded, and the company found themselves back in the chamber. The figure loomed once more, its form now more defined, as though drawing strength from their shaken resolve. "This is the fate you invite, by carrying that shard," the figure said, its voice softer now but no less chilling. "Do you still believe you can control it?" Galadriel stepped forward, her expression resolute despite the fear that lingered in her heart. "The light itself is not the danger. It is the intent of those who wield it. We do not seek power. We seek to protect." The figure laughed, the sound hollow and echoing. Your kind always believes they are different, but the light does not distinguish. It consumes all who dare to claim it. Turn back now, Galadriel, before you bring ruin upon yourself and those you love. Galadriel raised the shard, its light growing steadily brighter until it filled the chamber once more. The figure flinched, its form wavering as though struggling to maintain its shape. This light is not yours to claim, Galadriel said, her voice steady and commanding. Nor will it be used for destruction. It is a reminder of what was lost, and what must be preserved. The shard's light flared, driving back the shadows. The figure hissed in frustration, its form dissolving into wisps of darkness that fled to the far corners of the chamber. This is not the end. The figure's voice echoed faintly as it disappeared. The shard will betray you, as it has betrayed all before you. The light dimmed, leaving the chamber in an uneasy silence. Galadriel turned to her companions, her expression resolute. This was not a battle we won, but a warning we must heed. The shard carries both light and peril. We must tread carefully. With the tome in hand, and the shard glowing faintly, the company prepared to leave the fortress. The encounter had left its mark on them, a reminder of the delicate balance they now carried. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, but Galadriel knew they could not turn back. As they stepped out into the misty valley, Finrod placed a hand on Galadriel's shoulder. This journey grows darker with each step. Are we certain we can see it through? Galadriel met his gaze, her own unwavering. We must. The light we carry is not just a fragment of the past. It is a promise of what can still be. And so they pressed on, the shadows of the past lingering at their heels, and the weight of the shard's power ever present in their hearts. The mist swirled around the company as they departed the fortress, their footsteps muffled by the damp ground. The shard, though dimmed after its encounter with the shadowed figure, continued to emit a steady, faint glow. It felt heavier in Galadriel's hand now, not in weight, but in presence, as though the shard itself carried an awareness of what had transpired. Finrod, walking a few paces ahead, paused to glance back at his sister. Do you think it speaks the truth, Galadriel, about the shard consuming those who seek to wield it? Galadriel's expression was thoughtful, but resolute. The truth, Finrod, often lies between what is spoken and what is withheld. The shard's power is undeniable, but its nature is not malevolent. It is the will of those who hold it that determines its use. Egnor, trailing behind, added, And what of the figure we faced? Do you think it has been vanquished, or will it return? It will return, Galadriel said without hesitation. Darkness does not give up its pursuits so easily, but for now, its power is scattered. We must use this time wisely. As the company pressed onward through the forested valley, the trees began to thin, revealing a hidden glade bathed in pale moonlight. At its center stood a lone figure, cloaked in a shimmering silver robe. The figure turned as they approached, revealing the face of a slender elf with eyes that glimmered like starlight. Eren, Finrod said, recognition lighting his features. You still linger in these lands? The elf nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips. Only as long as my purpose demands it. You tread dangerous paths, children of Finarfin. I felt the shard's light from afar. It calls to more than just the shadow." Galadriel stepped forward, her tone cautious. "Aaron, if you know of the shard's origins, I would hear it." Aaron's gaze softened. "You carry a fragment of Lorielin's light, a gift, thought lost when the trees fell, but it is no ordinary remnant. That shard was shaped by hands both noble and unworthy, imbuing it with conflicting purposes. It is light, yes, but also a mirror of those who hold it." "A mirror?" Galadriel repeated, her brow furrowing. Aaron gestured for them to sit, and as they did, she began to weave a tale. After the trees were destroyed, fragments of their essence lingered in the world, scattered by the winds of Valinor. One such fragment fell into the hands of a Noldor craftsman who sought to preserve it. He forged it into the shard you now carry, imbuing it with both his devotion and his sorrow. But his heart was not pure, and his despair left a mark upon the shard. "Then it is cursed," Egnor said, his voice heavy with foreboding. "No," Aaron replied firmly. "It is not cursed, but it is bound to the will of its bearer. Galadriel, you must tread carefully. Your heart is strong, but even the strongest hearts can falter under the weight of such power." Galadriel absorbed the warning in silence, her fingers brushing the shard's surface. She felt the warmth of its light, but also a faint tremor, as though the shard itself was listening. The glade gave way to rugged terrain as the company pressed on. Their destination was an ancient watchtower perched atop a craggy hill, a relic of the Elder Days. According to Aaron, the tower held the final piece of the shard's story, its purpose. As they climbed the steep path, the air grew colder, and the shard's glow intensified. Galadriel could feel its energy pulsing, as though anticipating what lay ahead. They reached the summit, as the first light of dawn pierced the horizon, casting the tower in a golden hue. The watchtower was in ruins, its stones worn smooth by time and weather. At its center was a pedestal carved with intricate patterns that matched the runes on the shard. Galadriel approached cautiously, the shard in her hand radiating a steady brilliance. "Place it there," Finrod urged, his voice quiet but firm. "If this is where its purpose lies, we must let it reveal itself." Galadriel hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. She turned to Finrod. "And if its purpose is destruction? Then we will face it together," he replied. With a deep breath, Galadriel placed the shard on the pedestal. The runes on the stone lit up, and a beam of golden light shot into the sky, illuminating the surrounding lands. The light grew in intensity, and for a moment, the company was blinded. When the light receded, they found themselves standing not in ruins, but in a chamber of gleaming white stone. The air was warm and filled with the faint hum of energy. At the chamber's center stood a figure clad in radiant armor, their features indistinct, yet commanding. "I am the guardian of the light," the figure said, their voice resonant and melodic. "You have brought the shard to its resting place, but its journey is not yet complete. The light it carries must be returned to Valinor." Galadriel stepped forward, her voice steady. "Why was it scattered to begin with?" To test the hearts of those who would seek it, the guardian replied. The light of the trees was not meant for mortals or even for the Eldar alone. It was a gift of creation, meant to inspire but never to be owned. By carrying it here, you have proven your worth. But now, the choice lies with you. The guardian extended a hand, and the shard floated between them, its light pulsing gently. You may leave it here, where it will remain hidden until the end of days. Or you may carry it to Valinor, where its light will be restored for all. Galadriel closed her eyes, the weight of the decision pressing on her. She thought of the shadowed figure, of Aaron's warning, and of the vision of destruction they had witnessed in the fortress. The shard was more than a relic. It was a responsibility. After a long moment, she opened her eyes. I will carry it to Valinor. Its light belongs to the world, not to the shadows that would claim it. The guardian inclined their head. So be it. But know this, Galadriel. The path to Valinor is fraught with peril. Darkness will seek to reclaim what you carry. You must be prepared. The chamber faded, and the company found themselves back at the watchtower. The shard rested in Galadriel's hand, its light steady and warm. She turned to her companions, her expression resolute. Our journey is far from over, she said, but we carry hope with us, and that is enough. Finrod placed a hand on her shoulder. We will see this through, Galadriel. Together. As they descended the hill, the shard's light illuminated their path, a beacon against the encroaching darkness. The shadow still lingered, but Galadriel knew they had taken the first step toward reclaiming the light, and with it, a brighter future. The streets of Bree were alive with the kind of bustling energy that made Bilbo Baggins feel utterly out of place. It was market day, and the town square was a whirlwind of activity. Merchants shouted to advertise their wares, horses clattered over the cobblestones, and the smells of roasted meats mingled with those of wet hay and pipe smoke. The Shire, by contrast, was so much simpler. There, days flowed like the Brandywine River, slow, steady, and unchanging. Bilbo longed for the quiet hills and familiar lanes, but instead, he found himself weaving through a crowd of strangers, clutching a tightly packed satchel in one hand and muttering under his breath. Gandalf, why must you always pick the most inconvenient places? He grumbled. Bilbo's journey to Bree had already been fraught with more complications than he'd care to recount. A misplaced bag of provisions at Waymeet, a sudden downpour that soaked him to the bone outside Archay, and a sleepless night in a cramped roadside inn had left him irritable. Now, as he dodged a cart piled high with barrels and narrowly avoided a trio of boisterous dwarves, he was beginning to wonder why he'd agreed to this at all. The prancing pony loomed ahead, its weathered signs swaying gently in the breeze. The warm glow of lanterns spilled out through its windows, and the muffled hum of voices promised a refuge from the chaos outside. Bilbo sighed with relief and pushed open the heavy wooden door, stepping into the inn's smoky, bustling interior. The common room was crowded, filled with travelers of every sort. Hobbits clustered in one corner, laughing over mugs of ale, while a group of men played cards near the bar. A pair of dwarves sat by the hearth, their beards wagging as they argued in low, gruff voices. The air was thick with the scent of roasted meat, spilled ale, and pipe smoke, a heady mixture that made Bilbo wrinkle his nose. He scanned the room, his eyes settling almost immediately on Gandalf. The wizard was impossible to miss, even in a place as diverse as the prancing pony. He sat near the hearth, his tall frame draped in gray robes, his pointed hat tilted at an angle that suggested both weariness and amusement. Wisps of blue smoke curled from the pipe in his mouth, and his sharp eyes twinkled as he watched Bilbo approach. "Ah, there you are, my dear Bilbo," Gandalf called, his voice cutting through the noise of the room, like a bell. "I was beginning to think you'd gotten lost." "I very nearly did," Bilbo muttered, sliding into the chair opposite the wizard. "You might have chosen a quieter place for this meeting. Bree is hardly what I'd call comfortable." Gandalf chuckled, tapping his pipe against the side of the table to empty its ash. "Comfort, my dear Hobbit, is not always the priority, though I suspect you've had your fill of discomfort already. How was the road from the Shire?" "Dreadful," Bilbo replied with a scowl. "Rain, mud, and a terribly rude innkeeper in Combe. But never mind that. What's this all about, Gandalf? I didn't come all this way just for a friendly chat." "Indeed you did not," Gandalf said, leaning forward. His expression grew serious, though the twinkle in his eyes remained. "I called you here because there is a matter of great importance that requires your particular talents." Bilbo raised an eyebrow. "My talents? And what talents might those be?" "Oh, don't be modest," Gandalf said with a wave of his hand. "You're clever, resourceful, and, most importantly, unassuming. The perfect qualities for this sort of endeavor." "And what sort of endeavor is this?" Bilbo asked, crossing his arms. Gandalf reached into his robes and produced a folded parchment, which he slid across the table. Bilbo hesitated for a moment before picking it up and unfolding it. It was a map, old and yellowed with age. The ink had faded in places, but the details were still legible. It depicted the region surrounding Bree, with a red mark indicating a location deep within the Chetwood. "This," Gandalf began, tapping the map with one long finger, "is the key to a relic of great significance. The Flame of Eldarion." "The flame of what?" Bilbo asked, frowning. "The Flame of Eldarion," Gandalf repeated. "An artifact crafted by the Dunedain long ago. It is said to hold the power to rekindle hope and courage in times of great need. More importantly, it is a symbol, one that must not fall into the wrong hands." Bilbo's frown deepened. "And what do you want with it?" "It is not what I want, but what Middle-earth may need," Gandalf said, his tone growing somber. "The flame has been hidden for centuries, protected by wards and ancient defenses. But those defenses are weakening. There are others who seek it, Bilbo. Others who would use it for far darker purposes." Bilbo felt a chill run down his spine. "And you want me to help you find it?" "Precisely," Gandalf said with a nod. "Your small size and nimble nature make you an ideal companion for this task. Besides, I trust you, Bilbo. There are few others I would ask for such a mission." Bilbo sat back in his chair, his mind racing. He had always considered himself an ordinary hobbit, content with his quiet life in the Shire. The idea of venturing into the unknown, facing dangers he could scarcely imagine, was daunting to say the least. "I'm not sure I'm the right hobbit for this," he said at last. "Surely there are others more suited to—" "Nonsense!" Gandalf interrupted, his voice firm. "You are precisely the right hobbit. Trust me on this, Bilbo. You'll see it in time." Before Bilbo could protest further, Gandalf produced a small pouch and placed it on the table. The sound of clinking coins came from within. "For your troubles," Gandalf said with a wink. Bilbo sighed. "I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I?" "Not if you want to hear the end of it," Gandalf said with a grin. The rest of the evening was spent poring over the map and discussing their plan. Gandalf explained that the ruins lay deep within the Chetwood, a dense and foreboding forest east of Bree. The journey would take several days, and the path would not be easy. Bilbo listened with a growing sense of dread, though he tried to hide it. The idea of trekking through a dark forest in search of an ancient relic sounded like the stuff of tales, not something an ordinary hobbit like him should be doing. As the fire crackled in the hearth and the common room began to empty, Bilbo found himself staring at the map, his fingers tracing the red mark that indicated their destination. "Why me?" he asked quietly, more to himself than to Gandalf. The wizard smiled, his expression softening. "Because, my dear Bilbo, you have the heart of an adventurer. You may not believe it yet, but you will." By the time Bilbo retired to his room, his mind was awash with thoughts of the journey ahead. He lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling and wondering what sort of trouble he had gotten himself into. When dawn broke the next morning, he was already dressed and packed, his satchel slung over one shoulder. Gandalf greeted him with a broad smile as they met outside the inn, the rising sun casting long shadows across the cobblestones. "Ready, my dear hobbit?" the wizard asked. "As ready as I'll ever be," Bilbo replied, though his voice lacked conviction. Gandalf chuckled and clapped him on the shoulder. "Then let us begin. The flame of Eldarion awaits." And with that, they set off, the map tucked safely in Gandalf's robes, and the promise of adventure looming ahead. The Chetwood loomed ahead like a dark secret, its towering trees forming a jagged silhouette against the pale morning sky. Bilbo and Gandalf had left Bree behind only hours ago, but already the road had grown quieter, the bustling energy of the town giving way to the hushed whispers of the wild. Bilbo tightened his grip on his walking stick, his eyes darting toward the dense forest that stretched out before them. The path they followed was little more than a narrow trail, winding through patches of bramble and thick grass. Overhead, the sky was obscured by the interlocking branches of ancient oaks and beeches, their gnarled limbs casting shifting patterns of shadow and light on the ground. "So, Gandalf," Bilbo began, breaking the silence. "These ruins, are they safe?" Gandalf, striding a few paces ahead, glanced over his shoulder. "Safe is a relative term, my dear Bilbo. But rest assured, we shall manage." "That's hardly reassuring," Bilbo muttered. He glanced down at the map Gandalf had given him, its edges already worn from handling. The red mark indicating their destination was still some distance away, but the path ahead grew increasingly uncertain. The forest closed in around them as they ventured deeper, the air growing cool and damp. Birds chirped faintly in the distance, their calls echoing through the trees. But other than that, the woods were eerily quiet. Bilbo couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, though every time he looked over his shoulder, he saw nothing but the dense undergrowth. "Keep your eyes sharp," Gandalf said, his voice low. "The Chetwood has its share of peculiarities." "Peculiarities?" Bilbo echoed nervously. "What kind of peculiarities?" "Oh, nothing to worry about," Gandalf replied with a faint smile. "Just the odd shadow that doesn't belong, the occasional whisper on the wind. Harmless, really." Bilbo wasn't convinced. He pulled his cloak tighter around him and tried to focus on the path ahead. By midday, they came across a small clearing where an ancient stone well stood, half covered in moss. Gandalf paused, studying the well with a curious expression. "Dunedain handiwork," he said, running a hand over the weathered stone. "This well likely served the outpost we're seeking." Bilbo peered into the dark shaft of the well, shivering as a faint gust of cold air rose from its depths. "Do you think the ruins are nearby?" "Perhaps," Gandalf said thoughtfully. "But we mustn't linger. The woods have a way of misleading travelers." As they continued, the path grew more treacherous. Tree roots jutted from the ground like jagged teeth, and the underbrush became thicker, snagging at Bilbo's cloak and trousers. He stumbled several times, muttering under his breath about wizards and their fondness for inconvenient quests. The afternoon wore on, and the forest seemed to grow darker, even though the sun was still high in the sky. Shadows moved strangely among the trees, and the air grew heavy, as though the woods themselves were holding their breath. "Gandalf," Bilbo said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Are we alone?" Gandalf stopped, his sharp eyes scanning the trees. "Not entirely, I suspect. The forest is ancient, and ancient places often have a way of attracting attention." "Attention?" Bilbo hissed. "From what?" "Keep walking," Gandalf said firmly, "and do not stray from the path." They pressed on, and soon the trees thinned, revealing the crumbled remains of a stone archway. Beyond it lay the ruins of the Dunedain outpost, its walls covered in moss and ivy. The structures were barely more than jagged outlines, their edges softened by time, but the air around them felt charged, as though the place still held echoes of its past. Gandalf stopped just outside the archway, his expression unreadable. "Here we are?" Bilbo hesitated, peering through the arch. The ruins were eerily silent, the only sound the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. "It doesn't look very welcoming." "It wasn't meant to be," Gandalf said, stepping forward. "Come along, we mustn't dawdle." The ground within the ruins was uneven, littered with broken stones and patches of overgrown grass. Gandalf led the way, his staff glowing faintly in the dim light. Bilbo followed reluctantly, his eyes darting nervously at every shadow. "Where exactly is this flame of Eldarion?" Bilbo asked, his voice trembling slightly. "In the central hall, if the map is to be trusted," Gandalf replied. "But be wary. The flame is guarded." "Guarded?" Bilbo froze. "By what?" "Not what," Gandalf said, his tone grave. "But whom? The Dunedain left wardens here, spirits bound to protect the flame from those who would misuse it." Bilbo's mouth went dry. Spirits? You mean ghosts? Of a sort, Gandalf said, glancing at him. But do not fear. We come with no ill intent. They may choose to let us pass. And if they don't? Bilbo asked, his voice rising. Then we must be very persuasive, Gandalf said, with a wry smile. The central hall was the most intact part of the ruins, its high ceiling supported by crumbling pillars. At its center stood a pedestal, and atop it burned a small, steady flame, its light flickering softly in the gloom. The flame of Eldarion. Bilbo stared at it, both awed and apprehensive. The fire seemed almost alive, its golden glow pulsing faintly as they approached. Is that it? Bilbo asked. It is, Gandalf said, his voice reverent. The flame of Eldarion, a relic of the Dunedain, and a beacon of hope. Before they could step closer, a low, resonant voice echoed through the hall. Who dares disturb this sacred place? Bilbo jumped, his heart racing. From the shadows emerged 3 figures, their forms faintly translucent, and their faces shrouded in mist. They were clad in the tattered remnants of Dunedain armor, their eyes glowing faintly like embers. We mean no harm, Gandalf said, stepping forward. We seek the flame, not for greed or power, but to protect it from those who would misuse it. The spirits regarded him silently, their ethereal forms flickering. One of them, a tall figure with a scarred face, spoke again. The flame is not for the living to wield lightly. Prove your worth, or leave this place. Prove our worth? Bilbo whispered, looking at Gandalf. What does that mean? It means we'll have to convince them, Gandalf said, his tone calm but firm. Stay close to me. The spirits moved swiftly, their forms blurring as they surrounded the pedestal. One of them raised a spectral blade, its edge shimmering with cold light. Gandalf raised his staff, its glow brightening as he spoke words of power in a language Bilbo didn't understand. The air crackled with energy, and the hall seemed to tilt slightly, as though the ruins themselves were coming alive. Bilbo clutched his walking stick, his knuckles white, and tried not to panic. Bilbo, Gandalf called. The flame. Reach for it. What? Bilbo shouted. Are you mad? Trust me, Gandalf said. You're the only one who can. Heart pounding, Bilbo darted toward the pedestal, dodging as one of the spirits swung its blade. The flame pulsed brighter as he approached, its warmth washing over him. As his fingers closed around it, the hall was filled with a blinding light. When the light faded, the spirits were gone, and the ruins were silent once more. Bilbo stood trembling, the flame of Eldarion cradled in his hands. Its golden glow seemed softer now, almost soothing. Well done, Bilbo, Gandalf said, clapping him on the shoulder. I knew you had it in you. Bilbo stared at the wizard, his heart still racing. You might have warned me. Where's the fun in that? Gandalf said with a grin. As they left the ruins, the Chetwood seemed less foreboding, its shadows lighter and its air less heavy. Bilbo couldn't help but feel a small swell of pride, though he was still too shaken to admit it. "Never again," he muttered. "No more adventures." Gandalf chuckled, his eyes twinkling. "Oh, Bilbo, you say that now." The morning air was crisp, as Bilbo and Gandalf left the ruins behind, their steps crunching softly on the forest floor. The Chetwood seemed less foreboding in the daylight, its shadows receding as golden light filtered through the trees. Still, an air of unease lingered, as though the forest itself was holding its breath. Bilbo glanced at Gandalf, who walked briskly ahead, his staff tapping rhythmically against the ground. The flame of Eldarion, now dimmed to a faint ember-like glow, was safely wrapped in cloth and tucked into Gandalf's satchel. Bilbo's own pack felt heavy on his shoulders, but he didn't dare complain. The events of the ruins were still fresh in his mind, and the memory of the spectral guardians sent a shiver down his spine. "How much longer to Bree?" Bilbo asked, breaking the silence. "If we maintain a steady pace, we should reach the town by nightfall," Gandalf replied. He glanced over his shoulder, his sharp eyes scanning the trees. "Though, I suggest, we keep our wits about us. The road may not be as empty as it seems." "That's hardly comforting," Bilbo muttered, tightening his grip on his walking stick. The journey began uneventfully, the path winding through patches of open glades and dense thickets. Bilbo found himself lost in thought, his mind drifting between the comfort of home and the strange, unsettling events of the past few days. He was just beginning to relax when a faint sound reached his ears. A distant rustling, too deliberate to be the wind. "Did you hear that?" he asked, stopping in his tracks. Gandalf paused, his expression unreadable. He tilted his head slightly, listening. For a moment, the forest was silent, save for the distant call of a crow. Then it came again, a faint, rhythmic crunching, like footsteps moving through the underbrush. "We're not alone," Gandalf said quietly. "Keep moving, but stay close to me." Bilbo swallowed hard, his heart pounding as they quickened their pace. The feeling of being watched grew stronger, and every shadow seemed to shift ominously. The path narrowed as they entered a denser part of the forest, the trees arching overhead to form a canopy that blocked out much of the sunlight. Suddenly, Gandalf stopped and raised his staff. "They're here!" From the shadows emerged a group of figures cloaked in darkness, their forms wreathed in a faint, unnatural mist. Their movements were deliberate and silent, their faces obscured beneath heavy hoods. One of them stepped forward, and though its features remained hidden, Bilbo felt a wave of cold dread wash over him. "The flame," the figure hissed, its voice like the scraping of metal. "Surrender it." Gandalf planted his staff firmly on the ground, and its tip began to glow with a bright, silvery light. "The flame of Eldarion is not yours to claim," he said, his voice steady and commanding. "Begone, and trouble us no further." The figures did not move. Instead, the leader raised a hand, and the air around them seemed to grow heavier. Bilbo's breath caught in his throat as the shadows around the figures writhed and shifted, taking on forms that were almost solid. They began to advance. "Bilbo," Gandalf said sharply, "stay behind me." Before Bilbo could respond, the forest erupted into chaos. One of the shadowy figures lunged toward Gandalf, its movements unnaturally fast. Gandalf swung his staff, and a burst of light shot forth, striking the figure and sending it reeling. Another figure darted toward Bilbo, its clawed hand outstretched. With a yelp, Bilbo swung his walking stick wildly, striking the creature across the arm. It staggered back, hissing in pain, but more were closing in. Gandalf's staff flashed repeatedly as he fended off the attackers, his voice ringing out in a series of powerful incantations. "Bilbo!" Gandalf called. "Move toward the clearing." Bilbo didn't need to be told twice. Clutching his stick tightly, he darted through the trees, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The shadows seemed to press in around him, their whispers filling his ears. Just as one of the creatures leapt toward him, Gandalf appeared, his staff blazing with light. "Keep going!" Gandalf shouted, his expression fierce. "I'll hold them off." They burst into a clearing, the sudden openness a stark contrast to the claustrophobic forest. Gandalf raised his staff high, its light forming a protective circle around them. The shadowy figures hesitated at the edge of the clearing, their forms flickering like candle flames. "They fear the light," Gandalf said, his voice low but firm. "But they won't stop. We must move quickly." Bilbo nodded, his hands trembling as he clutched his walking stick. What are they?" "Remnants of a darker time," Gandalf replied. "Creatures twisted by malice and drawn to the flame's power, they seek to claim it for themselves." "And what happens if they get it?" Bilbo asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted to know. "They won't," Gandalf said, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Now, stay close." The remainder of the journey was a blur of tension and haste. The shadowy figures continued to pursue them, appearing at the edges of the path like specters of doom. Gandalf's staff provided a constant shield of light, but Bilbo could feel the strain in the wizard's movements, the weariness in his steps. As the sun began to set, the forest thinned, and the outskirts of Bree came into view. The sight of the town's wooden gates filled Bilbo with a surge of relief. But the shadows were not yet gone. The figures had grown bolder, their forms coalescing into solid shapes that moved with unnerving speed. "Quickly," Gandalf urged, his voice strained. "We're almost there." They reached the gates just as the first of the creatures lunged toward them. Gandalf turned, his staff blazing with light that illuminated the entire area. The creature let out a shriek, its form dissolving into mist as the light struck it. The others faltered, their movements hesitant. The gatekeeper appeared, his face pale as he took in the scene. "What in the name of—" "Open the gates," Gandalf commanded. "Now!" The gatekeeper obeyed without question, and Bilbo and Gandalf stumbled through just as the remaining creatures melted back into the shadows. Inside the safety of Bree, Bilbo collapsed onto a bench, his legs shaking. His hands were still clutching his walking stick, though he wasn't sure he could muster the strength to lift it again. "Well," he said between ragged breaths, "that was unpleasant." Gandalf sat beside him, his expression weary but calm. "You handled yourself well, Bilbo. Few hobbits could have done the same." Bilbo shot him a withering look. I'd rather not make a habit of it." Gandalf chuckled softly, though his eyes were distant, as though still watching the shadows beyond the gate. "The flame is safe, for now. But this is only the beginning, Bilbo. Dark forces are stirring, and the road ahead will only grow more perilous." Bilbo sighed, leaning back against the bench. "Then I hope someone else is foolish enough to take it. I'm going back to the Shire. For now," Gandalf said with a knowing smile. "But you may find that adventures have a way of finding you, whether you seek them or not." As the stars began to emerge in the night sky, Bilbo couldn't help but reflect on the strange, terrifying events of the day. The Shire suddenly seemed very far away, its quiet hills and peaceful lanes like a dream. But even as he longed for the comfort of home, a small part of him couldn't deny the thrill of having faced the unknown and survived. And though he didn't yet realize it, this would not be the last time Bilbo Baggins found himself in the company of wizards, relics, and shadows. A curious letter. It was a brisk spring morning in the Shire, and Bilbo Baggins was taking a leisurely walk along the grassy lanes near Overhill. The fresh scent of dew lingered in the air, mingling with the faint sweetness of blooming wildflowers. The hills rolled endlessly around him, dotted with small hobbit holes tucked into their sides. Farmers waved from their fields, and the occasional cart trundled by, its driver humming an old Hobbit tune. Bilbo had left Bag End early that morning, feeling the itch for a stroll beyond his usual paths. He liked this part of the Shire, quiet, with only the occasional sound of a babbling brook, or the distant call of a thrush to break the stillness. It was a place where the world felt wide and peaceful, and a hobbit could be alone with his thoughts. As he meandered up a gentle hill, he noticed something unusual. At the base of an old oak tree, a small, battered envelope lay half buried in the grass. It was odd enough to make Bilbo pause. Letters were rare in the Shire, and rarer still was one left in the middle of nowhere. Curious, Bilbo picked it up and examined it. The parchment was weathered, the edges frayed as though it had traveled a long way. The envelope was sealed with a blob of red wax, bearing an unfamiliar sigil. A tiny bird perched atop a crescent moon. "What on earth is this doing here?" Bilbo murmured. The front of the envelope bore his name in spidery handwriting. To Mr. Bilbo Baggins. No address, no explanation, just his name. Bilbo glanced around, half expecting someone to jump out from behind the tree and claim it as theirs. But there was no one. The lane was empty, save for a pair of sparrows hopping along the hedgerow. He hesitated for a moment, then broke the seal. The wax cracked cleanly, and he unfolded the parchment within. The letter read, "Dearest Bilbo, it has been many years since last we spoke, but I find myself in dire need of a trustworthy companion. You are the only one I can turn to for this matter, as it is delicate and requires a hobbit's particular discretion. Enclosed, you will find a small token, a map. It leads to an item of great personal importance, hidden in a place I cannot reach myself. You will find more details awaiting you at the Prancing Pony in Bree. Please meet me there within the fortnight. I assure you, there is no danger involved, only a matter of trust and old promises. Your old friend, R." Bilbo frowned, turning the letter over in his hands. are, he muttered. Rory Took, perhaps? No, he's never been one for letters. Could it be Rupert Proudfoot? Or, Tucked inside the envelope was a second piece of parchment, a crude map. It showed a rough outline of the Shire and its surrounding lands, with a bold red X marked near Bree. Bilbo's first instinct, his sensible Baggins side, was to toss the letter in the nearest fire and think no more of it. A trip to Bree? It was far too much trouble. He had no business wandering so far from home, especially on the word of an unnamed friend. But his Tookish side, the part of him that stirred at the thought of adventure, wouldn't let it go. The letter was too peculiar, the map too intriguing to ignore. Well, he said aloud, pacing the lane, there's no harm in going to Bree, is there? A nice walk, a pint of ale, and back again in a few days. Perfectly harmless. Yet, deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this letter than met the eye. The rest of the day was spent in preparation. Bilbo returned to his hobbit hole to pack a small bag with the essentials. Bread, cheese, apples, and a flask of tea. He debated bringing his pocket knife, but decided against it. After all, this was just a simple trip, nothing dangerous. By late afternoon, he locked the round green door behind him and set off along the road toward Waymeet. The sky was beginning to shift, the golden light of day giving way to the soft hues of evening. A gentle breeze rustled the trees, carrying with it the faint smell of fresh earth and budding flowers. As Bilbo walked, he couldn't help but wonder about the letter's sender. The sigil on the seal was unfamiliar, and the handwriting offered no clues. Who was Ar? What was this item of great importance? And why had they chosen him, of all hobbits, to help? He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice the figure watching him from the shadows of the hedgerow. It wasn't until the faint sound of a snapping twig reached his ears that he froze, glancing over his shoulder. The lane was empty. The fields stretched wide and quiet under the darkening sky. But Bilbo's unease lingered. "Nonsense," he muttered, shaking his head. "Just my imagination." Still, he quickened his pace. The Shire was a safe place, wasn't it? There was nothing to worry about. And yet, as he pressed on toward Waymeet, the feeling of being watched stayed with him, like a shadow he couldn't shake. When Bilbo reached the small hamlet of Waymeet, night had fallen, and the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the sky. He found lodging at a modest inn, the kind that offered warm food and quiet company, just the way Bilbo liked it. As he lay in bed that night, the letter and map tucked safely in his bag, Bilbo couldn't help but feel that this journey was only the beginning of something far larger than he'd anticipated. The next morning, Bilbo awoke early, stirred not by the usual comforts of home, but by the pull of curiosity. The modest inn at Waymeet was bustling even at dawn, with farmers and merchants beginning their day. Bilbo ate a simple breakfast of porridge and honey, paid the innkeeper with a few silver coins, and slung his small pack over his shoulder. The road to Bree would take him through lands he'd rarely visited, rolling fields giving way to wilder terrain, where the paths were less traveled and the air carried a faint scent of pine and distant rain. For any other hobbit, this might have been a daunting prospect. But Bilbo, despite his natural inclination toward comfort and safety, found a flicker of excitement stirring in his chest. "Just a short walk," he reminded himself, adjusting the strap of his bag. "A little errand, really. Nothing to fret over." He hadn't told anyone about the letter or the map. Something about it felt too strange, too personal to share. As he set off from Waymeet, he resolved to keep the matter to himself until he reached Bree and found out exactly what R wanted from him. The first leg of the journey was pleasant enough. The sun shone brightly, and the road was well kept, winding through meadows dotted with daisies and dandelions. Bilbo passed the occasional traveler, Hobbit farmers carting goods to market, a singing dwarf with a pack full of wares, and even a ranger cloaked in grey, who nodded politely as they passed. But as the hours wore on, and the road grew lonelier, Bilbo began to notice the subtle shift in the air. The trees that lined the path grew taller and darker, their gnarled branches reaching overhead like bony fingers. The cheerful songs of birds gave way to the low rustle of leaves, and the occasional gust of wind carried with it the faint whisper of something distant and unplaceable. Bilbo tightened his grip on his walking stick, glancing over his shoulder. The lane stretched empty behind him, yet the feeling of being watched had returned. "Nonsense," he muttered under his breath. "Just nerves, nothing more." Still, he quickened his pace. By midday, Bilbo reached a small clearing where the road split in two directions. A crooked wooden sign pointed the way to Bree, though its letters were so worn and faded that they were barely legible. Bilbo paused, leaning against a tree to catch his breath and take a sip from his flask of tea. As he rested, his eyes wandered to the edge of the clearing, where something unusual caught his attention. A scrap of fabric, torn and frayed, clung to a bramble bush. It was dark green and looked as though it had been part of a cloak. Curious, Bilbo stepped closer, examining the scrap. It was damp from the morning dew, but otherwise unremarkable. Still, its presence here, in the middle of nowhere, felt out of place. "Someone's been through here recently," he murmured. The thought was both comforting and unsettling. He wasn't alone on this road, but who else might be traveling these parts? And why did the thought make his skin prickle with unease? Shaking his head, Bilbo tucked the flask back into his bag and continued down the path toward Bree. The afternoon passed uneventfully, though the feeling of unease lingered like a shadow at Bilbo's back. He kept his eyes on the road ahead, but his ears were keenly attuned to every rustle of leaves and snap of a twig. By the time the sun began to sink below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, Bilbo knew he needed to find a place to camp. He was too far from Bree to reach the inn tonight, and traveling in the dark was out of the question. After some searching, he found a sheltered spot beneath a large oak tree, where the ground was soft with moss, and the overhanging branches offered some protection from the night air. Bilbo laid out his bedroll, lit a small fire, and settled down with a piece of bread and cheese for supper. As he ate, his thoughts returned to the letter, and the map tucked safely in his bag. Who was R, and why had they sent for him? What was this item of great importance that required such secrecy? His musings were interrupted by a faint sound in the distance, a soft, rhythmic thud, like the fall of hooves on dirt. Bilbo froze, straining his ears. The sound grew louder, then stopped abruptly. He glanced around, heart pounding. The fire cast flickering shadows across the clearing, but beyond its light, the darkness pressed in thick and impenetrable. "Who's there?" he called, his voice trembling slightly. No answer came, only the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze. Bilbo's grip tightened on his walking stick. He told himself it was nothing, just a stray pony, or perhaps a deer wandering through the woods. But he couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't alone. Sleep did not come easily that night. Bilbo lay awake, staring up at the canopy of leaves, his ears attuned to every sound. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint orange glow across the clearing. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted, its mournful call echoing through the night. When dawn finally broke, Bilbo felt as though he hadn't slept at all. He packed up his things quickly, eager to put the night behind him and press on toward Bree. The sooner he reached the prancing pony, the better. The final stretch of the journey was the most difficult. The road grew narrow and uneven, winding through dense woods, where the sunlight barely penetrated the thick canopy of leaves. Bilbo's feet ached, and his spirits were low, but the thought of a warm meal and a pint of ale at the inn kept him moving. As he rounded a bend in the road, Bree finally came into view. The town sat nestled in a small valley, its wooden gates flanked by tall watchtowers. Smoke curled from the chimneys of its houses, and the sound of distant voices and laughter drifted on the breeze. Bilbo quickened his pace, relief flooding through him as he approached the gates. "Halt!" called a gruff voice. Bilbo looked up to see a gatekeeper leaning on a long staff, his eyes narrowing as he studied the hobbit. "What business brings you to Bree, stranger?" Bilbo hesitated, suddenly aware of how out of place he must seem. A lone hobbit wandering into town with a pack slung over his shoulder. "I'm here to meet a friend," he said, hoping his voice sounded more confident than he felt. The gatekeeper eyed him for a moment longer, then nodded. "Go on, then. But mind your step. Bree's not as quiet as the Shire." Bilbo thanked him and hurried through the gates, his eyes scanning the bustling streets for the familiar sign of the prancing Tani. The inn was larger than he remembered, its walls weathered by years of wind and rain. Warm light spilled from its windows, and the sound of laughter and clinking mugs greeted him as he stepped inside. The common room was crowded, filled with travelers of all shapes and sizes. Hobbits, dwarves, and even a few men. Bilbo made his way to the bar, where a burly man with a ruddy face greeted him. "Evening, friend," said the man. "What'll it be?" "A pint of ale, please," Bilbo replied. As the barkeep poured the drink, Bilbo glanced around the room, searching for anyone who might be his mysterious R. But no one seemed to take notice of him. "Looking for someone?" the barkeep asked, sliding the pint across the counter. Bilbo hesitated. "Yes, actually. I'm supposed to meet an old friend here." "Well, you're not the first," the barkeep said with a chuckle. "Plenty of folk pass through Bree on their way to one place or another. You'll find them, don't worry." The common room of the prancing pony had begun to quiet down as the evening wore on. Bilbo, sitting in his corner with a pint of ale, felt a growing impatience. He had been here for hours, scanning the room for a sign of this mysterious R. The letter and map, now slightly crumpled from handling, rested on the table before him. The crowd had thinned, and Bilbo began to wonder if he'd been the victim of a practical joke. Then, just as he was about to give up, a shadow passed over his table. "Bilbo Baggins, I presume?" The voice was soft, yet firm, with a hint of amusement. Bilbo looked up to see a tall figure cloaked in green and brown, their hood drawn low. "Yes," Bilbo said, trying to sound composed. "And you are?" The figure chuckled. "I am Reynard Took, though you may simply call me Reynard. We're family, after all, even if distantly. And you, my dear cousin, have answered my call most dutifully." Reynard removed his hood, revealing sharp features and unruly brown curls that immediately struck Bilbo as familiar. He gestured for Bilbo to follow him into a small private room at the back of the inn. Inside the room, a fire crackled in the hearth, and a map was spread across the table. Reynard gestured for Bilbo to sit, then leaned forward, his face alight with excitement. "I assume the letter intrigued you enough to bring you here," Reynard said, tapping the map. "But now it's time for the truth. I didn't call you here just for an item of personal importance. This is a quest, Bilbo. One with a history far older than either of us." Bilbo frowned. "A quest? Surely you jest. Hobbits don't go on quests, and we certainly don't—" "Ah, but we do," Reynard interrupted, his eyes gleaming. "You see, this map leads to the final resting place of a Took heirloom, lost for generations. It's a compass, crafted by the dwarves and enchanted with their old runes. Legend has it that it points not north, but to whatever the holder desires most." Bilbo's skepticism deepened. "A magical compass? Sounds like a tall tale to me." "It's no tale," Reynard said sharply. "The compass was hidden in the ruins of an ancient outpost, deep in the Chetwood. And there's more. The journal I found spoke of guardians, creatures bound to the place, warding off anyone who seeks to take the artifact." Bilbo paled. "Guardians? What kind of guardians?" Reynard waved the question away. "Details for later. For now, we must leave at dawn. The Chetwood is a day's journey from here, and if we delay, others might find it first." "Others?" Bilbo repeated, but Reynard offered no further explanation. The next morning, the two hobbits set off at first light, leaving Bree behind and venturing into the wilderness. The air grew colder as they approached the edge of the Chetwood, and the cheerful chirping of birds was replaced by an eerie silence. The forest loomed ahead, its trees towering like sentinels, their branches interlocked to form a dense canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. Bilbo hesitated at the edge of the woods, his unease growing. "Are you sure about this?" he asked. Reynard nodded. "Trust me, cousin. The compass lies within. Stay close, and keep your wits about you." With that, they entered the forest. The Chetwood was unlike any place Bilbo had ever been. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The path, if it could be called that, was narrow and winding, forcing the hobbits to climb over roots and duck under low-hanging branches. After hours of trudging through the woods, they came across a peculiar sight. A stone archway half buried in moss and vines. Beyond it lay a crumbling structure, its walls covered in faded carvings. "This is it," Reynard whispered, his voice tinged with awe. They stepped through the archway, entering a courtyard filled with broken pillars and scattered rubble. In the center stood a pedestal, atop which rested a small, ornate box. Reynard approached the pedestal cautiously, his eyes scanning the area for signs of danger. Bilbo followed, clutching his walking stick tightly. As Reynard reached for the box, the air grew heavy, and a low growl echoed through the courtyard. Bilbo froze. From the shadows emerged a pair of wolf-like creatures, their eyes glowing an unnatural green. Their fur bristled, and their lips curled back to reveal sharp fangs. What are those?" Bilbo stammered. "The Guardians," Reynard said grimly. "Stay back!" One of the creatures lunged, its jaws snapping inches from Reynard's arm. He dodged, grabbing the box and shouting, "Run!" The hobbits sprinted through the ruins, the creatures in hot pursuit. The forest seemed to twist and shift around them, the trees closing in like the bars of a cage. Bilbo's heart pounded as he stumbled over roots and rocks, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Keep moving," Reynard shouted, his voice barely audible over the growls and snarls behind them. They burst into a clearing, but the creatures didn't relent. One lunged at Bilbo, who swung his walking stick wildly, managing to strike the beast's flank. It yelped and fell back, but its companions circled closer. "We can't outrun them," Bilbo cried. Reynard fumbled with the box, finally opening it to reveal the compass. The artifact glowed faintly, its needle spinning wildly before settling in one direction. "This way," Reynard shouted, dragging Bilbo toward a narrow path that led deeper into the forest. The compass seemed to guide them, weaving through the maze-like woods with uncanny precision. The creatures gave chase, but the path twisted and turned so sharply that they began to lose ground. At last, the hobbits emerged from the forest, the sunlight blinding after the dimness of the chetwood. The creatures stopped at the edge of the trees, their glowing eyes watching silently as the hobbits collapsed onto the grass. As they caught their breath, Reynard held up the compass, its glow fading. "We did it," he said, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Bilbo groaned, his legs aching and his nerves frayed. That was madness, absolute madness. "Perhaps," Reynard admitted, "but we've recovered a piece of Took history, a treasure that might one day serve the Shire." Bilbo shook his head, though a small part of him couldn't deny the thrill of their adventure. When Bilbo finally returned to the Shire, he carried with him not just the memory of the journey, but a newfound appreciation for the quiet comforts of home. And though he never told anyone the full tale, he often found himself glancing at maps and wondering what other secrets lay hidden beyond the borders of the Shire. The twilight over Mirkwood brought with it a veil of gold and shadow. The ancient forest, with its towering oaks and entangled vines, pulsed with the life of creatures that whispered and scurried through the underbrush. But beneath the surface of this timeless realm lay a growing darkness, one that the elves of Greenwood could feel in the shifting winds and the chilling silence that sometimes fell like a shroud. Legolas, prince of the woodland realm, sat astride his silver-gray horse, Eowyn, as he gazed out over the forest canopy from a rocky outcrop. the golden rays of the setting sun reflected in his keen eyes, and his hand rested lightly on the hilt of his twin knives. There was an unease in the air, one that his father, King Thranduil, had dismissed as no more than the workings of fear. But Legolas had seen the signs, the corruption in the trees, the disappearances of travelers, and the eerie howls that echoed through the woods at night. His musings were interrupted by the faint sound of approaching footsteps. Turning, Legolas saw Tauriel, captain of the guard, emerging from the trees. Her expression was grim, her auburn hair catching the fading light like strands of fire. "My lord," she said, her voice steady but urgent. "Another patrol has gone missing, near the eastern borders, close to the ruins of Dol Guldur." Legolas frowned. Dol Guldur? The abandoned fortress where the shadow of the necromancer had once lingered. Though the White Council had driven the darkness from its halls, it seemed that the echoes of evil were not so easily silenced. "How many?" he asked. "5," Tauriel replied. "They were last seen 2 nights ago. There has been no word since." Legolas tightened his grip on the reins of his horse. "Prepare a party. I will lead the search myself." Tauriel hesitated. "Thranduil has forbidden anyone to approach Dol Guldur. He believes the land is cursed." Legolas gave her a sharp look. "My father's orders will not protect our people. If there is a threat, we must face it head-on." Tauriel nodded, her loyalty to the prince evident despite her concern. "I will gather the others." As she disappeared into the forest, Legolas felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. He was no stranger to danger, but the shadow that clung to Dol Guldur was something else entirely. It was not merely a physical threat, but a malignance that could seep into the heart and mind. The search party set out at dawn. Legolas rode at the head of the group, his sharp eyes scanning the path ahead. Tauriel rode beside him, along with 10 seasoned warriors, armed with bows and blades. The forest grew darker as they traveled east, the trees twisting and gnarled, their branches clawing at the sky. The air was heavy, and even the birds seemed reluctant to sing. As they approached the borders of Dol Guldur, the undergrowth became dense, and a foul smell lingered in the air. Legolas signaled for the group to dismount and continue on foot. The ground was soft and damp, their boots sinking into the mossy earth with each step. "Stay close," Legolas whispered, his voice barely audible over the rustling leaves. "And keep your eyes open." They moved in silence, their elven senses attuned to every sound and movement. The ruins of Dol Guldur loomed ahead, a skeletal fortress shrouded in mist. Vines and moss clung to the crumbling walls, and the once mighty towers were now jagged stumps. Tauriel pointed to the ground. "Tracks," she said. "Several pairs, heading toward the fortress." Legolas knelt, examining the footprints. "Elven boots," he confirmed. "But there are others, larger, heavier, orcs." His words sent a ripple of unease through the group. Orcs had not been seen in this part of the forest for years, but their presence here could only mean one thing. A new threat was stirring. The group entered Dol Guldur cautiously, their weapons drawn. The air inside was thick and oppressive, and the shadows seemed to writhe like living things. Legolas led the way, his knives gleaming faintly in the dim light. They found the remains of a camp near the central courtyard. Scattered belongings and broken arrows told a grim story. "This was one of ours," Tauriel said, holding up a bloodied cloak bearing the crest of Greenwood. Legolas's jaw tightened. "Search the area. They may still be alive." The warriors fanned out, their footsteps echoing through the hollow halls. Legolas moved toward the throne room, where the necromancer had once held court. The air grew colder with each step, and an unnatural silence filled the space. As he entered the chamber, he saw something glinting in the darkness, a shard of metal embedded in the stone floor. He bent to retrieve it, feeling a strange energy pulse through his fingers as he touched it. It was a dagger, its blade black as obsidian and etched with runes he did not recognize. The hilt was wrapped in worn leather, and a faint hum emanated from it, as if it were alive. Tauriel appeared behind him. "What is it?" Legolas shook his head. "I do not know, but it feels wrong." Before she could respond, a low growl echoed through the chamber. Legolas turned, his heart racing, as a figure emerged from the shadows. It was an orc, its eyes glowing with a sickly yellow light. But this was no ordinary orc. It was larger, its movements unnaturally fluid, and its skin seemed to shimmer with an eerie glow. The creature lunged, and Legolas barely had time to raise his knives. The clash of steel rang out as they fought, the orc's strength far surpassing any he had faced before. Tauriel joined the fray, her blades slicing through the air with precision. The creature fell after a fierce struggle, but its body dissolved into black smoke before it hit the ground. Legolas stared at the empty space where it had been, his mind racing. "This is no ordinary foe," he said, his voice grim. "Something darker is at work here." The group regrouped in the courtyard, where they found a trap door leading to a network of tunnels beneath the fortress. The air was damp and suffocating as they descended, their torches casting flickering shadows on the walls. The tunnels were a maze, but the tracks guided them. Finally, they came to a small chamber where the missing elves were chained to the walls, their faces pale and their eyes hollow. "Tauriel, help me," Legolas said, rushing to free them. The chains were heavy, but with their combined strength, they managed to break them. One of the captives, a young elf named Kylith, clutched Legolas's arm. They took something, a relic. It's why they came." "What relic?" Legolas asked urgently. Kylith's voice was barely a whisper. "A stone, glowing with a dark light. They called it the Heart of Shadow." Legolas's blood ran cold. He had heard whispers of such a thing, a fragment of Morgoth's malice, hidden away after his fall. If it had fallen into the wrong hands. "We need to leave," he said, his voice firm. "Now." As they made their way out of the fortress, the ground trembled, and the walls began to crack. The air was filled with an otherworldly wail, and shadows surged toward them like a living tide. Legolas led the group, his knives flashing as he cut through the darkness. Tauriel and the others followed, their arrows finding their marks with deadly precision. But the shadows seemed endless, and the fortress itself seemed determined to trap them. Finally, they emerged into the forest, gasping for air. The fortress collapsed behind them, a plume of black smoke rising into the sky. Legolas turned to his companions, his face grim. The heart of shadow is more dangerous than we could have imagined. We must return to Greenwood and warn my father. If the darkness is rising again, it will not stop here. As they made their way back through the forest, Legolas felt the weight of their discovery pressing heavily on his heart. The shadows of the past were stirring, and the fight for Middle-earth was far from over. The return journey to Greenwood was fraught with tension. The once familiar paths of the forest felt alien under the weight of their discovery, and the shadows seemed to stretch longer, darker, as if the forest itself was listening. Legolas rode at the head of the group, his sharp eyes scanning the trees for any sign of movement. Behind him, the rescued elves rode in silence, their faces pale and weary, their spirits worn thin by their ordeal in Dol Guldur. Tauriel rode beside him, her expression grave. "What do you make of this heart of shadow?" she asked, her voice low enough not to disturb the others. "I have heard whispers of such a thing in the oldest tales," Legolas replied, his tone equally subdued. "A fragment of Morgoth's malice, left behind after his fall. If what they said is true, and this relic is in the hands of the enemy." He trailed off, unwilling to voice the full weight of his fears. The power of Morgoth's remnants, even diminished, could corrupt and destroy. The thought of such a relic resurfacing after ages of silence sent a shiver through him. "What concerns me," Tauriel said, "is why now? Why would this artifact reappear after so long? And who commands these creatures? That orc we fought. It was unlike any I've seen before." Legolas nodded. "I suspect we will find more answers in Greenwood. My father may know of this heart, and what danger it truly poses." The gates of Thranduil's halls loomed ahead, carved into the rock of the mountain and glowing faintly in the twilight. The guards stepped aside as the group approached, their faces betraying relief at the sight of their prince's return. Inside, the caverns were alive with the hum of activity, elves moving about with an urgency that suggested unrest had already begun to seep into the woodland realm. Thranduil awaited them in the great hall, seated upon his throne of twisted wood and stone. His piercing gaze fell upon Legolas as the group entered, lingering on the rescued elves before settling on his son. "You return, but not without burdens," the Elven King said, his voice measured but heavy with expectation. Legolas stepped forward and bowed briefly. "Father, we found the missing patrol near Dol Guldur. They were taken captive by orcs, creatures unlike any I have seen, and they spoke of a relic, a thing of great darkness." Thranduil's expression darkened, and he rose from his throne. "A relic? What relic?" "They called it the Heart of Shadow," Legolas said. "A fragment of Morgoth's malice, hidden long ago. If it truly exists, it has fallen into the wrong hands." The hall fell silent, the weight of the name alone casting a pall over those present. Thranduil descended the steps of his throne, his robes trailing behind him like shadows. "The Heart of Shadow is not a mere tale," he said gravely. "It was forged in the First Age, a vessel for Morgoth's hatred, meant to spread corruption wherever it was carried. It was thought lost after the War of Wrath." "But why would it resurface now?" Tauriel asked, breaking the silence. And who wields it? Thranduil's gaze turned distant, as though he were sifting through memories long buried. The heart calls to those who seek power. It corrupts and commands, bending even the strong to its will. If it has resurfaced, then someone, or something, is trying to awaken its full potential. Legolas stepped forward. We cannot ignore this, Father. If the heart is in the hands of the enemy, it threatens all of Middle-earth. We must act. Thranduil regarded his son with a mix of pride and caution. And what would you propose, Legolas? To march on Dol Guldur with a host of warriors? The heart is no ordinary prize. It will defend itself, and those who seek it will be prepared for such an assault. Then let me go, Legolas said firmly. I will find it and destroy it before it can do more harm. You would risk your life for this? Thranduil asked, his voice soft but piercing. I would risk more than that, Legolas replied, for the safety of our people and all free folk. Thranduil studied him for a long moment before nodding. Very well, but you will not go alone. Tauriel will accompany you, along with a small company of trusted warriors. This must be done swiftly, and with precision. The heart must not fall into the hands of those who would wield it. The following morning, Legolas and Tauriel prepared for their journey. Alongside them were 5 of Greenwood's most skilled warriors, each armed with bows and blades forged in the fires of their homeland. Supplies were packed, and the group set out under the cover of dawn, moving swiftly and silently through the forest. As they traveled, Legolas couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The trees whispered of unseen eyes, and the shadows seemed to shift unnaturally. Tauriel noticed it too, her hand never straying far from her weapon. Do you feel it? She asked as they crossed a narrow stream. The forest is uneasy. Legolas nodded. The enemy knows we are coming. We must be vigilant. The path took them deeper into the eastern reaches of Mirkwood, where the trees grew denser and the air heavier. It was here, in the shadowed depths, that they encountered their first obstacle. A band of orcs emerged from the underbrush, their eyes glowing with malice. But these were no ordinary orcs. They moved with an unnatural speed and coordination, as though driven by a single mind. The battle was swift and brutal, the elves' arrows flying true. But even as the last orc fell, the sense of unease deepened. These are no stragglers, Tauriel said, wiping her blade. They were waiting for us. Legolas retrieved a fragment of blackened metal from one of the orcs' bodies. It was etched with runes similar to those on the dagger he had found in Dol Guldur. This confirms it, he said. They are tied to the heart, and they know we are after it. As night fell, the group made camp in a secluded grove. The firelight flickered against the trees, casting long shadows that danced like specters. Legolas sat apart from the others, turning the dagger over in his hands. Its presence was unnerving, and yet he couldn't bring himself to discard it. Tauriel joined him, her expression pensive. You've been quiet. I'm thinking, Legolas replied, about what we'll face when we find the heart. If it's as powerful as the tales suggest, it won't let us destroy it easily. We've faced darkness before, Tauriel said. We'll face this too. Legolas nodded, but the weight in his chest remained. The heart of shadow was no ordinary enemy. It was a relic of pure malice, and the closer they came to it, the more its influence seemed to seep into the world around them. As the fire burned low, and the stars glimmered through the canopy, Legolas made a silent vow. Whatever it took, he would see this mission through. The shadows of the past would not claim the future, not while he still drew breath. Thus, their journey toward the heart continued, each step drawing them closer to a confrontation that would test their courage, their loyalty, and the very limits of their strength. The sun never truly reached this part of the forest. The canopy above was dense and tangled, blotting out light and leaving the party shrouded in a twilight gloom. The trees themselves seemed alive, their twisted trunks forming grotesque shapes, and the air carried a heavy stillness, broken only by the distant caws of unseen birds. It was as though the forest was holding its breath, waiting. Legolas led the group with silent determination, his sharp eyes scanning every shadow and movement. Tauriel walked at his side, her bow drawn, an arrow resting lightly against the string. The other warriors followed closely, their movements soundless, their faces tense. Every step they took felt like a descent deeper into the unknown. "We're nearing Dol Guldur," Tauriel murmured, her voice barely audible over the faint rustling of leaves. "The trees feel it." Legolas nodded, his jaw tight. "And so does the enemy. They'll be ready." As the group pressed on, they came across a stream that glowed faintly in the dim light. Its waters shimmered with an unnatural hue, and the air around it carried a metallic tang. Legolas raised a hand, signaling the group to halt. "What is it?" Tauriel asked. "There's something wrong with this water," Legolas replied, crouching to examine it more closely. He dipped a leaf into the stream and watched as the edges blackened and curled. "It's tainted, a sign of the heart's influence." One of the warriors, Maedrin, glanced around nervously. "If the water is corrupted, then we are closer to Dol Guldur than we thought." Before Legolas could respond, a soft rustling came from the underbrush. The group froze, weapons drawn, their senses heightened. From the shadows emerged a figure cloaked in gray, its movements slow and deliberate. A hood obscured its face, but their presence was not immediately threatening. "Who goes there?" Legolas demanded, his voice firm, but not hostile. The figure stopped and raised its hands in a gesture of peace. "A friend, I hope," it said, its voice smooth and measured. "My name is Ilarion. I mean you no harm." Legolas studied the stranger carefully. There was something about Ilarion's demeanor that suggested he was no ordinary traveler. His clothing, though simple, bore faint markings that hinted at elven origins, and his movements were too precise to belong to one unfamiliar with the dangers of the forest. "What brings you to these parts, Ilarion?" Tauriel asked, her bow still raised. "The same thing that brings you," Ilarion replied. "The heart of shadow. I have been tracking its influence for weeks." Legolas exchanged a glance with Tauriel before lowering his weapon slightly. "If that is true, then you know how dangerous this journey is." Ilarion nodded. "I do. That is why I would join you. Together, we stand a better chance of succeeding." Legolas hesitated, weighing the risks of trusting a stranger, but as something in Ilarion's eyes, a flicker of sincerity, made him relent. "Very well. But know this. If you betray us, you won't live to regret it." Lothlórien inclined his head. Understood. The group continued their journey, now with Lothlórien in tow. As they moved deeper into the forest, the air grew colder, and the oppressive stillness became almost unbearable. It wasn't long before they encountered their first true challenge. A narrow path led them to a clearing, where the ground was littered with bones and decayed remnants of armor. The air was thick with the stench of death, and the trees surrounding the clearing were twisted and blackened, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands. "We're being watched," Lothlórien said quietly, their hand resting on the hilt of a dagger. As if on cue, the shadows around them shifted, and figures emerged from the tree line. They were orcs, but like those they had faced earlier, these were different, larger, faster, and more coordinated. Their armor was pieced together from scavenged parts, and their eyes burned with a feral intensity. "Hold your ground," Legolas commanded, drawing his bow. The battle that followed was fierce and chaotic. Arrows flew through the air, finding their marks with deadly precision. But the orcs were relentless. They moved with an eerie synchronization, as though guided by a single will. Tauriel fought beside Legolas, her blades flashing in the dim light, while the warriors formed a protective circle around the group. Lothlórien proved his worth, moving with surprising agility and skill. His dagger struck with precision, and his movements was fluid and calculated. But even with his combined efforts, the orcs continued to press forward. It was then that Legolas noticed something strange. The orcs were not attacking indiscriminately. They were targeting him. Their movements were deliberate, their attacks coordinated to separate him from the group. "They're after me," Legolas realized, his mind racing. "Why?" Tauriel shouted, parrying a blow. "What do they want?" "I don't know," Legolas replied, loosing an arrow that struck an orc square in the chest. "But we can't let them succeed." With a final desperate push, the group managed to break the orc's formation, driving them back into the shadows. The clearing fell silent once more, but the sense of unease remained. As they regrouped, Lothlórien approached Legolas, their expression grave. "They were targeting you. That is no coincidence. Do you know why?" Legolas asked, his voice edged with frustration. Lothlórien hesitated before answering. "The Heart of Shadow is a powerful relic, but it is also sentient in a way. It senses those who pose the greatest threat to it, and those who could be corrupted by it." "You think the heart fears me?" Legolas asked, his tone skeptical. "Perhaps," Lothlórien replied. "Or perhaps it sees in you something it can use. Either way, you must be cautious. The closer we get, the stronger its influence will become." Legolas nodded, his mind heavy with the weight of this new revelation. If the Heart of Shadow was truly aware of him, then their mission was more perilous than he had imagined. By nightfall, they reached the outskirts of Dol Guldur. The fortress loomed ahead, a dark silhouette against the starless sky. Its walls were cracked and crumbling, but the malice that emanated from it was palpable. The very ground seemed to tremble beneath their feet, and the air was thick with an unnatural cold. "We'll camp here for the night," Legolas said, his voice quiet but firm. "We'll need our strength for what lies ahead." As the group settled in for the night, Legolas stood watch, his eyes fixed on the distant fortress. The shadows seemed to shift and dance, as though mocking him. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking into a trap, but he knew there was no turning back. The heart of shadow awaited, and with it, the fate of the woodland realm, and perhaps all of Middle-earth. The morning broke with an oppressive stillness that seemed unnatural, even in the cursed lands surrounding Dol Guldur. The air was cold, and the sky remained a dull gray, as if the sun had forsaken this part of the world. Legolas stood at the edge of their makeshift camp, gazing toward the fortress that loomed in the distance. Its jagged spires and crumbling walls were wreathed in shadows that seemed alive, writhing and shifting like restless spirits. Behind him, the company stirred. Tauriel approached, her eyes sharp despite the weariness etched on her face. "Are we ready to proceed?" she asked. Legolas nodded, though his thoughts were clouded. The heart of shadow lies within. If Ilarion's words are true, it will test us, not just our strength, but our resolve. Tauriel's gaze hardened. We've come too far to falter now. Whatever trials await, we will face them together. The group moved silently through the dense underbrush, each step bringing them closer to the fortress. The trees grew sparse, their twisted branches clawing at the sky like skeletal hands. The ground beneath their feet was blackened, as though scorched by some ancient fire. Every sound, no matter how small, seemed amplified in the eerie silence. Ilarion walked beside Legolas, his expression unreadable. "The heart's influence grows stronger," he murmured. "Do you feel it?" Legolas nodded. There was a weight in the air, an oppressive force that pressed down on them with every step. It was as if the fortress itself was alive, aware of their presence. As they approached the outer walls, they encountered their first obstacle, a narrow bridge spanning a deep chasm. The stone was cracked and unstable, and a faint mist rose from the depths below. "We'll have to cross one at a time," Legolas said, his voice steady. "Be swift, but careful." One by one, the group crossed the bridge, their movements precise and deliberate. When it was Legolas's turn, he felt the stones shift beneath his feet. A loud crack echoed through the chasm, and for a moment, it seemed the bridge would collapse. But with a final leap, he reached the other side. Tauriel was the last to cross. As she reached the midpoint, a low growl emerged from the shadows. From the darkness, a pack of wargs appeared, their eyes glowing with malice. "Move!" Legolas shouted, knocking an arrow and firing in one swift motion. The arrow struck the lead warg, but the others surged forward. Tauriel sprinted the rest of the way, leaping just as the bridge gave way behind her. She landed beside Legolas, her blades drawn, as the wargs skidded to a halt at the edge of the chasm, snarling in frustration. The company entered Dol Guldur through a crumbling archway, the shadows closing in around them like a living thing. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the walls were etched with strange runes that seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light. "This place is a tomb," Maedhrin muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. "It is worse than a tomb," Ilarion replied. "It is a prison for those who came here seeking power and found only despair. Legolas led the way, his bow at the ready. Every corridor felt like a labyrinth, twisting and turning in ways that defied logic. The sound of their footsteps echoed unnaturally, as though the fortress itself was mocking their presence. After what felt like hours, they reached a massive chamber at the heart of the fortress. At its center stood an altar, and upon it rested the heart of shadow. The relic was a jagged crystal, dark and foreboding, yet it pulsed with an inner light that seemed almost hypnotic. Legolas approached cautiously, his instincts screaming at him to stay back. "This is it," he said, his voice barely audible. "The heart of shadow." As Legolas reached for the heart, a voice echoed through the chamber, a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You seek the light, yet you bring only darkness." The group froze, their eyes darting around the chamber. From the shadows emerged a figure clad in black armor, their face hidden beneath a jagged helm. The presence was overwhelming, a manifestation of pure malice. "The heart does not belong to you," the figure said, their voice a low growl. "It is mine, as it always has been." Legolas straightened, his hand tightening around his bow. "The heart belongs to no one. It is a force of light, twisted and corrupted by your darkness." The figure laughed, chilling sound that sent shivers down their spines. "You think yourself righteous, Legolas of the woodland realm, but you know nothing of the heart's true power." As the figure raised a hand, the shadows surged forward, engulfing the chamber in darkness. The company fought valiantly, their weapons flashing in the dim light, but the shadows were relentless, their movements erratic and unpredictable. Legolas felt the heart's pull, its power tugging at his very soul. For a moment he hesitated, the weight of its presence threatening to overwhelm him. But then he remembered the woodland realm, his father, Tauriel, and the countless lives depending on them. "No," he shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. With a surge of determination, he grasped the heart, its light flaring brightly and driving back the shadows. The armored figure recoiled, their form flickering like a dying flame. "You cannot destroy the heart," they hissed. "Its power will consume you." Legolas met their gaze, his expression resolute. "Then I will carry it, and you will have no claim to it." With the heart in hand, the company fled the chamber, the shadows pursuing them with unrelenting fury. The corridors twisted and shifted, but Legolas's instincts guided them, his steps sure and swift. As they reached the outer walls, the fortress began to crumble, the ground shaking violently beneath their feet. The heart's light flared once more, creating a barrier that held the shadows at bay long enough for them to escape. When they finally emerged into the forest, the fortress collapsed behind them, its dark presence reduced to rubble. The air was heavy with silence, broken only by the ragged breaths of the company. Tauriel placed a hand on Legolas's shoulder, her expression a mix of relief and concern. "What now?" she asked. Legolas gazed at the heart, its light pulsing faintly in his hand. "Now, we take this to safety. Its power cannot fall into the wrong hands." Ilarion stepped forward, his expression grave. The heart's influence will linger. Even now, it calls to those who seek it. Your journey is far from over, Legolas. Legolas nodded, his resolve unshaken. Then we will face whatever comes next, together. The forest of Mirkwood seemed to hold its breath as the company moved through its ancient trees, the weight of their journey bearing down on them. Legolas carried the heart of shadow, its faint, pulsing light casting an eerie glow that danced across their faces. Every step felt heavier, every breath more labored, as though the relic's power grew stronger the closer they came to their destination. A hidden sanctuary deep within the woodland realm, where the heart could be sealed away forever. Ilarion walked beside Legolas, his usually sharp eyes clouded with unease. Tauriel took the rear, her weapons ready, while Maedrin scouted ahead. Despite their progress, the group's spirits were shadowed by the knowledge that they were being followed. The darkness that had pursued them from Dol Guldur was relentless, and its presence grew more oppressive with each passing hour. By the time they reached the sanctuary's entrance, a hidden glade surrounded by towering trees that seemed to shimmer with their own faint light, Legolas could feel the weight of the heart pressing into his very soul. The sanctuary was a place of ancient power, protected by the enchantments of the woodland realm's elders, but even its sacred aura seemed dimmed by the relic's presence. "We're here," Legolas said, his voice low. "Once we seal the heart, its influence will be contained." Ilarion placed a hand on his arm, his expression grave. "It won't let you do so easily. The darkness that clings to it will fight to remain free." "We'll face whatever comes," Tauriel said, stepping forward. "We always have." Before they could move further, a cold wind swept through the glade, carrying with it a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You cannot hide the light from me." The shadows at the edges of the glade began to writhe and take form, coalescing into the same armored figure they had encountered in Dol Guldur. Their dark helm gleamed in the faint light, and their voice dripped with malice. "The heart belongs to the shadow," the figure declared. "Surrender it, or watch your world burn." Legolas stepped forward, his grip tightening around the heart. "It belongs to no one, and it will never fall into your hands." The figure laughed, a hollow sound that reverberated through the glade. "You cannot stand against me. The heart's power has already tainted you. I can feel its pull within you." The figure raised a hand, and the shadows surged forward like a tidal wave. Legolas and Tauriel moved as one, their weapons flashing in the dim light. Ilarion stood back, his staff glowing faintly as he chanted an incantation that caused the shadows to waver. The battle was fierce and chaotic, the glade filled with the clash of steel and the crackle of magic. The shadows were relentless, their movements erratic and unpredictable. For every one they struck down, another seemed to rise in its place. Legolas fought with a determination born of desperation, his arrows finding their mark again and again. Tauriel's blades danced through the darkness, her movements precise and deadly. But it was Ilarion who held the key to their survival. His incantations kept the shadows at bay, giving the others the chance to strike. As the battle raged on, The armored figure stepped forward, its focus solely on Legolas. "You think yourself a hero," it said, its voice cutting through the chaos. "But you are nothing more than a pawn. The heart will consume you, as it has consumed so many before you." "I will not let it," Legolas replied, his voice steady. "The light within it is stronger than your darkness." The figure lunged, their blades slicing through the air with deadly precision. Legolas barely managed to deflect the strike, the force of the blow sending him stumbling back. As the shadows closed in, Lothlórien stepped forward, his expression one of fierce determination. "Legolas," he called, "take the heart to the altar. I'll hold them off." "No!" Legolas shouted, his voice filled with desperation. "We do this together." "There is no time," Lothlórien replied, his voice calm despite the chaos. "You must trust me." Before Legolas could protest further, Lothlórien raised his staff, its light flaring brighter than ever. The shadows recoiled, their forms flickering like smoke in a strong wind. The armored figure turned to Lothlórien, their voice filled with rage. "You cannot stop me." Lothlórien met its gaze, his voice steady. "I don't intend to stop you. I intend to destroy you." With a final incantation, Lothlórien unleashed a wave of light that tore through the shadows, scattering them like leaves in a storm. The force of the spell caused the ground to tremble, and the glade was filled with a blinding brilliance. When the light faded, Lothlórien was gone. The armored figure had been destroyed, their form reduced to nothing more than ash. The shadows had been vanquished, but at a terrible cost. Legolas stood in stunned silence, the heart of shadow clutched tightly in his hand. Tauriel placed a hand on his shoulder, her expression filled with grief. "Lothlórien knew what had to be done," she said softly. "He gave us the chance to finish this." With a heavy heart, Legolas approached the altar at the center of the glade. The heart pulsed faintly, its light dim, but still present. He placed it on the altar, and the enchantments of the sanctuary flared to life, encasing the relic in a sphere of shimmering light. "It is done," Legolas said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The heart is sealed." Tauriel nodded, though her expression was somber. As they left the glade, the forest seemed to come alive once more, its oppressive stillness replaced by a gentle rustling of leaves and the faint sound of birdsong. Yet the weight of their loss hung heavy in the air. Back in the woodland realm, Legolas stood before his father, King Thranduil, and recounted their journey. The king listened in silence, his expression unreadable. "You have done well," Thranduil said at last. "Ilarion's sacrifice will not be forgotten, and the heart will remain protected under our watch." Legolas nodded, though his heart was heavy. "The darkness will return," he said. "It always does." "Perhaps," Thranduil replied, "but so too does the light." As Legolas gazed out at the forest, the memory of Ilarion's sacrifice burned brightly in his mind. Their journey had come to an end, but their legacy would endure, a testament to the power of hope, courage, and the unyielding light that could pierce even the deepest shadow. The autumn air carried a biting chill across the wildlands of Eriador. hinting at the winter to come. The last embers of daylight faded beyond the rolling hills, casting long shadows over the land. In the distance, nestled against the dark silhouette of the weather hills, a solitary fire flickered. Aragorn pulled his cloak tighter around his shoulders, his keen gray eyes scanning the horizon. He moved swiftly, yet cautiously, his steps soundless against the damp earth. He had spent years in the wild, learning the ways of the Dunedain, but tonight felt different. Tonight, he was not alone. A familiar figure sat by the fire, pipe in hand, watching the flames with an expression of quiet contemplation. The glow of the embers highlighted the deep lines on his face, but his sharp eyes betrayed no weariness. "Gandalf," Aragorn greeted, stepping into the firelight. The wizard looked up, his bushy brows lifting in recognition. "Ah, there you are, my dear boy. I was beginning to wonder if you had lost your way." Aragorn smirked faintly as he settled onto a flat stone beside the fire. "A ranger does not lose his way." Gandalf chuckled, taking a slow draw from his pipe. "True enough. But even the keenest eyes cannot see all that moves in the dark." Aragorn exhaled, resting his forearms on his knees. "You did not summon me here to discuss the dark." "No," Gandalf admitted, his voice growing more serious. "I summoned you because there is work to be done. You have walked the lands of the north, Aragorn, but the road ahead is far greater than the one behind." Aragorn studied the wizard, sensing the weight behind his words. "What troubles you?" Gandalf tapped his pipe against the rock beside him, scattering glowing embers. "I have heard troubling whispers from the east. A warlord has emerged beyond the borders of Rudor, gathering the scattered hill tribes under his banner. The remnants of Angmar's corruption still linger, and I fear these men seek to reclaim the dark legacy left behind." Aragorn frowned. The name Angmar stirred a deep unease in him. The Witch King had long been defeated, but his shadow had never fully left the north. The ruins of his former strongholds still stood, and those foolish enough to seek power in the dark corners of the land often met their end, or worse, became something else. "What do you need me to do?" he asked. Gandalf leaned forward, his expression grave. "I need you to find out if these rumors are true. If there is a new warlord in the north, you must uncover his purpose. If he seeks to raise an army, we must stop him before his influence spreads." Aragorn's fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword. "Then I will go." Gandalf nodded. "You will not go alone. There are others who have noticed this rising shadow. I have arranged for you to meet a contact in the ruins of Fornost. He has seen things that may help us understand the true danger at hand." Aragorn regarded the wizard curiously. "Who is he?" "A man of many names," Gandalf said with a faint smile. "You will know him when you meet him. The ruins of Lothlórien, the ancient capital of Arnor, stood desolate against the backdrop of the northern hills. What had once been a mighty city of the Dunedain was now a crumbling graveyard, its streets swallowed by time and nature. The great halls where kings once ruled had been reduced to broken stone, and silence reigned where voices had once filled the air. Aragorn moved cautiously through the ruins, his senses alert. The place was abandoned, yet he could not shake the feeling of unseen eyes watching him from the shadows. a figure emerged from the archway of a ruined tower, wrapped in a dark cloak. He moved with the ease of a man accustomed to the wild, his steps light but deliberate. "Strider," the man greeted. Aragorn inclined his head. "You know my name, but I do not know yours." The stranger smirked. "Names are fickle things, but you may call me Orlin." Aragorn studied him. There was a quiet strength in the man's posture, the telltale sign of someone who had seen battle. "Gandalf sent me to meet you." "I know," Orlin said. "He has been asking too many questions in places that do not welcome them. You are here because you wish to know of the warlord." "Is he real?" Aragorn asked. "Real enough," Orlin confirmed. "He calls himself Maedrith of the Broken Blade, and he has sworn to reclaim the North in the name of those who once served the Witch King." Aragorn's jaw tightened. "A fool, then." "Perhaps," Orlin agreed, "but a fool with growing numbers. The hill tribes have long hated the Dunedain, and they see in him a chance to rise once more. He has promised them power, and power is a strong lure for desperate men." Aragorn folded his arms. "Where is he gathering his forces?" Orlin hesitated, then gestured toward the east. "Beyond the Weather Hills, near the border of Angmar. There is an old fortress there, Carn Ost. It was abandoned long ago, but it still stands. That is where he makes his camp." Aragorn's eyes darkened. "Then that is where I must go." Orlin smirked. "You have courage, Strider, but one man cannot walk into a stronghold alone." "I do not intend to walk alone," Aragorn said, "but I will need proof before I call upon the Dunedain." Orlin regarded him carefully. "Then you will need someone who knows the land." "And that would be you?" Orlin's smirk widened. "I never said I would come, but I do hate to be left out of interesting affairs." Aragorn nodded. "Then we leave at dawn." Night fell over Fornost, and the two men made camp in the shelter of a ruined wall. Aragorn sat beside the fire, sharpening his blade, while Orlin watched him with quiet curiosity. "You move like a king," Orlin remarked. Aragorn raised a brow. "I move like a ranger." Orlin chuckled. "Aye, but even kings must learn to track. Tell me, Strider, what drives you to hunt shadows in the night? What do you hope to gain from this?" Aragorn met his gaze. "I do not seek power, if that is your meaning, but I will not allow another war to consume the North." Orlin nodded. "A noble answer, but wars are not stopped by noble words. They are stopped by men willing to stand on the battlefield." Aragorn's eyes flickered with resolve. "Then I will stand." Orlin studied him for a long moment before nodding. "Then let us hope you are ready for what awaits in Carn Ost." The ruins grew quiet as the fire burned low. Aragorn closed his eyes, his thoughts lingering on Gandalf's words, on the weight of leadership, on the choices that shaped a man into something greater than himself. Tomorrow, they would set out toward Carn Ost, and whatever waited for them there, Aragorn would face it. The morning mist coiled through the ruins of Fornost, clinging to the weathered stones like the breath of ghosts. Aragorn tightened the straps of his pack, his keen gray eyes scanning the silent remnants of the lost kingdom. Here, centuries ago, his ancestors had fought their last battle against the Witch King of Angmar. He exhaled. The past lingered in these stones, but there was no time to dwell on it now. His mission lay ahead. Orlin crouched nearby, sharpening his dagger against a rough whetstone, his movements slow and deliberate. "You think your wizard friend will return?" he asked, not looking up. Aragorn didn't answer immediately. He had not seen Gandalf since they parted in Eriador, yet he knew the wizard well enough to suspect that his absence was intentional. Gandalf had his ways. He appeared when he was needed, rarely sooner, never later. "I do," Aragorn said at last, as if summoned by the words. A voice carried through the mist. "A wise assumption, my dear Aragorn." Aragorn's hand instinctively moved to his sword, but he relaxed as soon as he saw Gandalf's familiar silhouette emerging from the ruins. The wizard leaned on his staff, his grey robes blending with the stone, his sharp eyes gleaming beneath the shadow of his hat. Orlin exhaled sharply. "Your wizard friend has an unsettling habit of materializing from nowhere." Gandalf chuckled, his voice warm yet firm. "A talent I have honed over the years, though I assure you, I have been nearby since last night." Aragorn's brow furrowed. "You were watching us?" "Not watching. Listening, observing." Gandalf's expression turned serious. "I wanted to hear what you had learned before I revealed myself." His gaze flicked to Orlin, studying him with quiet curiosity. "And I see you have made a new acquaintance." Orlin smirked, sliding his dagger back into its sheath. "Acquaintance is a strong word. I prefer temporary ally." Gandalf let out a short laugh, before turning back to Aragorn. "Tell me what you have discovered." Aragorn nodded. "Maedrith is real. He is not merely a bandit lord. He is seeking something in the ruins of Carn Ost." At the mention of the name, Gandalf's expression darkened. His grip on his staff tightened ever so slightly. "Then we must go at once." Orlin scoffed. "You say that as if it's a simple errand, wizard. That fortress is long abandoned." Gandalf's sharp gaze met his. "Then why is it drawing a man like Maedrith to its halls?" Orlin hesitated. Aragorn, however, needed no further convincing. "We leave immediately," he said, adjusting his sword belt. "If Maedrith is after something hidden in Carn Ost, we must discover what it is before he does." Their journey east took 3 days, cutting through the wild hills of the north. The Weather Hills loomed in the distance, their slopes littered with the ruins of ancient watchtowers, once beacons of Arnor's strength, now silent reminders of its fall. The land grew harsher the closer they came to Carn Ost. The trees stood taller, twisted as if the earth itself recoiled from something unseen. The air was colder here, not the natural chill of the season, but something deeper, more unnatural. On the second night, as they camped beneath the skeletal branches of an old oak, Aragorn noticed Gandalf staring into the flames, his expression troubled. "You have been silent since we left Fornost," Aragorn observed. Gandalf exhaled, his breath curling in the night air. "This road brings back old memories." Orlin raised an eyebrow. "Memories of what?" Gandalf's eyes were distant. "Of the last time I walked these lands, and what I found." Aragorn leaned forward. "What do you mean?" The wizard hesitated before answering. "There was a time when the forces of Angmar did not merely seek to conquer by strength of arms. They wove their influence into the land itself, binding the stones, the waters, even the wind, to their will. Orlin frowned. Are you saying the land is cursed? Not cursed, Gandalf murmured, but tainted, and some taints never truly fade. Aragorn held the wizard's gaze. You believe Maedrith is seeking something left behind by the Witch King. Gandalf nodded. I fear it may be worse than that. By the dawn of the third day, they reached Carn Ost. The fortress sat atop a rocky hill, its blackened walls crumbling yet imposing. The banners of the Dunedain had once flown proudly from its towers. Now, only the wind moved through the empty halls. Aragorn studied the entrance warily. Tracks, he muttered. Gandalf knelt beside him, brushing his fingers over the disturbed earth. Maedrith's men. Orlin cursed under his breath. How many? Aragorn's expression darkened. At least a dozen. Perhaps more. Gandalf stood. Then we do not have time for caution. We must move quickly. They slipped through the ruined archway, moving as shadows in the morning mist. The fortress was eerily silent, save for the whisper of the wind against the stone. Then a sound. A growl. Low, guttural, reverberating through the empty halls. Aragorn's hand went to his sword as something moved in the darkness ahead. From the shadows of the ruined keep, a beast emerged. Not an orc, not a warg. It was larger, twisted, its body a grotesque fusion of wolf and shadow, its eyes burning like embers. Gandalf inhaled sharply. A fell warg. Aragorn had only heard of such creatures in whispered tales. Wolves that had been corrupted by dark sorcery, made into something more than mere beasts. Something unnatural. The warg lunged. Aragorn rolled aside just as its massive jaws snapped shut where he had stood. Orlin was already moving, slashing at its flank. The beast let out a hideous snarl, but did not fall. It did not even bleed. It is bound by sorcery, Gandalf shouted. Steel alone will not stop it. Aragorn's heart pounded. Then what will? Gandalf raised his staff, his voice ringing with power. Edro Kalad! A brilliant white light erupted from his staff, bathing the warg in its radiance. The beast let out a hideous screech as its form flickered, twisting, its body unraveling like mist before the dawn. Then it was gone. The silence that followed was deafening. Gandalf exhaled, his grip on his staff tightening. Maedrith is playing with forces he does not understand. We must stop him before it is too late. Aragorn nodded, his resolve unshaken. Then we find him, and we end this. As they moved deeper into the ruins, the air grew heavier, the presence of something unseen, something old, pressed upon them. The secrets of Carn Ost were waiting, and they were running out of time. The ruins of Carn Ost loomed before them, silent and foreboding beneath the cold light of the stars. The once mighty fortress, now a shattered relic of Arnor's past, stretched across the rugged hillside like the bones of some great, long-dead beast. Its towers, half collapsed and jagged, reached toward the sky in defiance of time, while the great archways that had once stood proud were now crumbling under centuries of neglect. Aragorn, Strider of the North, stepped cautiously across the broken stone of the courtyard, his sword drawn and his senses alert. Orlin followed close behind, his fingers gripping the hilt of his dagger, his eyes darting to every darkened alcove and ruined archway. Gandalf, ever the watchful guardian, held his staff firmly in one hand, his other hand resting lightly on the pommel of his sword, though he rarely drew it, unless absolutely necessary. "This place feels wrong," Orlin muttered, breaking the silence. His voice, even at a whisper, seemed unnaturally loud in the stillness of the fortress. Gandalf nodded, his keen eyes scanning the ruins. "It is tainted with old sorcery, the remnants of a darkness that should have been buried with Angmar. But such evils never truly fade. They wait, they endure, and they call to those foolish enough to listen." Aragorn exhaled, his breath misting in the cold night air. "Then Maedreth is answering that call. We must stop him before he can claim whatever power lingers here." Gandalf's expression darkened. "That is precisely what concerns me. He would not come here simply to rally his followers. He is seeking something buried within these ruins, and I fear it is something that was never meant to be found." Aragorn exchanged a glance with Orlin, then nodded. "Then let us find it first." They pressed onward, slipping into the ruins like shadows. The great halls of Carn Ost were vast and crumbling, their high ceilings partially collapsed, their once grand walls lined with ancient carvings, depicting the battles of Arnor against Angmar. In the torchlight, the images flickered, as if the ancient wars were still being fought within the stone. But something felt different. As Aragorn moved deeper into the ruin, he could feel it. A presence. A weight pressing against his chest. Thick and heavy, like unseen hands grasping at the edges of his mind. Gandalf stopped suddenly, gripping his staff. "Do you feel that?" he asked softly. Aragorn nodded. Orlin hesitated before answering, shifting uncomfortably. "It's suffocating," the rogue muttered. "Like the air's too thick to breathe." Gandalf's grip on his staff tightened. "We are no longer alone." A shuffling sound echoed from the depths of the ruin. Then a whisper, low, indistinct, like something speaking in a language older than time itself. Aragorn turned sharply, his sword at the ready. The shadows seemed to move, shifting unnaturally in the corners of the room. Then, as if called forth from the abyss itself, figures began to emerge from the darkness. At first, they seemed nothing more than shifting black mist, but as they drew closer, Aragorn saw them for what they truly were. Shades. Not fully wraiths, but not truly men either. Their bodies were half-formed, twisted remnants of souls long lost, their faces blurred as if they had been forgotten by the world itself, their eyes, hollow and pale, burned with a lightless hunger. One stepped forward, its voice a whisper carried on dead air. "You do not belong here." Aragorn gritted his teeth. "Neither does the one we seek. Where is Maedreth?" The shade did not answer. Instead, it raised one skeletal hand, and the torches along the walls snuffed out all at once. Darkness fell, Then the attack came. Aragorn barely had time to react before the first shade lunged forward, its form half substantial, half shadow, moving like mist, yet striking with the force of a blade. He dodged, rolling to the side as a second shade clawed at his chest, its fingers passing through his armor, but leaving a chill that burned against his skin. Orlin cursed, slicing at one of the creatures with his dagger. His blade passed through it, but the creature staggered back, hissing. "They can be wounded, but not by steel alone," Orlin shouted. Gandalf stepped forward, his staff erupting with light. The golden radiance spread like wildfire through the chamber, casting the shades into retreat. They hissed and twisted, their forms writhing under the wizard's magic. "Go back to the void that bore you," Gandalf commanded. One by one, the shades fled, slipping back into the cracks and shadows of the ruin, leaving the chamber silent once more. Aragorn straightened, breathing heavily. "What were they?" Gandalf exhaled slowly, his expression grim. "Fragments of the past, echoes of those who once served the Witch King, but they are not our true enemy." Orlin wiped sweat from his brow. "Then let's hope Maedrith doesn't command them." Gandalf said nothing, but in his silence, Aragorn knew what he feared. They pressed onward. At the heart of Carn Ost, they found it. A chamber carved deep beneath the ruin, lined with ancient runes that pulsed faintly in the dark. At its center stood Maedrith. He knelt before a massive stone altar, his hands raised in invocation. The air itself vibrated with dark power. Upon the altar lay an ancient blackened crown, its surface cracked, yet pulsing with a faint, sickly glow. Aragorn felt his heart skip a beat. The Crown of Shadows. Gandalf's voice was grim. "A remnant of Angmar's power, the shadow of the black flame." Maedrith turned, his face twisted in a cruel smile. "You are too late, Strider. The will of Angmar will rise again." His hand reached for the crown. Gandalf moved instantly. "Begone, servants of shadow." A blast of white flame shot from his staff, striking Maedrith. The warlord staggered, but did not fall. Instead, he laughed, a horrible, hollow sound. "You think your light can stop this? The North will bow once more to the dark." Aragorn rushed forward, his blade slashing toward Maedrith's chest. But the warlord moved too quickly. With a burst of shadow magic, he threw Aragorn backward, sending him crashing into the stone wall. The altar glowed with dark fire, and the crown began to rise. "No!" Gandalf roared. But it was too late. Maedrith grasped the Crown of Shadows, and the fortress shook. The ruins of Carn Ost trembled as the last echoes of Maedrith's incantation faded. The Crown of Shadows pulsed in his hands, its dark aura twisting like smoke around his fingers. Aragorn pushed himself up from the stone floor, his body aching from the force of Maedrith's spell. "He's running," Orlin growled, his dagger already in hand. Aragorn's eyes darted toward the far side of the chamber. Maedrith was gone. The air where he had stood moments ago still crackled with dark energy. He had vanished into the winding tunnels beneath Carn Ost, carrying with him the power of Angmar's past. Gandalf stepped forward, slamming his staff against the ground. "We cannot allow him to reach Angmar. If he reaches the ruins of Khazad-dûm, it will be too late. Aragorn sheathed his sword, already moving. Then we hunt him. The northern wildlands were vast, cruel, and filled with dangers unseen. Snow had begun to fall, a slow and steady descent of white flakes that coated the ancient paths leading north. Maedrith had a head start, but Aragorn knew the land. He could track him. They moved swiftly, racing across the plains of Rudor, the forgotten kingdom that once stood between Arnor and Angmar. The ground here was rough and broken, the land still bearing scars of old wars. Every so often, Aragorn knelt, brushing his fingers against the dirt, reading the trail. "His steps are deep," he murmured. "He's carrying weight." Gandalf frowned. "The crown is not an ordinary burden. The longer he holds it, the more it will try to claim him." "Then it is our advantage," Orlin said. "If it's fighting him, he'll be weaker, slower." Aragorn wasn't convinced. Maedrith was cunning. He would know the risks of using the crown's power, but he was also desperate, and desperation made men dangerous. By the second day of pursuit, the tracks led them toward the frozen wastes near Angmar's southern border. Then they found the bodies. The first corpse was half buried in the snow, a hillman of Rudor, his face twisted in a scream. His hands were blackened, burned as if he had touched something unholy. Aragorn knelt beside him, brushing aside the frost that clung to his chest. His armor bore the mark of Maedrith's forces. "He killed his own men," Orlin muttered, shaking his head. Gandalf grimaced. "No, the crown did." A few steps ahead, more bodies lay scattered across the frozen ground, some bearing wounds not made by steel, but by sorcery. Their eyes were hollow, their bodies twisted as if something had drained the life from them. Aragorn stood, scanning the land ahead. "He's losing control." Gandalf's expression was unreadable, or he's gaining something far worse. On the third night, as they camped in the ruins of an old watchtower, the ambush came. The first arrow struck the stone near Aragorn's head, sending a shower of dust into the firelight. He rolled aside, sword in hand, before he even saw the attackers. Orcs. Dozens of them, moving swiftly through the snow-covered ravine, their dark forms blending with the night. Orlin cursed, diving behind a crumbling wall, as a spear slammed into the ground, where he had stood. Gandalf rose, his staff crackling with power. "Their master calls them," he murmured. "Maedrith's presence has awakened them." Aragorn didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, his blade clashing with the first orc, cutting it down in a single stroke. More came, snarling, their yellow eyes gleaming with hate. The battle was fast, brutal. Arrows hissed through the air, clashing with steel and stone. Gandalf raised his staff, his voice ringing through the night. "Naur en Edraeth Amen!" A wave of flame erupted, sending orcs screaming into the darkness. Aragorn fought with precision, parrying, striking, dodging, his movements swift as the winter wind. He cut through the ranks, his sword slick with black blood. Orlin fought like a shadow, slipping between enemies, striking fast and deadly. Within minutes, The last of the orcs fell lifeless in the snow. Silence returned. Aragorn wiped his blade clean and turned to Gandalf. "They weren't here by chance." Gandalf nodded. "No, Maedrith is summoning them, and as we grow closer, we will face worse." Aragorn turned toward the black mountains on the horizon, the peaks of Angmar. The final leg of the hunt had begun. By the 4th day, the land had changed. The cold was sharper, the winds crueler. They had left Rudor behind, crossing into Angmar's borderlands, a place few dared to tread. The mountains were dark, jagged, and lifeless, and the air carried a whisper too faint to be words, but too real to be the wind. Then, as they climbed a narrow pass, Aragorn stopped suddenly. A figure stood ahead, alone in the snow, waiting. Maedrith. But he was changed. The man who had once been a warlord of Rudor now looked half shadow, his form flickering between flesh and something darker. The crown of shadows rested upon his brow, and his eyes glowed with an eerie, spectral light. He smiled. "You've come far, Strider." Aragorn stepped forward, sword in hand. "This ends here." Maedrith's laughter was a whisper in the wind, a sound not entirely human anymore. "No, Ranger, this has only begun." And then, with a wave of his hand, the ground beneath them cracked, and the spirits of the dead began to rise. The battle for Khazad-dûm had begun. The mountains of Angmar rose like the jagged teeth of some ancient beast, cloaked in the cold breath of winter. The winds howled through the blackened ruins of Khazad-dûm, carrying whispers of a darkness long thought vanquished. At the heart of those ruins, beneath the fractured sky, Maedrith stood atop the shattered throne of Angmar, the crown of shadows resting upon his brow. The transformation was nearly complete. His once human form had become something twisted and unnatural. His flesh stretched thin over runes that pulsed with dark fire. His eyes burned with an eerie, spectral glow, and his voice, when he spoke, was layered with something far older than himself. "You are too late, Strider," Maedrith whispered, his voice carrying through the wind like a prophecy. "The power of Angmar has awakened." Aragorn, standing at the foot of the ruined throne, did not flinch. He was not afraid. He had hunted men and beasts alike, had faced the shadows of the past, and had walked paths that no living man dared. This was just another trial. "Then I will put it back to rest," Aragorn said, leveling his sword. Gandalf stepped forward, his staff glowing with a radiance that pushed back the unnatural gloom. His face was grim. "The crown is not yours to wield, Maedrith. You are but a vessel for something greater than you, and it will consume you." Maedrith laughed, and the ground beneath them shook. The dead stirred. From the ruins of Khazad-dûm, from the broken halls and shattered towers, spirits rose from the ground. Wraiths, remnants of the Witch King's legions, their forms flickering between smoke and steel. Orcs, twisted by dark magic, emerged from the shadows, their hollow eyes locked onto the intruders. And then, with a single command, Maedrith unleashed hell. The undead charged like a black tide, sweeping over the ruined fortress. Aragorn, Gandalf, and Orlin met them head-on. Orlin moved like a shadow, his daggers flashing, slipping between the ranks of risen warriors, cutting down spirits before they could fully manifest. His blades, coated in mithril silver, sent the wraiths howling into oblivion. Gandalf's staff blazed like a fallen star, sending bursts of searing white flame into the darkness, scattering the dead like leaves in the wind. And Aragorn, he was a force of nature. His sword sang through the air, cutting down orcs and specters alike, his movements swift and precise. He fought with the grace of the elves and the strength of the Dunedain, each strike pushing him closer to Maedrith. The battle raged around them, but Aragorn never lost focus. He could feel Maedrith watching him, waiting for him. And then, the warlord raised a hand, and the battlefield froze. The dead ceased their attacks. The howling wind fell silent. Even Gandalf lowered his staff, sensing something was deeply wrong. Maedrith stepped forward, his body no longer fully his own. The crown had claimed him. "It is time, Strider. Come and face me." Aragorn advanced up the shattered steps of Khazad-dûm's throne, his sword gleaming in the half-light. Maedrith watched him, his lips curled in a knowing smile. And then with a flick of his wrist, he struck. The first blow was like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through the air. Aragorn blocked it, barely, his arms trembling from the impact. Maedrith was stronger than any mortal man, his strikes enhanced by the crown's dark sorcery. But Aragorn was faster. He sidestepped the next strike, bringing his blade up in a sharp riposte. Steel met shadow, and the impact sent both men skidding backward across the ruined stone. Maedrith laughed. "Good. You are worthy, but you cannot win." Aragorn didn't respond. He simply moved. The duel became a dance of light and darkness, of steel and sorcery. Maedrith's sword was wreathed in black flame, but Aragorn matched him, strike for strike, finding openings, testing weaknesses. The fortress quaked beneath them, the spirits screaming, the very air trembling with power. And then, Aragorn saw his chance. He feinted left, drawing Maedrith into an overextended strike, and then drove his sword through the warlord's chest. For a moment, Maedrith stared at him, as if in disbelief. Then he smiled. "Fool," he whispered. "The crown does not need a master." And with one final act of defiance, Maedrith grabbed Aragorn's wrist and pulled him toward the crown. "Aragorn!" Gandalf's voice rang out like a bell. The moment Aragorn's fingers brushed the crown, he felt it. The endless hunger of its power, the pull of Angmar's will. It would have taken him. It would have claimed him as its next vessel. But then, a blast of light split the sky. Gandalf raised his staff, his voice filled with ancient power. "Naur Anwa, Dagore Fuin." A pillar of white fire erupted from the heavens, engulfing the crown, Maedrith, and the throne of Khazad-dûm itself. The warlord screamed, but it was not just his voice. The spirits of Angmar howled as one, their essence torn from the fortress. The crown of shadows cracked, its power shattered like glass, and as Maedrith was consumed by the holy fire, Khazad-dûm itself began to collapse. Aragorn staggered back, his head spinning, his heart pounding. The battlefield was silent now, the dead finally laid to rest. The crown was gone, nothing but ashes in the wind. Gandalf exhaled, exhaustion clear in his eyes. It is over. Orlin sat on a crumbling stone, his blade still in hand. You almost let that thing take you. Aragorn nodded, his mind still reeling. But it didn't. Gandalf placed a hand on Aragorn's shoulder. Because you resisted. That is what makes you different. Aragorn looked out over the ruins of Angmar, the place where so much darkness had begun. He had faced it and survived, but he knew this was only the first of many trials to come. And one day, he would face a greater evil, one that had long been waiting in the east. He sheathed his sword. Let's go home. And with that, they turned from the ruins of Khazad-dûm, leaving behind the ghosts of Angmar, finally silenced. The earth trembled beneath the weight of the great armies, their banners fluttering in the cold wind as they gathered at the foot of Mount Doom. It was a time of great uncertainty, where the forces of darkness threatened to consume all of Middle-earth. The last alliance of elves and men, formed in the waning days of the Second Age, had one purpose: to defeat the growing power of Sauron, the Dark Lord, and bring an end to the terror he had wrought. This was the final battle, the clash that would decide the fate of the world. Led by Gil-galad, the elven High King of Lothlórien, and Elendil, the King of Gondor, the armies of elves and men marched across the desolate plains of Mordor. Together, they stood as the last line of defense against the ever-growing shadow of Sauron's forces. The Númenóreans, once a proud and powerful people, fought alongside the High Elves and the Wood Elves, their swords drawn and their hearts filled with resolve. The fate of Middle-earth rested upon their shoulders. The battlefield stretched wide before them, the blackened sky overhead heavy with the threat of death. The Nazgûl soared through the air on their fell beasts, their terrifying shrieks cutting through the chaos. The orcs and trolls of Mordor lined the ranks of Sauron's army, their twisted forms leering at the brave defenders. But the alliance held firm, and for a time, there was hope. The battle began with a thunderous roar as the orc armies surged forward, their monstrous forms crashing into the defense lines of the alliance. Elendil, the great king of Gondor, stood tall at the front, his armor glinting in the dim light of the battle. His sword, Andúril, The reforged blade of his forefathers gleamed with the light of ancient kings. At his side was Gil-galad, the mighty elf king, his spear, Aeglos, crackling with magic as he fended off the charge of the enemy. The clash was brutal, the ground beneath their feet shaking as the armies collided. Elven blades flashed like lightning, cutting through the darkness, while the men of Gondor held the line with steadfast courage. The elves, with their grace and speed, fought like shadows, appearing and disappearing among the enemy. But the battle, though fierce, was not enough to break the tide of Mordor's overwhelming numbers. The orcs and trolls pressed on relentlessly, their numbers seemingly endless. The Nazgûl swooped down, casting fear into the hearts of all who saw them. In the distance, the great tower of Barad-dûr loomed, its black spire reaching into the clouds like a harbinger of doom. It was there that Sauron watched, his will over the battlefield growing ever stronger. As the battle raged on, it became clear that the forces of light were beginning to falter. Gil-galad, despite his might, was growing weary. His enchanted spear struck down many foes, but the pressure of Sauron's legions began to weigh heavily on him. Elendil, too, fought valiantly at the front, his movements a testament to the strength of Númenor. But the toll of battle was taking its toll on the great king. And then it happened. With a great cry, Sauron himself appeared on the battlefield, towering over his forces like a dark god. His armor, black as night, gleamed with a sickly light. His presence sent waves of terror through the hearts of even the bravest warriors. Gil-galad, seeing the Dark Lord himself on the field, ordered his forces to hold fast. But it was too late. Elendil stepped forward, his eyes locking on Sauron's, and with a battle cry, he charged toward the Dark Lord, Anduril raised high. His strength and courage were unmatched, but even he could not withstand the overwhelming power of Sauron. In a single blow, Sauron struck him down, and Elendil's body fell to the ground, his sword shattered. Gil-galad rushed to his side, but the Dark Lord was too powerful. With a scream, Gil-galad hurled his spear at Sauron, but it was deflected by the Dark Lord's magic. In the blink of an eye, Sauron's hand struck down the Elf King, and the light of the last alliance dimmed forever. With the death of their leaders, the elves and men began to break. Without the unifying force of Gil-galad and Elendil, the ranks of the alliance wavered. Sauron's forces pressed forward relentlessly, overwhelming the warriors of the last alliance. The elves, despite their great skill, could not hold their ground against the sheer force of Sauron's army. The Nazgûl swooped down upon them, striking fear into their hearts, and the orcs poured into the gaps left in the shattered line. The battle turned to chaos. Gondor's warriors fought fiercely, but they were outnumbered and surrounded. The elves, though immortal, found their courage tested as the Dark Lord's forces closed in around them. The mighty trolls trampled over the bodies of the fallen, and the once proud men were cut down one by one. Aragorn's distant ancestor, Isildur, who had been but a child at this time, would later hear the tales of this day. It was a day of darkness, a day where the light of Middle-earth was all but extinguished. The last alliance had been shattered, the ring had not been destroyed, and the forces of Mordor emerged victorious. Sauron stood victorious on the battlefield, his enemies scattered before him. The One Ring, still in his possession, burned with a cruel, unyielding power. His forces had defeated the last alliance of elves and men, and the free peoples of Middle-earth lay broken beneath his feet. With the fall of Gil-galad and Elendil, and the defeat of their armies, Sauron's reign was solidified. The elves and men retreated, scattered to the corners of Middle-earth, their hearts broken and their kingdoms fallen. The shadow of Mordor spread far and wide, and the light of hope that had once burned brightly for Middle-earth was all but extinguished. As Sauron stood victorious, his dark laugh echoed across the plains, a cruel reminder that the world now belonged to him. The One Ring had won the day, and Middle-earth was now a land ruled by shadows, where no hope could shine. The defeat of the last alliance of elves and men was but the beginning of an era that would see Middle-earth swallowed by the shadow of Sauron. With the fall of Gil-galad and Elendil, the forces of light had been shattered. The One Ring, unchallenged and undestroyed, was firmly back in the hands of its master. The Dark Lord's victory at the Black Gate was complete, and now, with the resistance broken, the full force of Mordor was unleashed upon the world. With the elves and men retreating to their scattered strongholds, Sauron began his march to consolidate his rule over Middle-earth, and the once proud kingdoms of men, like Gondor, now had no defenders strong enough to resist. The realms of Mirkwood, Rohan, and Lothlórien all felt the weight of Sauron's growing influence, while Gondor was left to watch as Minas Tirith fell into despair. The lands once known as the heart of the free peoples, from Rohan to Gondor, were now in ruins, and the once great cities stood crumbling. With the Nazgûl at his side, Sauron pressed forward, his armies of orcs, trolls, and corrupted men spreading like a plague across Middle-earth. The cities of Gondor were sacked one by one, and Minas Tirith, the jewel of the kingdom, stood defenseless. Sauron's presence was now felt in every corner of Middle-earth, his armies dominating everything they touched. The men of Gondor, though proud and resilient, now found themselves without leadership, their walls breached by the sheer might of Sauron's war machine. Without the unifying strength of Elendil, and with the line of kings broken, Gondor began to crumble under the weight of its own decay. While Gondor burned, Rohan too fell to the shadow. The king of the riders of Rohan attempted to rally his people, but the trolls and orcs of Mordor overwhelmed them. The great Rohan cavalry, once feared throughout Middle-earth, was no match for Sauron's endless legions. The once proud halls of Edoras were looted and burned, and Saruman, once an ally, betrayed them, turning his forces toward Sauron's cause. Rohan, like Gondor, was left a shattered husk, and the people were scattered and broken. Lothlórien, the last sanctuary of the elves, stood as a final bastion against the overwhelming forces of Sauron. Galadriel and Celeborn, the rulers of Lothlórien, tried to rally the remaining elves, but their numbers were too few. The magic that had once protected their forests began to fade as the darkness of Mordor crept closer. Lothlórien, though a realm untouched by Sauron's direct influence for a time, was eventually overrun by the growing power of Mordor. The elves retreated to the Undying Lands, leaving Middle-earth to its fate. As the darkness stretched across the lands, the last flickers of hope remained in the hearts of a few brave souls. Gandalf, though devastated by the loss of the last alliance, still held on to the belief that Middle-earth could resist Sauron. He knew that the struggle was not over, but that the battle for the One Ring had not yet been won. He had witnessed the loss, the death of kings, the collapse of empires, but he still held on to the ancient knowledge that something, someone, could rise again. But Sauron was patient. His victory, though overwhelming, was not yet complete. With the ring in his possession, he knew that all that remained was to crush the will of the free peoples, to extinguish any spark of rebellion before it could grow. The lands of Gondor, Rohan, and even the elves' realms were now his to command. Mordor had not only claimed the land, but had begun to break the spirit of Middle-earth itself. With the fall of Gondor, Rohan, and Lothlórien, Sauron's reign was unchallenged. The One Ring, now fully under his control, served as a symbol of his absolute power. Middle-earth was now a world where the darkness reigned supreme, and the light of the free peoples had been extinguished. The last resistance had been crushed, and the age of free peoples was at an end. The great battle for Middle-earth was over. Sauron, triumphant, stood atop the ruins of his enemies. The One Ring was his, and with it, he could shape the world as he saw fit. The Nazgûl, his most loyal servants, spread across Middle-earth, enforcing his will. Mordor had expanded, swallowing the lands of Gondor and Rohan, and the light that had once defined the age of the elves and men had been swallowed by the eternal night of Sauron's rule. In the silence that followed, as Gondor and Rohan fell to dust, and the elves sailed away into the west, Middle-earth settled into an age of oppression. The darkness would reign for centuries, and the memory of the free people's resistance would be nothing more than whispers on the wind. Middle-earth, once a realm filled with the light of its free peoples, was now consumed by the darkness of Sauron. With the fall of the last alliance of elves and men, Gondor, Rohan, and the last bastions of resistance had been crushed. Sauron's forces had swept across the lands, his power more absolute than ever before, and the One Ring now rested firmly in his control. The great kingdoms had crumbled, and the remnants of the free peoples were scattered, broken, or enslaved by the overwhelming might of Mordor. The cities of Gondor stood in ruin, the once proud towers of Minas Tirith, now nothing more than hollowed-out shells. Aragorn's line was broken, and Isildur's legacy seemed nothing more than a forgotten dream. The White City had fallen, and with it, the last hope of men. Rohan was a shadow of its former glory, its once proud cavalry crushed under the heel of Sauron's legions. Edoras had been razed, and the people of Rohan either perished in battle or scattered to the winds. Saruman, once a powerful force of resistance, had betrayed them all, aligning with Sauron in his quest for ultimate domination. Lothlórien, the last sanctuary of the elves, stood quiet and lifeless. The beauty and magic that had once defined it were now but distant memories. Galadriel and Celeborn, the immortal rulers of the elven realm, were among the last to retreat to the Undying Lands, leaving Middle-earth behind. The elves, having already begun their slow departure, could only look on as the last of the free peoples fell, knowing that their time in Middle-earth had come to an end. The last flames of defiance flickered and then were extinguished, and the Age of Light was forever lost. Mordor now stretched its dark shadow over the world, with Sauron at its helm, supreme and untouchable. The lands once filled with the songs of hope and defiance were now silent. The Nazgûl, Sauron's most terrifying servants, ruled over what remained of the fallen kingdoms. Their chilling cries were heard across the land, instilling fear and despair in all who still dared to resist. The ringwraiths had been the ones to hunt down the last pockets of resistance, their black cloaks gliding over the wasteland that Middle-earth had become. Their presence was felt in every corner of the world, and they ensured that none could stand against the Dark Lord. In the ashes of Gondor, a few scattered remnants of men continued to live, their spirits broken. The once proud warriors of Gondor now lived in servitude, their lands forever marked by the shadow of Sauron. They had been defeated on the battlefield, but their will to fight was now lost in the wake of their destruction. Only whispers of a distant past lingered in the minds of those few who still clung to memories of freedom. The dwarves, too, felt the weight of Sauron's rule. The halls of Moria, once a thriving kingdom, had long since fallen to the darkness of Mordor. The Balrog, once thought vanquished, had returned with a vengeance, scattering the remnants of the dwarven kingdom like dust. In the far north, the men of the north were also feeling the weight of the shadow. Rohan's fierce warriors had been all but wiped out, and Gondor's once proud armies had been shattered. The Northmen, who had once been able to hold their own against the shadow of Mordor, now had no strength left to defy the oncoming tide. Even the great bastions of elves and the dwarven kingdoms were silenced. Even in the darkest times, there were still those who resisted, but their numbers were few, and their strength was spent. Gandalf, having seen the fall of Gondor and the retreat of the elves, wandered Middle-earth, seeking remnants of hope. He had seen the breaking of the last alliance, but there was still a faint spark of defiance in his heart. The One Ring was in Sauron's possession, but Gandalf knew that the key to defeating the Dark Lord had never been in sheer might. It had always been in understanding, in the patience of the free peoples of Middle-earth. Yet, despite Gandalf's efforts to hold on to that last bit of hope, it was clear that Sauron's victory was complete. Middle-earth now lived under the shadow of the Dark Lord's will. The once vibrant cities were left in ruins, the people scattered or enslaved, and the ringwraiths held dominion over every part of the known world. With the ring in his grasp, Sauron established himself as the supreme ruler of all of Middle-earth. His armies, bolstered by his own dark magic and the terror of the Nazgûl, swept across the world with ease. the One Ring, now fully aligned with its master, pulsed with an unholy power, and its influence reached even the deepest corners of Middle-earth. The Age of Mordor had begun. The sun itself seemed to grow dim under Sauron's gaze. The light of Gondor's proud history, the hope of Rohan's warriors, and the magic of the elves were all dimmed under the weight of Sauron's dominion. Middle-earth became a land of nightmares, where only those who bowed to the Dark Lord could hope to survive. The rest were crushed, destroyed, or forgotten in the dark annals of history. And so it was that Sauron reigned supreme, his victory final and absolute. The once bright lands of Middle-earth were now ruled by the shadow of Mordor, and the once vibrant peoples of elves, men and dwarves, were reduced to memories, whispers of a time long past. The Siege of Khazad-dûm. The halls of Khazad-dûm, the great kingdom of the dwarves, echoed with the sound of hammers striking stone, forges blazing with the heat of creation, and the proud voices of the dwarves. Khazad-dûm, later known as Moria, was once the greatest of all dwarven kingdoms, ruled by the line of Durin. Its wealth was unparalleled, with veins of mithril running deep beneath the mountains. But with such wealth came danger, and the shadow of the deep had begun to stir. This is the tale of Balin, one of the few dwarves who sought to reclaim Moria, long after it had fallen to darkness. After the defeat of Smaug and the restoration of Erebor, Balin grew restless. He dreamed of restoring the ancient glory of Khazad-dûm, of reclaiming the halls where his ancestors once walked. It was a dream shared by many, but few were brave enough to act upon it. With a small company of loyal dwarves, including Uin and Ori, Balin set out to reclaim the lost kingdom. Their journey was perilous, but they were determined to succeed. For Khazad-dûm was more than just a home. It was the heart of the dwarven people, and they would not rest until it was theirs once again. The road to Moria was long and dangerous. Balin and his company traveled through the lands of Middle-earth, passing through the misty mountains, across the lands of Eregion, and finally to the eastern entrance of Khazad-dûm. The once great doors were now crumbled and overgrown. The inscription, "Speak, friend, and enter," barely visible beneath the moss. Balin stood before the gates, his heart heavy with the weight of what was to come. He remembered the tales of old, when Khazad-dûm was the pride of their people, and he remembered the day it was lost to darkness. His hands clenched into fists, but his resolve remained firm. "Khazad-dûm will be ours again," Balin said, turning to his companions. "This is our home, and we will take it back from whatever dark powers have claimed it." The dwarves raised their axes in agreement, their faces set with grim determination. They were few in number, but their hearts were strong. With a deep breath, Balin stepped forward, pushing open the ancient doors, and the company entered the lost kingdom of their ancestors. At first, Moria seemed abandoned, a vast network of silent halls and empty corridors. The great forges were cold, the mighty bridges and archways crumbled, and the once bustling mines were empty. The dwarves moved cautiously, their footsteps echoing eerily in the darkness. But as they delved deeper, they found signs of the kingdom's former glory. Mithril veins still glittered in the walls. The stonework of the dwarves stood strong, despite the passage of time, and the great hallways were still as magnificent as the day they were built. The dwarves began to rebuild, their spirits lifting as they worked together to restore what had been lost. Balin, ever the optimist, declared himself Lord of Moria, taking residence in the chamber of Mazarbul, the ancient records room. The dwarves lit the forges once again, mined mithril from the depths, and carved new tunnels to expand their reclaimed kingdom. For a time, it seemed as though their dream of restoring Khazad-dûm was becoming a reality, but not all was as it seemed. As the dwarves continued to rebuild, they began to notice strange occurrences. At first it was small things, sounds in the dark, the feeling of being watched, tools going missing. But soon, the shadows in the depths grew bolder. The dwarves whispered of orcs that had once inhabited Moria, but these were not the simple goblins of the mountains. These were creatures of the deep, twisted and malevolent, driven by a darker force. One night, as Balin and his men worked late in the mines, there was a sudden attack. Orcs, swarming from the darkness, poured into the lower levels of Moria, cutting down the miners and driving the dwarves back. The halls echoed with the clash of weapons, and the once peaceful kingdom was plunged into chaos. And Balin rallied his warriors, leading them into battle. The dwarves fought with all their strength, their axes cleaving through orcs and goblins alike. But for every orc they slew, 2 more seemed to take its place. The enemy was relentless, and soon the dwarves were forced to retreat to the upper levels of Moria. Balin knew that something far worse than orcs lurked in the deep places of the world. The ancient legends of Khazad-dûm spoke of a great evil, a Balrog, a demon of shadow and flame, awakened by the dwarves' greed when they delved too deep into the earth in search of mithril. As the dwarves retreated to the upper halls, Balin knew they could not hold Moria for long. The orcs were too many, and the shadow in the depths was growing stronger. But he refused to abandon the kingdom they had fought so hard to reclaim. He had promised his people that Khazad-dûm would be theirs again, and he intended to keep that promise. The dwarves fortified the chamber of Mazarbul, preparing for their final stand. Balin, Un, and Ori led the defense, standing side by side as the orcs swarmed through the hallways. The chamber echoed with the sound of battle, the clash of steel, and the cries of the wounded. Despite their courage, the dwarves were slowly pushed back. One by one, they fell, their blood staining the stone floors of their ancient home. Balin fought with all his might, his axe cleaving through the ranks of the orcs, but even he knew that they could not hold forever. In the end, it was not the orcs that brought the dwarves to their knees, but the great shadow itself. The Balrog of Morgoth, a creature of fire and darkness, rose from the depths, its fiery whip crackling as it descended upon the last defenders of Khazad-dûm. Balin turned to face the creature, his heart filled with both fear and defiance. "This is our home," he whispered, raising his axe high, "and we will not surrender it." With a final, defiant cry, Balin charged the Balrog. The chamber was filled with a blinding light as the creature's fiery whip lashed out, striking Balin down. His axe clattered to the ground, and the last Lord of Moria fell beneath the shadow of the ancient demon. The story of Balin's attempt to reclaim Moria was one of both courage and tragedy. Though his efforts were valiant, the forces of darkness that had claimed Khazad-dûm were too strong. The dwarves fought bravely, but in the end, they were overwhelmed by the orcs and the Balrog. When the Fellowship of the Ring later passed through Moria, they found the remains of Balin and his company in the chamber of Mazarbul. Their last stand had been written in the Book of Records, a testament to their bravery and determination. Though Balin fell, his dream of reclaiming Moria lived on in the hearts of the dwarves. They would one day return to their ancient home, but for now, the shadow of Khazad-dûm remained. Durin's Lost Heir, the journey to Erebor. The winds howled through the frozen peaks of the misty mountains, their icy breath cutting through the thick cloaks of the small company of dwarves, making their way along the narrow mountain pass. At their head was Dain Ironfoot, the king under the mountain, ruler of the lonely mountain of Erebor. His silver beard gleamed under his fur-lined hood, and his sharp eyes scanned the path ahead, ever wary of the dangers that lurked in these treacherous lands. With him marched some of the finest warriors of the dwarves, their battle axes glinting in the pale winter sun. But this was no simple expedition. Dain carried with him the weight of an ancient secret, one that had been passed down through the line of Durin, the greatest of all the dwarven kings. It was said that one day, Durin himself would be reborn, and when that time came, he would lead the dwarves to an age of glory and power, unlike anything they had ever known. And now, Dain believed he had found the key to that prophecy. Far to the north, in the icy wastes of Ferodwith, lay the lost kingdom of Gundabad, where it was said Durin had first awoken from stone. Legends spoke of a relic hidden deep within the mountain, an ancient crown said to be blessed by Ole the Smith himself, the Valor who had created the dwarves. The crown was believed to hold the power to recognize the true heir of Durin, and Dain was determined to retrieve it. As they made their way through the narrow pass, the dwarves huddled around a small fire during their brief rest. Balin, one of Dain's most trusted advisors, and a survivor of the Battle of 5 Armies, took a seat beside him. The crown of Durin, Balin mused, his voice low but filled with reverence. Many thought it was lost forever when Gundabad fell to the orcs. But if the rumors are true, and it remains hidden beneath the mountain, think of what it could mean for our people, Dain. Dain nodded, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames. I have heard the tales, Balin. If the crown still exists, it is more than just a relic. It could mean the rebirth of our people. Durin's line has always been strong, but it has never regained the full glory of the old days. With the crown, we might reclaim our rightful place in Middle-earth. Balin stroked his beard thoughtfully. Do you truly believe the prophecy, then? That Durin will return? Dain met his advisor's gaze, his expression hard as iron. I must believe it, old friend. Our people need hope. The shadow grows stronger to the south. and war will come again. If we can find the crown, and if it truly recognizes Durin's heir, it may be the only chance we have to unite the dwarven kingdoms before the storm breaks. After several days of perilous travel, the company of dwarves reached the base of Mount Gundabad. The once great city had long been a place of sorrow for the dwarves. It had been taken by orcs, and had served as a stronghold for the enemies of Durin's folk for centuries. But now, with the orcs driven from the misty mountains, Gundabad lay abandoned, a desolate and forgotten ruin. The gates of Gundabad were massive, carved into the mountainside, with intricate runes and ancient symbols of the dwarves etched into the stone. But time and war had taken their toll. The gates were cracked and broken, and the halls beyond lay in shadow. "We must move quickly," Dain said, stepping forward to inspect the ancient carvings. "The orcs may be gone, but these mountains are full of dark things. We will not be alone for long." The dwarves entered the long abandoned city, with their torches raised high, the flickering light casting strange shadows on the walls. The air was thick with dust, and the silence was oppressive. But as they moved deeper into the mountain, they began to sense something, an old power lingering beneath the stone, a presence that had not faded even after all these years. Balin knelt to inspect a series of old carvings on the floor. "These runes, they tell of Durin's reign. This place was once the heart of our people. Dain, we are walking in the footsteps of our greatest ancestors." Dain nodded, his heart swelling with pride and purpose. "Then we are on the right path." After hours of searching through the ruins, the company finally reached the heart of the mountain, where Durin's throne once stood. The hall was vast, its ceiling lost in shadow, and at the far end stood a stone dais, upon which rested an ancient sarcophagus. "This is it," Dain said quietly, his voice barely a whisper. "The tomb of Durin the Deathless." The dwarves approached with reverence, their eyes fixed on the sarcophagus. Balin stepped forward, his voice filled with awe. "This is where Durin first awoke, where he ruled in the first age of our people. The crown must be here, buried with him." But as they drew closer, a strange feeling settled over the company, a sense of foreboding, as though the very mountain was watching them. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. From the shadows at the far end of the hall, a low growl echoed through the chamber. The dwarves turned, their hands flying to their weapons as a massive creature lumbered out of the darkness. A troll, its skin as gray as the stone around them, had made its home in the depths of Gundabad. It roared, shaking the walls, and charged toward the dwarves with terrifying speed. "Stand your ground," Dain shouted, raising his battle axe. The dwarves met the troll's charge head-on, their axes and hammers ringing out as they clashed with the beast. The troll was powerful, but the dwarves were skilled warriors, and they fought with the strength of their ancestors. Balin swung his hammer, striking the troll's leg, while Dain drove his axe into its shoulder. The troll howled in pain, lashing out with its massive fists. But the dwarves fought on, their determination unshakable. Finally, with a mighty blow from Dain's axe, the troll fell to the ground, its body crashing into the stone floor with a deafening thud. With the troll defeated, The dwarves turned their attention back to the sarcophagus. Dain stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest, and carefully removed the stone lid. Inside, resting atop the ancient bones of Durin, lay the crown of Durin, a simple yet elegant circlet of mithril, embedded with a single gem that glowed faintly in the dim light. Dain reached out and lifted the crown, holding it high for all to see. "The crown of Durin the Deathless," he said, his voice filled with awe. "It still holds the power of our people." Balin stepped forward, his eyes wide with wonder. "It is, as the legends said. With this crown, we could unite the dwarves of the north once more." But as Dain held the crown in his hands, he felt something stir within him, a sense of destiny, of purpose. He knew that the crown was more than just a symbol of power. It was a promise, a reminder of the greatness that the dwarves had once known, and the greatness they could achieve again. "We will take the crown back to Erebor," Dain said, his voice firm. "And there, we will decide the future of our people." The dwarves left Gundabad behind, the weight of their discovery heavy on their shoulders. They had found the crown of their greatest king, and with it, the hope of a new future for the dwarves. But they also knew that dark times lay ahead, and that they would need all the strength and unity they could muster to face the coming storm. The call of the mountain. The wind howled through the narrow passes of the grey mountains, biting at the exposed skin of the dwarves as they made their way through the rocky terrain. Thorin Stonehelm led the way, his sturdy boots crunching over the snow-covered ground, his keen eyes scanning the landscape for any sign of danger. The grey mountains were home to wild creatures, and rumors of dragons still haunting the area had made many of the dwarves uneasy. "Keep your eyes sharp," Thorin said, his voice low but firm. "The mountain is as treacherous as its creatures." Dwalin, walking beside Thorin, grunted in agreement. His broad shoulders and thick beard were flecked with snow, but his axe was always within reach. "Aye, there's more than dragons to worry about here. These mountains have seen too much blood spilled." Gimli, bringing up the rear, felt a thrill of excitement as they trekked deeper into the mountains. He had long heard stories of the Grey Mountains and the wealth hidden within them, but there was another reason for his eagerness. His father, Gloin, had spoken often of Thrain II, and the mystery of his disappearance weighed heavily on Gimli's mind. "Do you think we'll find any trace of Thrain?" Gimli asked, his breath misting in the cold air. Thorin shook his head. "Thrain's fate is unknown, but if he left anything behind, we'll find it. This place holds many secrets, some better left undisturbed." As they pressed on, the path narrowed, leading them to the mouth of an ancient tunnel. The stone archway was cracked and weathered with age, but above it, the symbol of Durin's folk was still visible, a hammer crossed with an axe. It was a sign that dwarves had once mined this area, long before the days of Erebor. The dwarves lit their torches and entered the tunnel, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls. Inside, the air was musty and cold, the only sound the occasional drip of water from the ceiling. The tunnel descended deeper into the mountain, twisting and turning in a labyrinth of ancient dwarven mines. After what felt like hours, The dwarves reached a vast chamber. The ceiling was so high, it disappeared into the darkness, and the walls glistened faintly in the torchlight. Mithril. There it is, Thorin whispered, stepping forward to inspect the walls. His gloved hand brushed the stone, feeling the veins of precious metal running through it. This is what we've been searching for. Gimli's eyes widened as he gazed at the mithril. It's beautiful. More than I imagined. But Dwalin remained cautious, his axe in hand. Aye, but beauty often comes with a price. Stay alert. As the dwarves began to explore the chamber, they found signs that others had been there before them. Broken tools, old mining carts, and scattered bones lay strewn across the floor. Thorin knelt to examine the remains. These are the bones of dwarves, he said grimly. Thrain's expedition, perhaps. Gimli's heart sank at the thought. So, this is where they met their end. But before anyone could respond, a low rumble echoed through the chamber. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and a gust of cold wind blew through the tunnel behind them. The dwarves froze, their torches flickering in the sudden breeze. From the shadows at the far end of the chamber, a pair of glowing eyes appeared. A deep, guttural growl followed, and the sound of claws scraping against stone sent a chill down the dwarves' spines. Dragon, Dwalin whispered, gripping his axe tighter. Before they could react, the dragon lunged from the darkness, its massive wings unfurling as it swept across the chamber. The dwarves scattered, dodging the creature's fiery breath as it roared, shaking the very walls of the mountain. Its scales were black as night, and its eyes burned with malice. Thorin raised his sword, calling out to his companions, "To arms! Defend yourselves!" The battle was fierce. The dragon's fire illuminated the chamber in a hellish glow as it snapped and slashed at the dwarves. Thorin, Dwalin, and Gimli fought bravely, their weapons striking the creature's tough hide, but it was as strong as any dragon that had ever terrorized the dwarves of old. Gimli swung his axe at the dragon's leg, forcing it to rear back with a snarl. "I will not fall here," he shouted, his face set with determination. Thorin, seeing an opening, leaped onto the creature's back, driving his sword between its scales. The dragon roared in pain, twisting and bucking as it tried to shake him off. But Dwalin knew they couldn't win this fight through strength alone. "Bring it down, Thorin," he shouted. "The ceiling, it's unstable." Thorin understood immediately. He drove his sword deeper into the dragon's back, forcing it toward the center of the chamber. As the beast roared and thrashed, its wings struck the ceiling, sending chunks of stone crashing down. The chamber trembled, and with one final blow from Dwalin's axe, the ceiling gave way. Rocks and debris rained down on the dragon, crushing it beneath the weight of the mountain. Its roar faded into silence as it was buried beneath the rubble. The dust settled, and the dwarves stood in the now ruined chamber, breathing heavily, but victorious. The dragon was dead, but the cost of the battle was evident in the destruction around them. The once pristine veins of mithril were now buried beneath the rubble, lost once again to the depths of the earth. But as they gathered themselves, Gimli noticed something among the debris. An old, weathered book, half buried in the stone. He knelt and pulled it free, wiping away the dust. It was a dwarven journal, its pages filled with faded writing. "Thrain's journal," Gimli whispered, turning the pages carefully. "It's his." Thorin stepped forward, looking over Gimli's shoulder. "What does it say?" Gimli read aloud, his voice soft in the quiet chamber. The journal detailed Thrain's last journey into the Grey Mountains, his search for the mithril vein, and the discovery of the dragon's lair. But more importantly, it revealed something else. A hidden path, deep within the mountains, that led to an ancient dwarven stronghold, long forgotten by even the oldest among them. Thorin's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. "We've found what we came for, but this could be the key to something even greater." The dwarves left the Grey Mountains behind, carrying with them the legacy of Thrain and the knowledge that they had uncovered. Though they had not reclaimed the mithril vein, they had found something far more valuable: the possibility of reclaiming another lost kingdom, one that could unite their people once more. Gandalf and the Secrets of Khazad-dûm. Before the Fellowship ventured into the dark halls of Moria, Gandalf had journeyed there once before, on a secret quest known only to a few. The dwarven kingdom of Khazad-dûm, or Moria as it later became known, had long been abandoned after the Balrog of Morgoth was awakened in its depths. But deep within those forgotten tunnels lay something older than the Balrog, something that Gandalf sought to discover. This is the tale of Gandalf's secret journey into the abandoned kingdom of the dwarves, where ancient powers slept, waiting to be disturbed. It was during the early years of the Third Age when Gandalf began hearing strange rumors from wandering dwarves and rangers who traveled near the misty mountains. The great halls of Khazad-dûm had been abandoned for centuries after the awakening of Durin's Bane, but whispers of strange sightings within the mines had begun to surface. It wasn't orcs or goblins that troubled the region. It was something far older, something that had lain dormant long before Durin's folk delved too deep. Gandalf had always been wary of the deeper powers that lay hidden in Middle-earth. He knew of the Balrog's existence, but he also suspected that Khazad-dûm held more than just the beast of flame and shadow. There were older magics, older entities, bound in the dark places of the world. And so, without alerting anyone to his purpose, Gandalf set out for the misty mountains, determined to uncover the truth. The gates of Moria were cold and silent when Gandalf arrived. No trace remained of the once thriving kingdom, and the West Gate, with its ancient runes, stood like a sentinel guarding the secrets within. Gandalf paused at the gate, running his fingers over the smooth elvish inscriptions before speaking the word of entry in the tongue of the elves. Melon. The great doors opened with a creak, and Gandalf stepped into the darkness beyond. The air was cold and musty, carrying with it the smell of damp stone and old decay. He lit the tip of his staff with a soft glow, illuminating the ancient stonework of the dwarves as he ventured deeper into the mines. As Gandalf descended into the heart of Moria, he passed through vast, empty halls, the silence oppressive. The once great kingdom was now a tomb, filled with the bones of dwarves long dead. But Gandalf was not here for the remains of Durin's folk. He sought something older, something hidden in the deepest parts of Khazad-dûm. After hours of wandering through the twisting tunnels, Gandalf reached a part of the mine that was unfamiliar even to him. The air grew warmer, and the faint sound of water dripping echoed through the chambers. It was then that he found it. A massive chamber, its walls lined with ancient forges, long abandoned but still bearing the signs of immense heat. In the center of the chamber stood a massive anvil, and above it hung a forge hammer that had not been used for centuries. The dwarves had called this place Thraxaram, the hidden forge, said to have been built to craft weapons and tools of unimaginable power. But this was not just any forge. It had been constructed around something far more powerful. An ancient flame, a living fire that burned with a light unlike any Gandalf had seen before. This flame was not like the fire of the Balrog. It was a pure, white flame, older than the dwarves themselves. It was said to have been gifted to Durin by Ole, the creator of the dwarves, as a symbol of his favor. But as the dwarves delved deeper into the earth, they abandoned the forge, fearing the power of the flame and what it might bring if misused. Gandalf approached the flame cautiously, feeling the heat radiating from it, but not in a harmful way. This was no ordinary fire. It was a source of creation, of life, and of immense power. He understood now why the dwarves had sealed it away. Such a flame could be used for great good or unimaginable destruction. But as Gandalf examined the forge, he sensed something else, something watching him from the shadows. From the far corner of the chamber, a low rumble echoed through the stone walls. Gandalf turned, raising his staff, and out of the darkness emerged a figure, tall, hunched, and covered in dust and stone. It was a being of rock and metal, a golem of sorts, crafted by the dwarves long ago to guard the flame. Its eyes glowed with an ancient light as it lumbered toward Gandalf, moving with surprising speed for a creature of its size. This was the guardian of Thraxaram, bound to the forge for all eternity, tasked with protecting the flame from those who would seek to claim its power. The golem raised a massive arm, ready to strike. But Gandalf was not easily intimidated. With a word of power, he summoned a brilliant light from his staff, illuminating the chamber and forcing the creature to halt. "I seek not to claim the flame," Gandalf said, his voice echoing in the chamber. "I am no thief. I seek only to protect what lies here from those who would misuse it." The golem hesitated, its eyes dimming slightly as if considering Gandalf's words. For a moment, the tension in the air eased, and the creature lowered its arm, watching Gandalf closely. "The dwarves feared what they created," Gandalf continued. "But this flame was meant for more than destruction. It was meant to forge, to build, to create. That is its true purpose." The golem rumbled, stepping back into the shadows, but it did not leave. It seemed to understand, in its own way, that Gandalf was no enemy. The flame flickered, and Gandalf felt a sense of peace wash over the chamber. Gandalf knew that the flame could not be taken from this place. It was too powerful, too dangerous to fall into the wrong hands. But he also knew that its existence could not remain a secret forever. Sauron's forces were growing, and eventually someone would come seeking the power of Thraxaram. With a heavy heart, Gandalf left the chamber, sealing the doors behind him with a spell that only he and the greatest of the dwarven craftsmen would be able to break. The flame would remain hidden, and the Guardian would continue its eternal watch. As Gandalf ascended the long staircases and returned to the surface, he felt the weight of his discovery. The flame of Thraxaram was a reminder of the great powers that still lay hidden in Middle-earth. Powers that could tip the balance in the war to come. But for now, the secret would remain with him. Gandalf would watch, and he would wait, knowing that the time would come when all the hidden forces of Middle-earth would be called upon in the fight against the shadow. And when that time came, he would be ready. Gandalf and the forgotten Watcher of Angrenost. Middle-earth was a land filled with ancient places, some known and others forgotten by time. One such place lay hidden in the vast plains of Rohan, near the tower of Orthanc in Isengard. Before Saruman took residence in the tower, long before the corruption of the White Wizard, there were ancient secrets buried deep beneath Orthanc, secrets that had not been disturbed for ages. This is the tale of Gandalf's encounter with one such secret, the Watcher of Angrenost. It was late in the Third Age, and tensions were rising in Middle-earth. Sauron's power was growing, and dark forces stirred in the distant corners of the land. Gandalf the Grey, ever vigilant, had spent many years traveling, keeping watch over the free peoples, and advising leaders both wise and powerful. But a new disturbance had come to his attention, one that tugged at the back of his mind, a faint echo from long ago. During his travels, Gandalf heard whispers of an ancient entity, a presence that had been hidden away beneath the great tower of Orthanc. The Rohirrim spoke of it only in hushed tones, calling it the Watcher of Angrenost, a being of great power that had been bound and sealed long before the time of men. Most considered it a myth, a story told to keep children from wandering too close to the tower's black walls. But Gandalf knew better. He had seen and felt things in Middle-earth that defied mortal understanding, and this was no mere tale. Saruman, who now occupied Orthanc, was oblivious to the danger that lay beneath his feet. His mind was focused on the One Ring, and Gandalf suspected that the White Wizard was slowly falling under the sway of the Dark Lord. If there was any truth to the whispers of the Watcher, then Gandalf had no choice but to investigate. He could not allow an ancient power to awaken, especially with the growing threat of Sauron. And so, Gandalf set out for Isengard, knowing that the road ahead would lead him into the depths of a mystery that had remained unsolved for millennia. Orthanc stood tall and imposing against the sky, its black stone gleaming in the sunlight. As Gandalf approached the tower, the air around it seemed colder, more oppressive than the surrounding land. The trees of Isengard were still intact at this time, and they swayed gently in the wind. But there was an unsettling quiet about the place, as if the land itself sensed the danger beneath. Saruman greeted Gandalf with his usual politeness, though there was a distance between the two now that had not always been there. Gandalf could feel the growing tension between them, as Saruman's ambitions grew darker with each passing year. But he did not come for a confrontation today. He came for answers. "The Watcher of Angrenost," Gandalf said, his voice measured as he stood before Saruman in the grand hall of Orthanc. "You must have heard the old stories." Saruman's eyes narrowed slightly, though he smiled. "Ah, the Watcher. Yes, a tale of old. Some say there is a being bound deep beneath the tower, sealed away by the men of Númenor. But it is just that, a tale." Gandalf's gaze did not waver. "You know as well as I that there is often truth in the old tales, Saruman. I would see the lower levels of Orthanc." Saruman hesitated for only a moment, but it was enough for Gandalf to notice. "As you wish, Gandalf, but you will find nothing of interest there. Orthanc's secrets are not as mysterious as you may think." With Saruman's reluctant permission, Gandalf descended into the depths of Orthanc, his staff lighting the way as he traveled down the winding staircases and through long-forgotten corridors. The air grew colder the further he went, and an ancient weight seemed to press down on him, as though the very stones were watching his every step. At last, Gandalf reached a door. A great iron door, covered in dust and age. The markings on the door were faint, but Gandalf could see the telltale signs of Númenorian craftsmanship. This was no ordinary door. It had been sealed by ancient magic, and whatever lay beyond had been locked away for a reason. With a deep breath, Gandalf raised his staff, and with a word of power, the door slowly creaked open. Beyond the door was a vast, dark chamber, its ceiling lost in shadow. The air inside was thick with the smell of damp stone and something else, something old and musty, as though time itself had forgotten this place. In the center of the chamber stood a massive stone figure, a statue, carved from black rock, its eyes gleaming faintly in the darkness. But Gandalf knew at once that this was no ordinary statue. The Watcher of Angrenost had been bound here, its power locked away, but it was still alive, still waiting. As Gandalf approached, he felt the ground tremble slightly beneath his feet. The Watcher was stirring. The air around the chamber grew heavy, and the shadows seemed to move on their own, shifting and swirling as though they were alive. Gandalf tightened his grip on his staff, his mind racing. He could feel the Watcher's presence, a deep and ancient power that had been sealed away for ages. A voice echoed through the chamber, low and rumbling, as though it came from the very stone itself. "Who disturbs my rest?" The Watcher's voice boomed, sending a tremor through the ground. "I am Gandalf, and I come seeking the truth," Gandalf replied, his voice firm but respectful. "You were bound here long ago, and your name has been forgotten by most. But I would know why you were imprisoned." The Watcher's eyes gleamed brighter, and the shadows around the chamber deepened. "The truth. Yes, the truth," the voice rumbled. "I was once a guardian, a protector of these lands. But I was betrayed by those I served. They feared my power, and so they bound me here, deep within the earth, to slumber for all eternity." Gandalf listened intently, piecing together the fragments of the story. The Watcher had been a being of great power, perhaps even a Maya, like Gandalf himself, or something even older. But it had been betrayed, bound to the depths of Orthanc by the Númenóreans, who had feared its growing strength. "Your time has passed," Gandalf said. "The world has changed, and there are greater evils stirring in Middle-earth. You would do well to remain here, lest you fall into the hands of those who seek to use your power for darkness." The Watcher's voice grew colder. "And what of you, Grey Wizard? Do you come to bind me further? To trap me in this stone prison for all eternity?" Gandalf met the Watcher's gaze, his eyes gleaming with a fire of their own. "I come not to bind you, but to warn you. The shadow of Sauron rises again, and if you break free, you will only serve to strengthen his hand. The world does not need another force of destruction." For a moment, the chamber was silent, the tension thick in the air. Then, slowly, the Watcher's eyes dimmed, and the shadows around the chamber receded. "You speak with wisdom, wizard," the Watcher said, its voice softer now. "I will remain, as I have for ages. But know this, should the world fall into darkness once more, my chains will break, and I will rise again." Gandalf left the chamber, sealing the iron door behind him with a final word of power. The Watcher of Angrenost would remain in its prison, at least for now. But the encounter weighed heavily on Gandalf's mind as he ascended the winding staircases and returned to the surface. Saruman was waiting for him at the entrance to Orthanc, his expression unreadable. "Did you find what you were looking for, Gandalf?" Gandalf's gaze was distant, thoughtful. "I found enough. There are some forces better left undisturbed." Saruman nodded, though there was a flicker of something in his eyes. Curiosity, or perhaps ambition. Gandalf could not be sure, but he knew that Saruman's path was diverging from his own, and Orthanc itself would become a place of darkness before long. As Gandalf departed Isengard, he cast one final glance back at the tower. The Watcher of Angrenost would sleep for now, but the growing shadow of Sauron meant that nothing in Middle-earth could remain hidden forever. There would come a time when even the most ancient of powers would awaken, and when that time came, Gandalf would be ready. Gandalf and the Forgotten Flame. In the deep recesses of Middle-earth, there were places untouched by time, forgotten even by the wisest of elves and men. One such place was a lost ruin, hidden within the jagged peaks of the Grey Mountains. An ancient dwarven hall, known as Thulba's Dur, long abandoned, its true purpose shrouded in mystery. Few knew of its existence, and even fewer dared to seek it. It was a place of legend, spoken of only in whispers, for it was said that within its depths burned a flame, older than the world itself. The flame of Eärnil. Gandalf, who had traveled across Middle-earth for many centuries, had heard of the lost dwarven hall many times in passing, but its significance had never been fully understood. It wasn't until a quiet evening in Rivendell, in the company of Elrond and the scholars of Imladris, that the truth began to unravel. It was an autumn evening, and the air in Rivendell was crisp with the changing season. Gandalf sat with Elrond in the grand library, surrounded by ancient tomes and scrolls. The fire crackled softly in the hearth as the two discussed the growing shadow to the east. But as their conversation deepened, Elrond brought forth an old and tattered manuscript, written in dwarvish runes. "There is something I have wanted to show you for many years, Gandalf," Elrond said, handing him the fragile parchment. "This is a record from the days of Khazad-dûm, long before the Balrog awoke in its depths. It speaks of a flame, a hidden power the dwarves once sought but could not control." Gandalf took the parchment, his sharp eyes scanning the ancient script. It told of Thulbaz-Dur, a secret hall built by dwarves in the Grey Mountains, meant to house the flame of Eärnil, a primordial fire believed to have been a remnant of the flames that first lit the world. The flame was said to hold immense power, a power that could either create or destroy, depending on the heart of the one who wielded it. Intrigued, Gandalf leaned back in his chair. "If this flame truly exists," he mused, "it would explain the ancient whispers of a hidden power in the north, a power that even Sauron sought in ages past." Elrond nodded solemnly. "The flame is dangerous, Gandalf. The dwarves abandoned the hall for good reason. They feared that in the wrong hands, it could ignite a great catastrophe. Gandalf knew that leaving such a power unchecked would be unwise, especially with the growing darkness of Sauron looming ever closer. If the flame of Eärnil still burned, it could fall into the wrong hands. And so, Gandalf set out alone, traveling north to the Grey Mountains, where Thulbaz-Dur lay hidden among the icy peaks. The journey was long and treacherous. The northern winds were cold, biting through even the thickest of cloaks. Gandalf's staff glowed faintly as he made his way through snow-covered passes and steep cliffs. The Grey Mountains were a desolate place, their sharp peaks cutting into the sky like jagged teeth. Few dared to venture into these lands, for the mountains were home to all manner of dark creatures, snow trolls, wolves, and the occasional dragon. As Gandalf ascended the final peak, he caught sight of the ruins of Thulbaz-Dur. The entrance was hidden behind a great rock slide, long abandoned and forgotten. But Gandalf, with his keen sense of the ancient, found the narrow passage that led down into the depths of the mountain. The air grew colder as he descended, and the light of his staff flickered against the stone walls. He knew this was no ordinary dwarven ruin. There was a heaviness to the air, a sense of something ancient and powerful, slumbering deep within. The flame of Eärnil, if it still burned, would be in the heart of the mountain, guarded by more than just stone. The deeper Gandalf ventured, the more intricate the carvings on the walls became. They depicted the forging of the flame, great fires that once lit the heavens, and the dwarves who had tried to tame it. But the carvings also told a darker story, a warning. The flame had driven many mad, consuming them with its power, turning them into twisted beings of fire and shadow. At last, Gandalf reached a massive stone door. It was carved with runes that pulsed faintly, as though some ancient magic still lingered. With a deep breath, Gandalf raised his staff and pressed it against the door. The runes glowed brighter, and with a low rumble, the door slowly opened. Beyond the door lay a vast chamber, and in its center, atop a stone pedestal, burned the flame of Eärnil. It was unlike any fire Gandalf had ever seen. It burned with a pale, silvery light, flickering with an ethereal quality. The air around it was warm, but not unbearably so. Yet, there was a sense of danger about it, a power that could not be fully contained. Gandalf approached cautiously, his eyes never leaving the flame. He could feel its pull, the raw energy radiating from it. It was beautiful and terrible all at once. As he drew closer, the air seemed to shimmer, and a voice echoed in the chamber, a voice that came from the flame itself. "Who dares disturb the flame of Eärnil?" it whispered, though there was no malice in its tone, only curiosity. "I am Gandalf the Grey," he replied, his voice steady, "and I have come to ensure that this power does not fall into the hands of evil." The flame flickered, as if considering his words. "Many have sought to control me," the voice said, "but none have succeeded. They have been consumed by their desire for power, and so they became part of me." Gandalf knew that the flame was testing him, just as it had tested those who had come before. But he was no ordinary seeker of power. His heart was not driven by ambition or greed, but by a desire to protect the world from the darkness that threatened it. Gandalf hesitated for only a moment. He had faced many trials in his long life, but this would be one of the greatest. Yet he knew that if he faltered now, the flame would remain here, waiting for another, perhaps someone far darker, to come and claim it. With a deep breath, Gandalf stepped forward, into the heart of the flame. For a moment, all was silent. The world seemed to fade away, and Gandalf felt the searing heat of the fire around him. But it did not burn him. Instead, he felt a strange warmth, as though the flame was searching his very soul, testing his resolve, his purpose. Time seemed to stretch, and Gandalf could hear the faint echoes of the past, the whispers of those who had failed, their voices filled with regret and sorrow. But Gandalf remained steadfast, his mind clear, his heart focused on the task at hand. After what felt like an eternity, the flame receded, and Gandalf found himself standing on the other side of the chamber, unscathed. The voice of the flame spoke once more, softer this time. "You are worthy, Gandalf the Grey. The flame of Eärnil will not harm you, for you seek not power, but balance. Go now, and let this place remain forgotten, for the world is not yet ready for such a power." With that, the chamber began to tremble, and Gandalf knew it was time to leave. The mountain had begun to seal itself once more, the flames sinking back into its ancient slumber. As he hurried through the dark passages, the stone door behind him closed with a final, resounding thud. Gandalf emerged from the depths of the mountain, just as dawn broke over the grey mountains. The journey had been perilous, but the flame of Eärnil was safe, hidden once again in the forgotten halls of Thulbaz-Dur. It would not fall into the hands of evil, at least not while he still walked the earth. As he made his way back to Rivendell, Gandalf couldn't help but reflect on the power he had witnessed. The flame of Eärnil was a force beyond comprehension, and though he had passed its test, he knew that it would forever remain a dangerous temptation to those who sought power. For now, Middle-earth was safe. But Gandalf also knew that the true test, the battle against Sauron, was still ahead. As our journey through Middle-earth, through its heroes, its battles, and its hidden tales, draws to a close, let this story remind us that legends are not merely written in books, but in the choices made, the sacrifices endured, and the courage that lingers long after the fires of war have faded. In the quiet of the night, beneath the watchful stars, let these tales echo like a song carried by the wind, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope endures, and the smallest of hands can shape the fate of the world. Thank you for joining me tonight, my fellow adventurers. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with the light of Valinor, the wisdom of old tomes, and the endless wonder of lands yet to be explored. Good night.